Affectionately known as the Qualies, we're back here at Melbourne Park, day two on this beautiful Thursday morning here in Melbourne, and going to be a nice warm day for the players. Blue skies, and the women are going to be in action for the first time after 128 men started their campaign yesterday. We'll be down to 16 in the men, down to 12 in the women for direct entry into the Australian Open come the weekend. It's a big prize considering the prize money that's been increased at around the first round, second round, third round level. Wherever you might be, if you're in Melbourne, you can come down for free. If not, enjoy our coverage here on AOTV right throughout the course of the day here on AustralianOpen.com. We've got some big matches coming up today. We'll preview those very shortly. We'll reflect back on yesterday where we saw 5 Australians get through. James Blake, the big draw card, the former world number 4. He also got through as well. As we take a look at some of the highlights from centre court. And it started with a young 16-year-old from Australia, Thanasi Kokonakis, who really took it up to Steve Johnson from the United States. We're watching a bit of Bradley Klan here up against Nick Kyrgios. Klan from the US won this one fairly comfortably in straight sets. Nick, of course, he won the under-18s and performed very well at the recent wildcard playoff back in December. Just couldn't quite get going. The next match, of course, featured Sam Groth, the Australian, who was outplayed as well by the young Frenchman Lucas Pier, who was in very good form yesterday. And James Blake with the cap there, well, very unfamiliar territory for him to be in qualifying, and he was a class above his opponent, Marius Kopel of Romania, in a very good display out on our show court 3 yesterday. Certainly speed around the court, plenty of tricks, the old ground strokes from yesteryear coming back. In the final match yesterday, Matt Reid of Australia, runner-up at the recent wildcard playoff, was too good for Ricardo Hosova of Brazil. A nice little confidence booster for Matt Reid, who's looking in good form at the moment, and hope that run can continue to keep going over the next 3 days of qualifying. So some quality matches on centre court as we give you a look at what is happening today. Sally Piers of Australia taking on Christina Mitu of Romania. Tatiana Malik, the 4th seed from Germany, will take on Madison Bingle of the United States. Anastasia Rodionova flying the Australian flag. She'll take on Nastasia Burnett of Italy. Lucia Sinko, lucky loser, semi-finalist in Brisbane last week. She's in qualifying here as the number 1 seed, takes on Bethany Mattek-Sands. What will she pull out of the wardrobe today? And Jordan Thompson of Australia, what a win, 9-7 in the third yesterday. The young 18-year-old from Sydney taking on Ryan Sweeting, who's seeded 21. Big matches coming up. Adrian Franklin is going to be part of our coverage, and he joins us. Good morning, Adrian.
Good morning, BP. I'm out in the beautiful sunshine and I've got the weather, the all-important weather. Yesterday we struggled a little bit. It was raining in the morning. Today, no such chance of any rain at all throughout the whole day. It's beautiful, 26 degrees. It's going to be warm, so no excuses out on court. The wind as well, it'll be a bit lighter. Yesterday, the players did have some issues with the wind. A lot of post-match comments saying that they did struggle with the conditions, but today, really still. And remember, Twitter. #AusOpen, so AUS Open. Get on Twitter, ask us some questions, make comments, let us know how the coverage is going, guys. Make sure you get on there nice and early. We'll update throughout the whole day. So tennis, not too far away. Stay with us.
Ready? Play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
Welcome back to Melbourne Park, the best sporting precinct in the world. We're slightly biased here in Melbourne, but going to be a great day of tennis. The other draw card today is Virginia Rosano, who's about to start on court 10. She defeated Serena Williams at the French Open last year, one of only a handful of losses for Serena. Let's head to the commentary box on show court 3. Nathan Healy's alongside Matt Hill. For the first of our games, it's going to be Sally Piers up against Christina Mitu of Romania. Good morning, guys.
Hi Brett, good to be with you again, and yes, it's pretty easy to be biased because this is a beautiful Melbourne morning. It is just magnificent. And we see Christina Mitu from Romania and Sally Piers from Australia first up on show court 3, and we're up here in the commentary box. There isn't a cloud in the sky. Rod Laver Arena looks magnificent from here. Nathan Healy, looking forward to this one. Sally Piers, the Melbourne girl.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. I was walking here today and cruising along the river, and yeah, there's definitely a buzz around Melbourne. There's good energy around the place, and yeah, looking forward to this one. Sally Piers and Christina Mitu, both 22-year-olds. Similar rankings, around 300 in the world.
Indeed, this is going to be quite an even contest with Mitu, highest ranking of 205, and the young Australian, the best ranking of 145 in 2011, bronze medalist at the Commonwealth Games in Delhi in singles in 2010, one of her major highlights, but a gold medalist in doubles there in Delhi. And also on her resume, she was a part of the winning girls doubles team at Wimbledon in 2009. 2 ITF career titles as well. So Sally comes here with an interesting resume and did compete in the first round of the Australian Open in 2011 after gaining a wild card. Christina Mitu, 21. So you're quite right, similar ranking, similar age.
Yeah. And yeah, looking at Sally Piers' credentials there, she you know, certainly looks very competent on the doubles court. She made the quarterfinal of the mixed doubles 2011 Australian Open, and it has a few good doubles results. Yeah, I think she'll be looking to get forward, and she's playing against a Romanian who, you know, in Christina Mitu. She grew up on the clay courts in Bucharest, Romania, and no doubt enjoys hanging on that baseline. So Sally Piers definitely looking to take advantage and get forward out here.
So the forecast for Melbourne today around 27 degrees, and then it's going to hot up tomorrow by all reports. We might be in for an interesting one tomorrow. It's going to get up to around 37 degrees, but storms forecast later in the day. Let's try and get a bit of a grasp on the conditions as the girls warm up here for this qualifying match. As you can see there, 26 degrees is the forecast and mostly sunny. Adrian Franklin courtside. It's beautiful.
It is. I'm in the stands now, guys, in show court 3. So I've moved very quickly and the sun is out. It's not too hot, though. It's probably going to be 30 degrees on court, I would say, 26 degrees in the air. Sally Piers, so just a note on her, she's in the blue skirt down the other end. She's probably struggled a little bit over recent times. She hasn't had many big results. She played in the Australian Open wildcard playoff recently, but she lost in the first round there to Storm Sanders, who she was favourite against, and she just hasn't been in great form. So the player that she's playing against, Christina Mitu, she's experienced, 22 years of age, ranked 339, and I expect her to be probably a little bit too consistent for Sally Piers. I have watched a lot of Piers play over the past couple of years and just haven't seen many results that have been overly impressive. So we'll see how she goes. She does like playing in Melbourne, but probably not coming into this match full of confidence at this point.
We'll be certainly monitoring Sally closely here. She played in the Australian Open in 2011. She had a baptism of fire, it could be said. She was up against Petra Kvitova. And And that was after gaining a wild card, and Kvitova went quite deep into that Australian Open in 2011. So our chair umpire introducing the players. Piers to receive after winning the toss. So we're about to get underway here for day 2 of qualifying. And Nathan, didn't we see a great day yesterday? We had almost a 4-hour match to kick proceedings off, but you were here late into the evening to see Matt Reid in commentary. How did he progress through?
Yeah, no, I was very impressed with Matt. You know, as I mentioned yesterday, I did a little bit of work with him leading into this tournament, and yeah, speaking a lot about routines and the mental side of his game, and yeah, he really shone through yesterday, and I think he'll take a lot of confidence, you know, moving into the second round of qualifying. It was great to see 5 Australians get through with Kokonakis, Adam Feeney, Matt Barton, Alex Bolt, and of course Matt. So good stuff for the Aussies, and yeah, I think they can keep rolling.
So not too far away, and as we discussed yesterday, as we see a very pensive linesperson there about to concentrate on her task at hand. It's great to see the ball kids and a lot of the Orange Army, as I was referring to them yesterday, getting on the trams around Melbourne. The Australian Open starts here for many.
You think you could handle a job like that, mate?
Don't think my eyes would be good enough, I've got to say. Ball kids do a fantastic job, especially in the heat as well. We had one boy yesterday succumb to the heat, and they do a fantastic job. They always say the best ball kids are the ones you don't notice. We hardly notice them. So here we go. Cristina Mitu to serve, the 21-year-old from Romania, nearest to camera to get the women's qualifying underway here on AustralianOpen.com. Very still morning. No breeze about at all. She did well to stay in the point, Sally Piers, but...
Yeah, great point from Mitu, just dominating the point with a forehand. That's what I think that's what she'll be looking to do out here, is, you know, growing up on those clay courts, is, you know, she's going to be looking to move that ball around from the back of the court.
Match just getting underway on court number 5 as well. We'll get full reports. 12 courts in operation today.
Second service.
Plenty of Australians out there trying to qualify, and in particular on court 5, Priscilla Hon is competing there, and Abby Myers as well before her. Oh, now that's just missed the line, and certainly didn't miss the linesman. That's a lovely forehand and a good start for the Romanian. Cristina Mitu takes the first game 1-love. Also out on court number 6, we see Storm Sanders taking on the Ukrainian Yulia Bagelzheimer. And we also see Arena Rodionova up against Maria Irigoyen from Argentina. And not before 2:30, Alex Bolt is, well, a tough task. Florence Setter from France, the 8th seed in qualifying. As we see some of the action from court number 5, we'll return there later. Here's the Australian Sally Piers serve.
Christina Mitu taking advantage early stepping into the court, looking to dictate the play.
Fantastic winner here. Two-handed backhand. Ushka.
15.
Yeah, she's also mixing in that slice a little bit, which I think is a great play in both the men's and the women's games. Just changes that ball flight a little bit, gives a little bit of a different view for the opponent.
She's getting her both sides of the court at the moment. Forehand, the juice court, and that was dominant again. A couple of worrying signs early here for Sally Piers. Mitu really hitting those ground strokes sweetly.
Yeah, she's definitely dictating the play. It'd be good to see Sally get up a little bit closer to the baseline and just take maybe a chance or two here, just to get her teeth into this match.
2 break points for the Romanian. And not a great way to give it up. A double fault for Sally Piers, and it's Christina Mitu leading 2 games to love. Don't forget, tickets available for the Australian Open, tickettech.com, and plenty of options as well. Not just Rod Laver Arena. Night sessions are a great way to go, but High Sense Arena. You can specifically get tickets for that court and the ground pass. Great value.
Lock 15.
Good defense from Sally Piers out of her forehand corner there. It looks like she'll be digging a few balls from there, and it'd be nice if when she does get the chance to take advantage, step into the court a little bit more, just move up closer to that baseline.
Lovely first serve at 158 clicks. Gets herself back into the game here. Her own service game, Christina Mitu, who had the 2nd round of the US Open last year.
Dominating with that forehand once again, stepping right inside the court, taking advantage, moving her body weight towards her target.
Why I mentioned that 2nd round of the US Open. Last 12 months, there might be similar ages and similar rankings, but Last 12 months, a lot more on the big stage for Mitu against her Australian opponent. Oh, that forehand lethal.
40.
Happy to take that one on the rise, and she put it away beautifully.
It's a fine line out here for Sally Piers right now. She needs to get into the point. She can't be making mistakes off the return of serve. But when she's in the point, she's going to have to take a few more chances and be a little bit more assertive with her tennis.
Already 3 forehand winners for the Romanian and an ace. Very impressive so far, Christina Mitu. She leads 3 games to love.
Been a good start for the Romanian on show court 3. Some work for Sally Piers to do. Don't forget, of course, tomorrow, if you're in Melbourne, a free public event is the draw for this year's Australian Open. It'll take place on the river there at Crown Casino, right next to the heart of Melbourne's CBD. So all the details at australianopen.com as you're watching our live stream of qualifying. Also for the kids, going to be a massive day here on Saturday. Adrian Franklin, you're going to tell us all about it, because I know you'll be right in the thick of the kids.
I absolutely will be, and there will be thousands of kids. Already 6,000 tickets online have gone, but the great news is it's free. So come down here this Saturday morning from 11:30 to 12:30. There'll be a show on Rod Laver Arena, and Guy Sebastian is going to be playing. Ridiculous. How good is that? And also Nickelodeon are going to be here as well. So the guys from Nickelodeon are going to be hosting a show 11:30 to 12:30. Dora as well. Who could forget? What a name she is. I reckon she's as big as Guy Sebastian personally. This Saturday, it's free. Get down here to Melbourne Park for Kids Tennis Day. Get in early though, because there are going to be thousands of little rascals running around here at Melbourne Park. I can't wait.
Nathan Healy, you've got a couple of young'uns. Have they touched a tennis racket yet? You've got a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. What about the 4-year-old?
Yeah, the
tennis star.
The 4-year-old, I had her out on court actually a couple of weeks ago, and she made an interesting comment and said, because my father actually taught me tennis growing up, and he had her out on the court a day before I took her out, and she made the comment, "Poppy didn't say that. Poppy told me to do this." So yeah, she's already laying down the law and saying Daddy doesn't know anything. So I thought that happened in the teenage years, but obviously not. Yeah, they're up in Sydney at this stage, and it'd be good if they were down here for that. Sounds like a lot of fun.
Oh, gee, that's a brutal return.
This looks like a great forehand. She really, yeah, is dictating the play with it, and yeah, I think Sally's going to have to get a few more balls to her backhand.
To the Australians' credit, her first serve percentage is good. Now she's done it beautifully. Didn't do enough with the approach to the net. Hit it straight back to the Romanian's body, and she was able to get back into the point. The 21-year-old, highest ranking of 205. She's in around the 330 mark at the moment, Christina Mitu, but she's not playing like it. After 11 minutes, she leads 4-love.
Yeah, even though Sally lost that point, I like that decision. You know, trying to get forward and move towards the net. She has to do something right now. I mean, she's under the pump. She's got to change things up and you know, make a few more assertive decisions.
Okay, first service.
Yeah, just pulling off that backhand a little bit too close to the body. When you're hitting your ground strokes, you need to create plenty of space so you can swing that racket through.
13.
Yeah, these 3 points are definitely hurting Sally Piers right now. I mean, there's no reason to miss these, the return of serve here.
Piers is in a lot of danger of losing this set very quickly.
Yeah, once again, Mitu stepping forward, taking advantage of the point. She's setting it up with a nice depth and then stepping in and yeah, really ripping those forehands around the court. Right?
Piers having a lot of trouble predicting where Mitu's going to hit it. Not a great deal of movement either. That's just a dominant point. Christina Mitu leads 5 games to love after 14 minutes. It must be so difficult just to stem the flow, and we'll get Nathan's thoughts on that in a moment, but it's Mitu 5 love. Welcome back to show court 3, and there's a picture of a girl that's just hitting them sweetly and is overpowering her opponent, Nathan.
Yeah, no, she's doing an excellent job. She's really staying on her shots and taking advantage when the ball sits there in the middle of the court, and there's certainly a lot of that going on. Sally just not getting enough on her shots at this stage, and yeah, it's not easy when you're such a one-dimensional player, and that's what, you know, for all you young players out there, that's what you want to do growing up, is really round your game, and you know, it's not easy. I mean, she's standing at 5'4". You know, there's not a lot she can do there, but I think her movement could be improved, and also that court position. I think she can stand up a little bit closer to the baseline, but she's going to have to do something here. Yeah, her first serve, I mean, it's not really penetrating at all. You know, she's only won 13% of her first serve. Ideally, you want to have that percentage up well into the 80s. And she's just not doing enough damage here.
Another beautiful double-handed backhand from the Romanian. Service pressure here for Sally Piers.
Yeah, Piers digging that out, but just not doing enough. Getting caught deep in the court once again.
That's serve at 165 kilometres an hour, and trying to lift that percentage of first serves won. Trying to claw her way back here. Well, she found the line. She didn't do much wrong there, Piers, but the Romanian with a beautiful flighty shot falling in.
Yeah, once again, I like that idea of looking to get forward, but it's always dangerous going into opponents' forehands. When they're moving onto the ball like that, they can do so much damage with it.
2 set points.
Oh!
And a double false. That's the second time that the Romanian has broken Piers' serve off a double false. And after 17 minutes, it's Christina Mitu taking the first set, 6 love.
she's going to have to.
Well, a very comprehensive display over in a whisker. That opening set, the young girl, Christina Mitu, who resides in Bucharest, won 3 ITF titles last year, just inside the top 200 of women's tennis. Let's take a look at the highlights, and it was very one-way traffic, obviously dominating on her first serve, and as Nathan rightly pointed out, Sally Pier struggling to get any penetration of her first serve. It was on the back foot right throughout the match. Some powerful ground strokes, taking that one on the half volley nicely, and really just ran Piers around, covering all corners. Plenty of variety in the game from Christina Mitu of Romania. That's as good a first set as you'll see on day 2 here of qualifying. The women are starting their campaign, the men in round 2 action. As we just take you around the courts, a number of good matches are going on at the moment. I mentioned Virginie Rosano, who defeated Serena Williams last year at the French Open. She's taking on Sanchez, the 12th seed here. 3-1 Rosano leads in the opening set. And a couple of Australians also in action. Ezra Hadzik of Victoria trailing Michelle Lached de Brito of Portugal, who's seeded here 5-1 in the opening set. And Victoria Rajestich taking on Claire Feurenstein of France, the French girl, 4-2 in the opening set. All the scores at AustralianOpen.com as we take you back to show court 3 and the second set getting underway.
Thanks for the update, Brett Phillips. I think we've got contrasting matches with 3 hours and 42 minutes. The first match yesterday. This match has been going 20 minutes.
This would be a nice, nice game for Sally to take advantage of, winning that first point. Hopefully, she can get on a little bit of a roll and get her teeth into this match just a little bit, maybe unsettle the Romanian just a touch.
Well, promising early signs here in this second set.
Another blistering forehand from Christina Mitu.
And found the line as well. And the damning stat, Nathan, is that Pierce has won 6 points for the entire match so far. So using process of elimination, that would obviously mean that Sally won 4 points in the first set, explaining the dominance of Christina Mitu.
That's good math there, mate.
I couldn't play tennis as a child, so I had to do something. Big ace. 159.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, when your back's against the wall like Sally's is right now, you have to find a way to basically put that ball in the court more times than your opponent. Keep your plans really simple. Yeah, and just change things up a little bit. There's always that fine line between going for too much and missing, and missing and not penetrating enough.
Yes.
Oh, and she's frustrated, and she knew that was a little opportunity to just stem the flow. back to deuce.
Yeah, that unforced error rate is certainly climbing, as well as the winner rate from Mitu.
Another great forehand from Mitu. That has been cranking all morning.
Yeah, Pier's realising after this point that she's just landing that ball too short. So yeah, she's either missing and making all these unforced errors, or just not getting that penetration, that depth in the court. Depth is always such an important key to dictating play.
So that return flying over the baseline, it's Mitu taking the first game of the second set and surviving a break point as well. 1-love. Let's have a look at some of these damning stats. Nathan, from the first set, it took 17 minutes. As I mentioned in the call, the first serve percentage was good for Piers, but she wasn't able to capitalise with points won. But look at those total points won, 24-4.
Yeah, I'm just noticing, I mean, that winner rate obviously stands out for Mitu, so that suggests that Piers is not getting enough depth and penetration through the court, and Mitu is definitely dictating the play. I've thought that the unforced error rate may be higher, but that's sitting at 6, so that's suggesting she needs to really step up and go for her shots a little bit more in this second set.
Sally serving far side of the court.
Love 15.
That return nice and deep and wide, and Pierce really struggling.
That's a smart serve into the body from Piers. Mitu is obviously dictating the play off both wings, and when a player is doing that, it's always a good idea to jam them a little bit so they can't have a good swing at the ball. But that's just too good.
That's some heavy. I would have thought the doubles experience of Sally Piers would have come into play a little bit with a jamming serve like that. Plenty of tactics like that are used in doubles.
Yeah, I think she really needs to change something here, and you know, a little serve and volley now and again can also unsettle the opponents. But right now it looks like she's in a pretty big hole with her game, but also mentally she's not making clear decisions out there, and yeah, looking extremely uncomfortable right now.
So a further 2 break points. During the first set, she gave 2 breaks of serve away with double fault. She's got a second serve here. And she slumps to her knees as Mitu takes the second game of the second set. She leads 2-love. Coming up after this match, we see Tatiana Malik from Germany up against Madison Bingle from the USA. And then we have an Australian on court after that. Anastasia Rodionova, 19th seed in qualifying, up against Natasja Burnett from Italy. Mitu to serve at 2-love.
20 love.
Well, she's at least trying to hit it deeper, to no avail that time.
Yeah, just not getting anything clean off the racket. The ball is dictating her. She's not really going out after it.
What?
Yeah, that's just, as I said, she needs to make a few changes here. Start looking to dictate. Yeah, sometimes when things aren't going right, it's, you know, easy to get caught up and get in your own head until what I talk of is the black hole. It feels like it's just you're down there and your mind is so scrambled, and you know, it's just some crazy decisions that we make.
Hopefully a bit of a confidence booster there. Deep second serve and a couple of strong forehands, and Mitu now leads 3 games to love, 13 minutes. The duration of this second set. It's all the Romanian.
Guys, we're out on court 6 watching another Australian, young Atsra Hadzik, but at the moment it's not going her way at all. She's playing the young girl from Portugal, Michelle Lache de Brito, who's the 15th seed. De Brito won the first set 6-1, and she's just broken to lead early stages of the second 2 games to love. So it's all about the unforced error count out here, guys. Atsra Hadzik at 23 unforced errors, and De Brito sitting at 8. So Atsra Hadzik, she just needs to be more consistent, and at the moment it's not looking too good for the young Australian.
Okay, so a couple of Australian ladies under the pump here this morning at Melbourne Park. Plenty of Australians in battle today. There are 5 Australians to grace that court you've just seen, court 6. We've also got 2 Australians on court 5 today. 3 Australians on court 7. As I head down the list, no more Australians on the outer court, so still plenty to keep you updated with. Here's Sally Piers serving love 3.
Not the greatest start for the Aussie girls. Hopefully we can turn it around throughout the day.
5 Australian men going through to the second round of qualifying yesterday. Jordan Thompson from Australia up against Ryan Sweeting later on this court, to be broadcast by AustralianOpen.com. Not before 2:30 though. That's a lovely forehand.
15 all.
Just too good.
Yeah, once again, Mitu stepping right up inside that baseline, forcing Piers onto the back foot.
Whoa!
Trying to force the issue, Mitu, and a couple of errors in this game.
Yeah, well, she's playing pretty free at this stage. 6-love, 3-love. Definitely dominating this match and continuing a winning plan, really. Just using that forehand, moving Piers around the court and crunching winners. Another well-struck forehand. Wow. Deep into the corners. Yeah, just moving forward. Beautiful. Staying on a shot. Head still. Good racket head speed right through the ball.
Well, that's just summed up the morning for Sally Piers, hasn't it?
Yeah, she can't find a way at the moment. Very confused out there. Better hitting, actually. Got through her shots a little bit, but just straight into the strike zone of the Romanian.
Another break points.
Yes.
That was actually a better ball. Gave it a little bit more height over the net, which then landed out of the strike zone of Mitu. This is where I was talking about her finding a way, maybe mixing in that serve and volley or giving that ball a little bit more height. Just trying different things. At the moment, she's just hitting with her and leaving that ball short.
Advantage, Mitu.
Too powerful.
Yeah, once again, that's why it's so good as a young player to round that game. You know, having the ability to mix in a slice, you know, hit a higher, heavier ball, you know, serve and volley, do different things, and then you can change your game to suit the situation.
Second break point of the game. And again, another double fault to give Mitu the game. So it's now 4-love in this second set, and I think Sally's just looking for somewhere to hide now.
Yeah, when it gets to this point, it's certainly embarrassing, but
let's have a look at the serve here, Nathan. Nearest to us.
Yeah. Ball a little bit too far behind her head, not too much drive into the court, and then landed on the baseline or behind it there. I'd like to get that ball toss out in front just a touch. Not easy from 5'4".
4 double faults for Piers, and unfortunately 3 of those 4 were on break points.
Well, there you go. She tried something different again, but great shot from Mitu. Good moving out there into that ad side of the court. Just too strong right now.
$15 all.
Mitu also having a fantastic day with her serve. At that percentage is probably up in the 90 percentile. And yeah, well, there it is, 81%. And she's definitely hitting the targets, moving the ball around the box nicely, keeping Sally Piers guessing. There you go, a little bit of variety. There's that slice I was talking about.
30 all.
Yeah, she's still giving it a go and trying to remain clear out there.
This is a
Yeah,
lovely
did well with
slice
this
in.
one. Yeah, good hustle out there. Great defense. And that's the shot. The short slice is always a fantastic play that I like to focus on with my players, bringing the opponent forward. So many players move well laterally, but up and back, that's where they struggle. They like to get to the net on their own terms.
Well, here's a little sniff. Sally Piers has a break point opportunity.
Yeah, a little bit more depth on those returns, which is not allowing Christina Mitu to dictate the point like she has been.
Oh, now that's an overall from the chair. And unfortunately for Sally, the next shot from Mitu went flaying out.
Yeah, nothing's going right for her at the moment. She mixed in some higher balls there, got it out of her strike zone, but just missing that last one.
Bit stiff, the young Australian, back to deuce. So another chance. Second break point opportunity for Sally Piers.
Yeah, Mitu not quite committing to that last forehand. So maybe a little bit of doubt out there. It's always, especially at a Grand Slam, not easy to serve a match out. She's not quite there, but, with this lead, you certainly start thinking about the finish line.
Constructed that point beautifully after a cramming serve.
Yes.
Yeah, another blazing forehand, moving well onto that shorter ball. Yeah. She is stepping well inside the court, ripping it to the other side. And that's the tricky thing. You don't want to get too far ahead of yourself out there. You just want to play one point at a time. And that's what she seems to be doing nicely.
Advantage Mitu. Again, Mitu.
So Mitu survives a couple of break points and now leads 5-love in the second set. She's well on her way.
Not all going to plan for Sally Piers. Likewise, another Australian on court 6, as Adrian Franklin told us a little while ago, Atsra Hadzik of Australia, trailing Michelle Larcher de Brito. 15th seed from Portugal, who won the first set 6-1 and leads 5-love now in the second. Victoria Rajasic, also the other Australian out on court at the moment on court 7, has lost the first set to Claire Feudenstein of France, who's also seeded 6 games to 4. Around the grounds out on court number 5 at the moment, the young girl from Thailand, Luxika Come taking on Maria Jose Martinez Sanchez, and the Spaniard leading 5-4 in the opening set. Joanna Konta was under the Australian banner a few years ago, now with Great Britain. She's out taking on Sevastova of Latvia on court 14, and Konta took the first set there 6-4. Virginia Rosado defeated Serena at the French Open last year in qualies here, taking on Sanchez of Spain, the 12th seed, 6-5. She leads Rosano there in the opening set. All the scores, of course, here at AustralianOpen.com. The draw coming up tomorrow. We'll give you details a little bit later on the day. Stack of matches going on. The men, of course, continue round 2 today. We'll see a number of those in action later through the day. The girls starting their campaign. 96 down to 12, 128 men down to 16 as we take you back to show court 3.
And last bite of the cherry here for Sally Piers to get on the scoreboard.
Long tennis.
Once again, Christina Mitu getting that ball deep in the court.
Well, I think of it.
Long tennis.
Clear frustration from Sally Piers. Just not sure what to do. Too good from Mitu. Just incredible hitting from the back of the court. Piers mixing in that higher loopy ball during the point. I like that play, but Mitu just dealing with everything that Piers is throwing at her today.
And Christina Mitu will be getting the tape of this for sure and putting it on the show reel. 3 match points.
15%.
So 2 match points survived so far. 1 still to follow. And there you have it, again in that point, Mitu, with the ability to find the lines, and it has been a dominant display. 46 minutes, a blink of an eye. Christina Mitu from Romania defeating Sally Piers from Australia. 6-love, 6-love. And Nathan, where does Sally go from here? It's very hard to take heart out of it with almost double figures points won overall in the match. It must be so hard for her.
Yeah, Matt, that's a tough pill to swallow. 6-love, 6-love loss at the Australian Open. Certainly not what a young player's dreaming about. But yeah, she's got a lot of work to do. I think her movement can be improved. I think she needs to work on stepping into the court a lot more, staying up to the baseline and close to that baseline, and yeah, just looking to dictate the play a little more. She can't defend back there.
Okay, we'll follow Piers's progress along the way, the girl from Glen Waverley here in Melbourne. But let's head down to our winner, Christina Mitu, who was fabulous to watch this morning, and she's now with our very own Adrian Franklin.
Christina Mitu, I mean, what can I say? That was a dominant display out there. You must have been feeling really good.
Well, actually, yeah, now I'm feeling pretty good. I was pretty nervous before the match, so I'm happy everything ended well.
When you play a match like that and you're winning so comfortably, I mean, how are you feeling out on court? Are you just really trying to concentrate on every single point, or are you starting to think about winning the match?
No, I'm focusing on playing the same, you know, like to have the same game when I win and to continue this way.
You hardly missed a shot out there, and you were serving really well also. Did you feel as though you were just serving them down really smoothly?
Yeah, I'm so happy my serve was so good today. I can't believe it either.
Have you been working on your serve recently?
I've been working actually, yes, but I saw the kilometers and they're not that good. It's too slow. It's still too slow.
Well, it was very impressive. So you finished quite quickly, so you've got the rest of the day to relax. You're in Melbourne. What are you going to do today?
I think I'm going to stay here and practice a little more. And I'm looking forward to meet my next opponent, and we'll see. Just staying here. When I'm done with the tournament, then I can see Melbourne a little.
Well, the flies are attacking us, so I'll let you get away and relax the rest of the day. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. With Christina Mitu of Romania, she can just put the feet up for the rest of the day. 6-love, 6-love. That's as comprehensive as you will get over Australia's Sally Piers, as we take you through the highlights of which was, one-way traffic for the Romanian, who was coming in here, of course, ranked 196 in the world and won 3 ITF titles amongst the 6 in her career, but 3 of them coming last year. And really, right from the outset, she was able to stamp her authority on this match. Good serving, solid from the back of the court. Great forehand there. She was able to come in at various times and dominate the net, but really had Sally Piers on the back foot right throughout. And as the guys mentioned during commentary there, Sally Piers maybe not mixing it up enough and trying a few things, but she was pretty dejected out there right throughout the course of that match. And Mitu is a very good young player, just 21 years of age, from Bucharest, the capital of Romania. And she goes through to the second round of qualifying. 61% first serve for Sally, only 54 for Mitu, but of course she won a stack of points on that first serve. She was tracking at about 100% during that match. Winners, well, that's the most noticeable difference there, 24 and none for Sally Piers off her racket. But really the telling point. 52 points to 18 overall. Christina Mitu gets through to the second round of qualifying here at Melbourne Park. More tennis to come here on AOTV. I think so, yeah. The two big prizes on offer over the next fortnight. The two trophies have been across Australia. They've been around Asia Pacific, of course, just to my right here and at your left, the Daphne Ackhurst Memorial Cup, and just next to me here, the Norman Brooks Challenger Cup. So they're looking magnificent. I dare not to touch them. Security's waiting to take them away because they're doing the rounds here at Melbourne Park. One other result we can bring you that's just been completed. Azra Hadzik of Victoria has been knocked out by Michelle Lachi de Brito of Portugal. Seeded 15 here, 6-1, 6-1 the result there. So not a great day for the Australians so far. We hope that trend can change. We're going to take you back to the commentary box because the next match about to start here on Show Court 3. It's Tatiana Malik of Germany, who is seeded up against Madison Bingle of the United States.
Brett, thank you very much. Yes, Tatiana Malik, seeded 4, resides in Bad Selgau in Germany, 25 years of age. And prize money's getting up there, $718,000 up against Madison Bingle from the United States of America. Malik, a part of the German Fed Cup team, and her highest singles ranking was 64 back in 2009. So plenty of talents. Right-hander Tatiana Malik, and 8 ITF titles next to her name, along with 2 WTA doubles finals. She's taken one of those and been defeated in the other. So our next match here on Show Court 3, Tatiana Malik and Madison Bingle. Ball boys just coming out onto Show Court 3, so the players shouldn't be too far away. Unfortunately, a couple of Australians bowing out this morning, Sally Piers and also Azra Hadzik on Show Court 6. But the one thing we need to remind you of on Court 5, Abby Myers and also Priscilla Hon will be representing Australia a little bit later on. And we've got plenty of Australians on Court 6, Storm Sanders and Arena Rodionova, with also Jessica Moore and Tammy Patterson on Court 7 later on. And then we get back into the men's. Jordan Thompson from Australia up against Ryan Sweeting. That's not before 2:30 on Court 3. Now we see Madison Bingle on screen from Dover, Delaware. Age 22, right-hander, 3 ITF titles next to her name. Highest ranking was in 2011, April 2011. She got to 152. And she's around the 187 mark at the moment. We'll run through Madison's Grand Slam singles record for you. A finalist as a junior here at the Australian Open in 2007, so she's familiar with the blue courts of Melbourne Park. She was also a finalist as a junior at Wimbledon in 2007 and quarter-finalist at the US Open as a junior in 2008. She's made the first round of the Australian Open proper 2007-2008. So a little bit of time between drinks for Madison Bingle. But 7 career titles, 3 of them ITF tournaments, all on hard courts, and all of them in the United States at Baltimore, Hammond in Los Angeles, and Fort Walton Beach. Sounds like a nice place to play tennis, Nathan. Fort Walton Beach, with 4 doubles titles as well, 4 of them ITF. Let's head down to the coin toss now. So we see Madison Bingle and Tatiana Malik at the net. Beautiful conditions in Melbourne. Breeze has picked up slightly.
And both girls have come a long way for this one, from the States and from Germany. So yeah, I'm sure they were down here getting prepared probably a week ago.
So Bingle won the toss, and we'll wait on the chair umpire's announcement as the warm-up gets underway. Well, we were discussing yesterday, Nathan, we continue to remind viewers that some of these players that are around the 150, 200, 250 mark, it's not all peaches and cream. We get to the glamour side of things in a couple of weeks' time, but here it's just get out, play, try and win 3 matches. The Australian Open for these girls starts right now. It's a long way from the top, isn't it?
Yes, well, without a doubt, Matt. It's you know, not easy financially supporting yourself and potentially a coach to travel the world. But on the same token, you know, you get a chance to play these tournaments if you can, you know, get through a few rounds that, you know, your points go up, your ranking goes up, and then all of a sudden you have a breakthrough. But without a doubt, it's more difficult to crack through than it is to stay there.
Madison Bingle, as I mentioned, from Dover in Delaware. In the juniors, we were running through her record there back in 2008. She actually got the number 4 world ranking in juniors as of August 2007. So at 22, plenty of tennis under her belt. Prize money of $324,000. 2007 reaching the girls' final here at the Australian Open. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a break and come back and concentrate on this second match on show court 3 between the 4th seed Tatiana Malik and the American Madison Bingle, coming up on AustralianOpen.com.
Ready? Play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
Well, 12 months ago we saw the most extraordinary men's final on Rod Laver Arena. I really don't know how we're going to match it this year, but tickets are available at ticketek.com and all sorts of tickets available. Ground passes are great value, but tickets available for Rod Laver Arena, all sessions, and Hisense Arena. There's going to be some marvellous tennis played.
Yeah, Matt, wasn't that a true test of human stamina?
Okay, perfect.
Nadal taking on Djokovic out there. 6-hour match.
It's always easy to say at the time when we have these epics, as we call them in tennis, that it was one of the great matches, but that was one of the great matches.
It's a shame that Rafa Nadal is not going to be here at this Australian Open. He always provides colour and energy to the tournament.
Tatiana Malik being introduced.
The ball's down there, please.
So
Yeah,
who's
roll
your
them
tip
down.
for the tournament, Matt?
Thank you.
And on the men's side.
I'm sticking with Djokovic, but
Yeah, roll them.
I just really do have a
Just roll them
feeling
there.
that one of the real, well, not surprise packages, but I think Bernard Tomic will go a fair way.
Yeah, he's been lighting it up over the last couple of weeks, and he looks confident, looks fit. Seems like he's been training hard in the off-season leading into the summer tournaments here in Australia.
Keep remembering that extraordinary Saturday night we had here at Melbourne Park many years ago, where Mark Philippoussis, that raw, talented young man, just swept past Pete Sampras. It's one of the most extraordinary nights. And I just think Bernard Tomic's capable of something like that. What he did with Djokovic, Djokovic wasn't 100%, he claims, but I just think we could see something pretty special. There's so much tennis to be played, though, and you can see it all and get tickets thanks to Ticketek, as we're about to see Tatiana Malik and Madison Bingle do battle. If you've just joined the coverage, we saw Christina Mitu moments ago from Romania sweep past Sally Piers from Australia's 6-love, 6-love.
Yeah, not the best start for the Aussie girls.
Thank you.
Sally going down, and also
on that outer court, as we brought you earlier, Azra Hadjic. Any thoughts yourself for the tournament?
well, I don't know. I'm leaning towards Andy Murray, which is a surprise for me. But I just think mentally something has really clicked with him, and he has confidence. And I mean, if you saw the back page of the paper the other day, he's certainly fit, ready to go.
So Madison Bingle, far side of the court, serving here. Second match in qualifying here on show court 3 this morning. That just missing, didn't miss by much.
Yeah, both girls moving each other around from the baseline. The German mixing in that slice during the rally. Always like that, especially in the girls' tennis. It has a little bit of a tendency to be a bit bang-bang kind of ping-pong. It's good to have that variety. There it is again.
15-30.
From the German. Sliding that ball out wide. Madison off balance.
Serve at 143 kilometres an hour. As I mentioned, Malik, a part of the German Fed Cup team, and in Fed Cup her record is 8 wins and 5 losses. And that off the frame Flays out, and it's the opening game to Madison Bingle on serve. It's 1-love.
Can I get all balls here, please? Just all the
Chair
balls
umpire
here.
sorting out the ball situation out there, combining her singles and doubles skills, Malik. Her singles ranking 64 was the highest it got to in September of 2009, currently around the 115 mark, but also her doubles highest ranking 73 and is 77 leading into the Australian Open. Tatiana Mattek. We're about to see her serve for the first time this morning.
Rallies.
Not a great start with a double fault.
Yeah, Malik just pulling down on that serve. Ball toss drifted a little bit too far to her left, which gives you the tendency to drop down.
Lovely double-handed, backhanded. I think we're going to see some decent rallies in this match.
Yeah, it looks like Madison Bingle settling in nicely. Very solid from the back of the court.
And already some service pressure here for Malik. Oh, they certainly went toe-to-toe there, and it was the German first to crack.
Yeah, speaking of long rallies, there's one. I don't know how many shots that was, but very solid from both players. Madison Bingle giving nothing away at the moment. Just very, very solid. No, I think maybe 0 or 1 unforced error.
So Bingle starts off the match in fine form with an early break. She leads 2-0. Bingle winning her first ITF title when she was 15 years of age. That was in Baltimore. And we've seen her off to a good start here up against the number 4 seed.
Oh! 15 love.
You mentioned Andy Murray, gold medalist at the Olympic Games.
Yeah, coached by Ivan Lendl now. Great Ivan Lendl. I'm sure he's introducing a lot of the discipline that he certainly had during his career.
When reading out the resume of our Australian competitor in the previous match, Sally Piers, we mentioned Commonwealth Games. I think players now with the involvement of Roger Federer in Beijing and Rafa showing interest. Novak, that the Olympic Games are becoming more of a priority for tennis players, maybe as opposed to 10 years ago. Andy Murray beating Roger in the final, of course, at Wimbledon.
Well played from the German there. Looking to get forward. It looks like she's going to be the one that's going to dictate the play. And just see what Madison can do from the back of the court. So far, very solid. But here's a break point.
There's a chance to break back for the German. And does so off a double fault. So it's back on serve. Bingle leads 2-1 as we head to Adrian.
So, guys, we've got Channel 7 here, we've got ESPN, but we also have Wow Wow from Japan, and I have Kaneko Yamamoto with me here, who is the coordinator with Wow Wow. So what are you guys doing? What's your role here at the Australian Open?
We are broadcasting every day live of Australian Open tennis more than 10 years and focus on everything, but particularly with Japanese players.
So Kai Nishikori is obviously the main one. He made quarterfinals here last year. Go Sawada as well. So tennis in Japan is going really well right now.
Yeah, it's getting very big because of Kei and Tatsuma Ito and Go Sawada doing very well.
And you mentioned that you've also got your own booth up here as well, next to Channel 7. We've got ours up here as well, so it's an exciting time.
Yeah, this is the best spot in front of Rod Laver Arena, so we are so excited.
And you have between 40 and 50 people here working with you as well.
That's right. Every day we get Japanese lunchbox delivered to us, and we are having great time.
What's in the Japanese lunchbox?
Japanese rice, fish, and everything.
Oh, we've got to get some of that, I think. Thank you so much for your time, and I believe, if I can say, sayonara.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Adrian, that's the coolest name I've ever heard.
He's done well, our friend Adrian Franklin, because we were trying to get an interview with anyone from Wow Wow for the 5 days of qualifying last year, and we couldn't manage it.
Oh, Wow Wow's the name of the company.
That's the name of the channel.
That's the channel. I thought that was her name. He's making friends all over the grounds, Adrian is.
The Japanese actually have a few players today in qualifying, including Eureka Sima, second up on court 8. Karumi Nara is also playing out there on court number 8 for Japan. And Akiko Ome on court 11. So I'm sure the team from Wow Wow are monitoring those players closely. Real international affair, and as Adrian mentioned, the television gantry very busy nowadays with not just our studio from Tennis Australia, but Channel 7, ESPN, Eurosport, Fox Sports. It is one big compound here now, and you were telling me off air, Nathan, that as a former player and someone who's been involved with the playing side of a tennis tournament, you weren't aware of how big it actually is, the media side.
Yeah, I find it fascinating to be part of the commentary team at the moment, and just seeing this other side of the game. As a player, you tend to have a little bit of a selfish view and think that the tournament revolves around you, but there's so much more going on around these grounds that make it the event that it is.
Malik forcing the issue.
Well, it certainly is an international affair, as you mentioned, Matt. Players from all over the globe competing almost, I would say, 45 weeks a year.
It's one of our hard-working crew. And holds Tatiana Malik, so it's on serve and it's all square after 12 minutes, 2 games all.
Yeah, interesting forehands from from Bingle. From this view, it looks like she has an Eastern forehand grip, which is essentially what Roger Federer has. He's around and up with that grip on his racket, but she's not. She doesn't have much spin. Very, very flat ball coming through.
15.
The Bingle serve doesn't look that complicated. Just seems to throw it up and...
Well, she has that abbreviated motion, which I'm not personally a huge fan of. I just don't think you can get the rhythm that you can get from the longer serve. And it's definitely an area that Malik can take advantage of. It's not the most powerful serve. There's one at 137. It's kind of sitting there begging to be hit.
Plenty of open court left for Malik to strike that time.
Yeah, good moving from both girls in that rally. Bingle isn't giving too much away right now, limiting her unforced errors. Just standing up on that last forehand. She's getting herself into winning positions, but Bingle's just staying solid, just making a play, extra balls.
Bingle seems to be enjoying the longer rallies and getting the better of her opponent at the moment in that situation. Oh, now that's snuck over.
Yes.
She certainly likes using this slice backhand, which is setting her up nicely in these points. It's a matter of finishing it off, committing to the ball, staying on her shots when she has the opportunity to take advantage.
So a break point opportunity for the fourth seed. Great scramble from Malik, but Bingle really forcing the issue during that point.
Yeah, well constructed point from Bingle, really dictating actually that time with her backhand. Moving forward, staying very composed in that last backhand drive volley. Punishing the ball into the juice side of the court.
Just missing. Bingle's first serves around the 130 clicks mark. The slice deceiving her that time. Good little battle here at 2-all and deuce.
Yeah, the girls just figuring each other out at this stage. I think Malik's target area should be into that deuce side of the court, into Madison Brengle's forehand.
Comfortable overhead.
Especially up high. I think if she can get the ball high onto that forehand with that eastern grip, it's going to be very difficult for Madison Brengle to bring the ball down. As we see here, though, still very solid, making a lot of plays, is Madison Brengle.
Great hustling from both girls, but Bringle forcing that one wide.
Yeah, great defense out of that ad-side corner for Bringle. Set up, had the point set, had the point on a racket right here, just pulling it wide. But good intentions. She's staying solid, but going for it when she has the chance.
Left herself vulnerable that time, the American. And a chance now for Malik to break.
Yeah, just didn't quite close in enough after that backhand volley. Would have liked a couple more steps forward there. Dealt with. Very good moving from Madison Brengle.
Yes.
I like the slice, but I think Madison Brengle's dealing with it better on that forehand side than she would a topspin ball that would jump out of that hit zone.
A little bit too much that time, but they're certainly using variety, and it's entertaining.
It is. Long rallies out here.
So Bringle really having to fight off Malik. Pretty level in total points won there, 19-17 in favour of the American. And good touch. So she fends off the German in a longish game. It's Madison Bringle leading 3-2, and after all of that, we're still on serve.
Thank you, guys. Plenty of activity right around the grounds here at Melbourne Park. We caught up with Wow Wow TV just before. I can tell you Kuruma Nara of Japan has knocked out the 9th seed, the veteran from the United States, Julie Cohen, 6-love, 6-1. Some other results coming through. Marta Sirotkina of Russia has defeated Marie-Eve Pelletier of Canada. 6-2, 6-1 was the scoreline there. Dalia Gavrilova of Russia defeating Stephanie Vogt of Liechtenstein. Not too many players in Liechtenstein, 6-3, 6-4. Also, Claire Fiorenstein of France has defeated Australia's Victoria Raysic, who had the upper hand in that second set, but has been overhauled by the French 16th seed, 6-4, 7-5. So we'll keep you up to date with all the matches going on. Virginia Rosano in a bit of trouble. who knocked out Serena Williams at the French Open last year. She's in a real battle out on court 10 at the moment. Of course, tennis going on right around the country. Sydney, Hobart, here in Melbourne at the Amy Classic, across the ditch in Auckland, New Zealand. We'll bring you some scores of those key events right throughout the course of the day. And keep an eye here on AustralianOpen.com as you're watching our live stream, because a lot of the top players are practising behind me here on Rod Laver Arena. We'll bring you all the news that is happening in the build-up to the Australian Open starting on Monday. Tickets at Ticketek, not too late, as we head back to show court 3.
On serve, Tatiana Malik serving 2-3 down.
Yeah, both girls look like they have vulnerable second serves here, so as the returner they should be looking to dictate the point right from the outset when their opponent has a second serve.
That's just found the line. Didn't find a lot of line, but enough.
Both girls, as you can see, are not quite as comfortable up at that net. Always, when you realise someone isn't comfortable up there, you always try to make them play that volley.
Little opportunity here for Bingle. 30-second serve.
Bingle just wearing Malik down there. Malik trying to use variety, which is good to see. She's got the slice in there. She's got the higher, loopier ball. But Madison just so solid. Very good moving, keeping her feet underneath her as she hits the ball. Makes contact. Great tennis.
Malik happy to keep that point a lot shorter. Try and overpower instead of slog it out, but she's still got one break point to survive.
Wow. That's a gutsy overhead from Malik. Delivers right onto the back edge of the line there.
You don't see too many baseline overheads.
That's the play that Malik has to introduce into her game. Fast into that forehand side. High and mix in the higher, heavier ball. Just get it out of her hit zone. That's one shot Australia's Sam Stosur does so well. Really heavy balls, more like a men's style of game. The girls have a tendency of hitting a lot flatter than the men. It's good if the girls can learn to get that little bit more shape on their shots. There it is again. Well played from Malik.
So Tatiana Malik survives a break point, just like Bingle did in her service game. She had to survive a couple. So it's a good battle, this. It's 3 games all.
So what's your take on Sam Stosur, Matt? Do you think she can turn it around for the Australian Open?
Well, you certainly can't fault her determination. I think she can if she's 100% right. What are your thoughts on the home crowd theory? I know tennis is such a mental game, but surely it's more of an advantage than pressure.
It depends how you think about it in your own mind. You can either use it, which someone like Leighton Hewitt does. Burnett Tomic is doing a fantastic job, very comfortable in front of the home crowd, and you know, when they need it, they draw on it, and when they don't need it, they just focus on their plans. And that's what I talk so much about, having a clear plan when you're playing, so your attention goes to that place during the match. You know, when I was working with Leighton, great shot from Malik. Yeah, but when I was working with Leighton, it was interesting that when he was playing against Federer, you know, or if he was playing in big environments, he didn't need that motivation. But when he was playing like first rounds of some smaller tournaments, that's when he needed a little motivation speech before he went on, and he would feed off that. But when you're out there playing the slams, that's the time to relax, stay extremely present, and once again have those clear plans.
Another big forehand winner from Malik. That's her 7th now, up against Bringle's 1. Wooshka.
Well done, Madison, staying low on that shot. Got away with it, really. Pulled that head up right at the end of it, as you'll see here in the replay. But still getting the racket head right through the ball.
Yes, the shot before was a bit of a miscue. It didn't go deep at all, but she was able to back it up. Still having to survive another break point here. And does.
Yes. And once again, a good use of the slice, but I'd like to see Malik running around a few more backhands and using a forehand a little bit more often than she is. And there it is. That second serve sitting there just begging to be punished.
Yes, it was floating, wasn't it? 118 clicks. Another break point.
Wait, this.
Yeah, Bingle just hanging in there at this stage, and just making those extra balls. It's an interesting, interesting battle out here. A bit of variety there. Pushing Malik back deep in the court.
And rallies Malik.
Well, she's done very well, Tatiana Malik. She uses the net cord to her advantage, and she's now up 4 games to 3. First set.
We're going to take you out to court number 6 as a game going on featuring Australia's Monique Adamczak, who was runner-up at the recent AO Wildcard playoff, and she is taking on, of course, a young girl who is from Germany, number 20 seed, Dana Fizenmayer. And a very comprehensive scoreline so far for Adamczak. 6 games to 1 in the opening set, tied at 1-1 in the second. Monique ranked lower, 195 in the world coming in. Had her injuries last year and has often got to this stage. I think it's her 12th time in qualies here at the Oz Open, and she's got through to the main draw about 3 times. So she's very familiar with being here in the last 4 days before the Australian Open actually starts on Monday. And she'd love nothing better than trying to make it through to another Grand Slam major draw. So all the best. Good start for Monique Adamczak. She is playing some good tennis out on court number 6. Come on down. It's free entry if you're in Melbourne. The qualies continuing today here from Melbourne Park and live on AOTV.
So it's Tatiana Malik serving to consolidate the break that she has fought so hard for.
Yeah, Monique actually had a great AO playoff. I saw her in the final, and she was in control in that match, but unfortunately went down. Very comfortable here in Australia.
So if you're just tuning in, girl nearest to us, Tatiana Malik, 25 years of age, and did get to 64 in the world back in 2009. Puts that away beautifully. She is up against Madison Bingle, who started off her career brilliantly in the juniors, reaching number 4 in the world in juniors.
As you saw, Malik dictating the point with a forehand. That's a weapon. That's what she should be looking to use a lot more out here.
Bingle, a former runner-up here in the 2007 girls tournament at the Australian Open. Winner of 3 ITF titles. Again, as the rallies get longer, the American is more favoured to win them.
Yeah, when she gets Malik moving around the court, she puts herself in a good position to win the rallies. I love that backhand down the line. She's so solid on that side, and you know, in saying that Malik should be looking for a forehand, that's the shot that Bingle should be looking for.
just out.
Great movement from both girls. They're looking fit out there.
Yes, we're getting towards midday local time. Forecast for 26 degrees in Melbourne town. After it was pretty warm in the afternoon yesterday, it's a beautiful day today. Slice flirting with the line, didn't miss by much. Back to deuce.
Yeah, 7th game is always a big one in each set. Both girls will be looking to take advantage here.
Beautifully put away. Another forehand winner.
Malik moving up confidently on that short forehand. She really rips it when she's up there, moving towards a target. That's 9 forehand winners for the match.
I was wondering what that tally was getting up to. 9-2 in favour of the German. Oh, she won't be happy with that.
Yeah, it seems like a little bit of anxiety creeping in. This is where you want to have clear plans on what you're trying to execute and just go to them. Not worry about the score or missed opportunities. Focus on the present point at hand.
Well constructed.
Yeah, heavy forehand deep into the corner. Really driving up, using her legs to go up and meet the ball on this overhead. Confident play from Malik.
And this time she does capitalise. A little fist pump, and she now leads 5 games to 3. She's battled hard, Bingle.
That's a good target area for Malik to focus on into the forehand return of Bingle. Most double-handed backhand players are more confident on that side, especially when they're returning.
Another forehand winner. I mentioned Bringle's junior career. We haven't really touched on her senior career in that much detail. Last year, winning her 3rd ITF title at Fort Walton Beach. She also won doubles in Poland. She puts that one away beautifully. There was a little bit of a lull between 2008 and 2011 for Bingle, but a couple of good results last year. not going down in this set without a fight.
Yeah, Bingle controlling that point beautifully. Stepping in on a backhand to open the court. Wasn't scared coming forward then either. She needs to commit. If she gets that short ball, she needs to commit to it and keep coming forward. And that's what you see when volleyers are not confident at the net. They have a tendency of sitting back on their heels rather than pushing forward and going out to meet the ball. The serve needs a little bit of a clean-up, I think.
So all of a sudden, it is set point for Tatiana Malik after 43 minutes. Mixed it up beautifully. Deep slice, drop shot, went to the net, did it well, and takes the first set after 43 minutes, 6 games to 3. So after a good battle, couple of breaks of serve, and Tatiana Malik is on her way. 6-3 in the first set, with a lot more to come on show court 3.
Well, let's take a look at some of the first set highlights from our second match here on Show Court 3 on AO of course, featuring Tatiana Malik of Germany, seeded 4 here, and Bingle of the United States. And we've seen some long rallies right throughout the course of this match. Some fluctuation swings, some breaks of serve. Malik, of course, has been in the world's top 100. Bingle, as Matt said, had, of course, made a junior final here at Melbourne Park a few years ago, and it was a pretty tight struggle right throughout the course of the match. Bingle coming to the net, being effective there, but Malik just able to work her way on top as the set unfolded. And a pretty even battle between these two players. It might be the longest match of the women's here on court today. Of course, after earlier, Christina Mitu 6-0, 6-love over Sally Piers, the wildcard from Australia. A quick update from the Hobart International, or Marilla Hobart International, one of the key WTA events leading into the Australian Open. Elena Vesnina of Russia in the first of the quarterfinals has taken the first set over Australia's Jamila Gajdasova 6-3. We're going to head back to the second set. Show Court 3, Matt Hill and Nathan Healy in commentary.
Tatiana Malik, winner of 8 ITF singles titles and also a doubles title on the WTA Tour, taking the first 6-3. Kicks off the second set with a double fault.
Love 30.
Mentioned Tatiana Malik resides in Bad Solgau in Germany. It's 27 kilometres north of Ravensburg. It's in the state of Baden. And population of 17,000.
You've been there, Matt?
Never been to Germany. I'd love to.
I'm a fan of Munich. Spent a little bit of time there. Played a few tour events in the city of Munich.
Was it around Oktoberfest time?
Yeah, I missed that, but fantastic beer gardens. Would have been interesting to see them in October.
So a good way to kick off the second set for Madison Bingle, taking the first game 1-love.
Yeah, rough start to this second set for Malik. I think the sun maybe playing a little bit of havoc there.
Thank you.
We're just tick over 12 o'clock, and yeah, that sun will definitely be in the eyes.
We'll have a look at the stats shortly from that first set. In fact, here we go. 43 minutes, and despite Bringle's first serve percentage getting up there around the 82% mark, it was Malik who really forced the issue with that forehand. 38 total points, 1 to 33, but 18 winners against 8, and a lot of them on her forehand.
Definitely a positive, assertive shot that she has in her repertoire with that forehand, dictating the point whenever she can. You can certainly see that Madison Bringle's a fighter. She's not going to throw this in at all. Seems like those legs could run all day.
As we mentioned in the first set, the longer the rally, the longer Bingle tends to wear Malik down. That's what she did that time.
At this stage, that serve, she's not getting any body weight into the court. That abbreviated motion with a low ball toss, she's not driving up and into the court at all. And that's the shaky side. If any side's going to break down, it's going to be that forehand.
Shaky service game there from Madison Bingle, and Malik breaks back. It's 1 game all.
And Malik dictating again with that forehand, making no mistake of the short ball, moving up quickly, composing herself, and moving towards her target. A confident way to break back.
Been very busy updating you with all of the qualifying results, but we'll also be reading out some tweets later on in the day. If you'd like to join the conversation, hashtag #OzOpen. Might be watching in Germany, perhaps.
Right idea, but just rushed that one a little bit. Wasn't quite set. Oh, not in position. As you can see here, moving across, but just a little off balance and rushing it.
Did it well.
Yeah, Madison digging out that low volley, did extremely well. Moved forward a little bit better in that play. More committed to it. So I'd like to see that. Ripping a few backhands in there.
That was a copybook volley, wasn't it?
Correction, last 30.
And the umpire being overruled there by Madison Bingle. Our graphics department had it right, but the umpire announcing 15 all, and Madison was right onto it. Don't see that too often.
I still want to know about the Hawkeye system out there. It's all set up, but it seems like no players are using it.
Feeling pretty ripped off at love 30 if the umpire says 15 all. I understand exactly what Madison was doing.
Yeah, Matt, speaking about getting ripped off, that can definitely happen on a tennis court, or at least you can feel it in your own head, but it's how you deal with it. A lot of things can happen out there, and the more you can just go with the flow and move on to the next point with a clear plan.
Well, Nathan, you mentioned that Madison Bringle's a fighter. 2 break points here.
Good idea from Bingle. Great dig off that drop shot, but just not quite closing in, as you'll see here. It's a good touch from the German coming up. Bingle moving forward, but then stopping there. Close in now, but she didn't. Oh, well, next point.
Still one more break point to go.
Smart play from the German going into Madison's forehand.
Yes.
Once again, that's the side that she's not as comfortable with.
The forehand winner count for Malik into double figures now.
And that's where the slice can be so effective. Shooting low, players have to hit up, which then gives you the opportunity to attack. That's a play that I worked on with Leighton against Roger Federer. Federer has been doing it for years, hitting the slice, making his opponents hit up, and then he'd crunch the forehand, dictating the play. What a rally from both girls, using every inch of the court.
Advantage, Malik.
It's good quality. And getting back to that slice, lesson. If your opponent's slicing, you should mirror the slice. Generally speaking, it's just a safer shot. It's going with the flight of the ball, and it doesn't allow them to attack. Wait for them to hit up, so then you can attack. Once again, round your game.
So another good battle that game, but Malik holds and leads 2 games to 1.
We're out on court 6 here, guys, watching Monique Adamczak, the Australian. Now, she's out on court. She won the first set 6-1. She's playing the German Fissenmeyer, and at the moment, Adamczak is down 5 games to 2 in the second set. So she dominated the first one. Fissenmeyer had a really high unforced error count. It was double that of Adamczak. So Adamczak's serving here in the red cap. She's down 2 games to 5. And love 15. So it's a big turnaround in the second set, and it's really been all about the unforced error count. Adamczak, it's really increasing now in the latter stages of this second set. She made the final of the Australian Open wildcard playoff recently in December here at Melbourne Park, but she lost in the final to Bojana Babusic. So a little bit unfortunate that she didn't get a direct entry into the main draw. She's in good form, but this one is going to go into the third set. So we'll keep track of it, guys.
Doing a tremendous job, Adrian Franklin out on court 6.
Yeah, Monique, great player, great athlete, but just has that tendency of tightening up when the score gets close.
So approaching the 1 hour mark here in this second match on show court 3. Bingle serving at 1-2.
15 now.
Better serve from Bingle there. Out wide. And dictating with the forehand. And another confident point from Malik. Bingle, that second serve there, once again, just a liability. She needs to focus on first serves. Even if she gets the first serve in, Malik isn't going to have a bigger cut like she is on the second serve. Once again, Madison staying down low on that last shot. That one just floating over the baseline.
So, lovely touch. Another confident volley from Madison Bingle. We're back on serve at 2 games apiece. Forget, if you're in the area, free admission for qualifying at the big kids day on Saturday. Plenty of great tennis action out here at Melbourne Park this week.
Good play from Madison Bingle, but just getting a little bit caught with that volley, letting it come to her a touch. Needs to get that racket out in front, as you see here, just scooping at it rather than getting through the ball. Want to punch that ball. And not committing to that backhand either. Just stepping up, body weight going off to the side.
So another forehand winner from Tatiana Malik. And she leads 3 games to 2 in the second set after taking the first 6 games to 3.
Thank you for the towel, ball boy. Thank you for the towel. Yeah.
Well, plenty of action happening around the grounds here at Melbourne Park. Of course, it is day 2 of the Australian Open qualifying. Just recapping a few of the scores that have come through so far in the women's singles round 1. Of course, we've seen Sally Piers go down at Love and Love in her opening round game. Out on court 5 from Thailand, Kumkum got through in 3 very tough sets. 6-1 in the third against Marie-Jose Martinez-Sanchez. So she makes it through to the second round. Out on court 6, another loss for another Australian there, 1-1. Michelle Leite de Brito getting through 6-1. 6-1, of course, she's from Portugal, so she makes it through to the next round as well. As we mentioned, Monique Adamczak, should I say, is in battle in the third set. They're very early into that set, so we'll keep you updated as that match progresses. But hopefully she can be the first Australian woman through to the next round here at qualifying. Time now to cross back to show court 3.
Dan Ryan, thank you. Oh, Brinkle looking comfortable at the net, but
still stepping backwards, not taking advantage of that, the floating ball here. Just there, she should be closing in tighter to that net. See, that's allowing Malik to get that ball down low. And once that ball's down low, there's a volleyer, you have to hit it up and over the net, and then it has that tendency of sitting there, which the opponent can then rip past you. That second serve letting her down once again. Racket head speed really not there at the moment.
Well, you mentioned that serve might need a bit of a clean-up. That was a floating second serve, and Malik was all over it. She leads 4 games to 2 after 23 minutes in the second set.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a duck, just sitting there. Yeah. It's another lesson to young players. You need that racket head speed, getting through the ball, especially on that second serve. You need that racket head speed to create the spin, which then gives you the control and will bring the ball down into the court.
Well, that one had her deceived. We've seen a lot of power, especially that forehand from Malik, but just mixing it up here. Really slowing that ball down. Nice touch.
You could hit that one, eh, Matt?
Stepping around into the forehand that time. Just racks up another winner.
Yeah, this is a go-to play for Malik. She really does hit her forehand well. She should be looking to utilise that all tournament.
17 forehand winners to Bringle's 3.
40 love.
So 1 more point away from a real buffer now for Tatiana Malik. And there it is. So in the box seat, Tatiana Malik leading 5 games to 2 after taking the first. And coming up after this game on show court 3, we have Anastasia Rodionova from Australia up against Natasja Burnett from Italy.
Ready? Play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
So as Madison Bingle strides back onto the court, it's been an entertaining match, but Malik now getting the upper hand, the 4th seed, just starting to show a little bit more class. We know Bingle won't give up without a fight, though. And that's not going to help her cause.
Yeah, just rushing that one. That's what happens when the wheels start to fall off. You make a few rash decisions, and then that's what happens. Boom, just pulled down, didn't drive up at that ball at all. As I said before, that's her play, that backhand down the line. If she can utilise that as much as she can, she'll be better off. But the thing is, Mattek is using a slice so well that it's not sitting up for her to be able to be aggressive with that backhand. Well played from both players. Once again, moving each other all around this court. And Malik coming up trumps in the end with a great lob out of the juice side.
So Malik just giving herself a little bit of extra time, a deep breath, 2 points away from taking her first qualifying match. Now 1 point away.
30, 40.
Frustration starting to tell now. The American putting in some wayward efforts. Here we go at match point. And there it is, it's over. It's a big win for Tatiana Malik, 4th seed. And she's on her way to a second qualifying match. 6-3, 6-2 after 1 hour and 12 minutes. And after a battle in the first set, she got the upper hand pretty early in the second.
Yeah, no, it was a good match from Tatiana Malik. Madison started off very solid, making a lot of balls, but that pressure told, and Malik really started to dictate those points with her forehand, doing an exceptional job.
Yeah, heading up towards 20 forehand winners there, Nathan. So it was a dominant display on that side. So it's Germany again, with Italy and Australia represented in our next match on show court 3. More about that shortly, with Natasha Burnett and Anastasia Rodionova. But let's head down courtside to our roving reporter, Adrian Franklin.
Tatiana, Malik, congratulations. You played really well out there. The commentary team were mentioning your forehand a lot. You hit a lot of winners.
No, I felt pretty good on my forehand because it's tough to play against her. She's playing really flat and fast, and I had to really concentrate. And in the beginning, it was tough. I was 0-2 down, so I kept fighting. So at the end, I'm really happy that my forehand worked out so well.
You hit about 30 forehand winners or winners in total, and the unforced errors were really even between the two of you. Did you have a strategy throughout the match? Were you just trying to run around and hit as many forehands as you could?
No, of course, my forehand is I try to hit many forehands like I can, because it's my shot, and I like to play a forehand, and I know that I can win with my forehand. So I tried to do this.
You've made the main draw of the Australian Open a few times. You made round 2 back in 2009. So what sort of memories do you have of coming back here? It must feel good.
I feel pretty good because it was my first Grand Slam to win a round in the main draw. So I'm really happy to be back, because last year I was not here because of an injury. So I'm really happy to be back.
And you're in Melbourne. I mean, we think this place is pretty great, the city of Melbourne. What do you like to do when you're here, when you're off the court?
No, Melbourne is really good. Yesterday we went to the biggest tower, and we had a nice view. It was really amazing. So there are a lot of good restaurants here, and the food is really good. I like it here.
Do you have a favourite food when you're here?
No, yesterday we went to an Italian restaurant. It was really good, but today we try something else.
Okay, well, congratulations. We were very impressed. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you. Thanks.
Well, what a terrific performance there from Tatiana Malik from Germany. A very happy camper indeed, blitzing her way through to the second round here of the Australian Open qualifiers. We're going to check out all the highlights of that first round women's singles match. She really did put out an impressive performance, the German, of course. She dropped the first 2 games of the match, but then since then really not challenged by her American opponent Madison Bingle. She took the first set 6-3. The forehand cracking winners left, right and centre. Really dominant off that wing. The second set in 29 minutes, 6-2. So an hour and 12 minutes in total for this first round women's singles match. Of course, ranked 115 in the world, Malik, but she has been as high as 64 in the world as well. Competed last year in the US Open, made the main draw Slam, making it through to the second round, and no doubt she would dearly love to make it into the main draw here at the 2013 Australian Open. And that form today, the number 4 seed here in the qualifiers, certainly indicates that she may be advancing if she can keep that form ticking over. As I mentioned, it was the forehand wing that did all the damage. 17-3 winners she had. As we're going to check out in just a moment all of the statistics from this clash. Malik, no doubt, a very impressive performer. Good serving percentage, though, should I say, from the American at 77% on that first serve. Only 52% for Malik. Should like to improve that over the next couple of games. But check out those winners, 27-11. The unforced errors pretty close at 20-24, with the American knocking up 4 more. But a very convincing game, nonetheless, from Malik. Well, we're going to take a short break, but make sure you stick around, because coming up right after this, it's Anastasia Rodionova on show court number 3. We hope the Aussie can make it through to the next round.
Count high. shoes. Yeah, yeah. I said, don't stop, don't stop, don't stop talking to me. Stop, don't stop giving me
You know, it's so many ways that you see greatness.
The way you show up on a tennis court, what you bring to the game, you leave it better off, I guess. That's kind of how I define greatness.
One of the things in greatness is realizing your potential. So having a lot of talent and maximizing it, I think that's greatness. I think guts under pressure is greatness. I think beauty on the court is greatness.
And I think you have to know yourself and know the competition that you're playing and being able to excel at the right times in the game.
There's so many different ways to define that and appreciate what happens within the confines of an athletic field. There's so many ways that people reveal themselves to us as the fans in those situations of extreme pressure.
And that's the reply.
Results, the way you get those results, longevity at the top, excellence under pressure, and I think the way you represent the sport. I think that's the way you really look at the type of players and regard them over a long period of time as to how great they've been for our game.
Welcome back to Melbourne Park here. Of course, it is day 2 of the Australian Open qualifying draw. The women's singles action are out on court today. We had the men yesterday. Today it's all about the women, of course, the men later on. But we're certainly looking forward to our next clash on show court number 3. It features another Australian, Anastasia Rodionova. It hasn't been a successful day so far for the Australians on show court number 3, but she takes on Natasha Burnett from Italy. So Rodionova, the number 19th seed here, has competed in a couple of Australian Opens previously, 11 times should I say, so we're looking forward to seeing if she can make it through to the next round. Time now to throw to our commentators on show court number 3.
Well, it's a beautiful day here in Melbourne town. Show court number 3 is looking resplendent, and Rod Laver Arena in the distance. What excitement we're going to see in that building in the next couple of weeks. David Bidmead is now in the chair, the commentary chair. And how are you going, Bitters? Everything all right?
Going very well. Going very well, thank you, Matty. It's beautiful conditions out here, 26 degrees, a slight breeze just to cool down the players. And yeah, you couldn't get more perfect conditions for a game of tennis.
Interesting matchup here. We know a little bit about Anastasia Rodionova, 19th seed here in qualifying, but already seems like it's been around for some time. Resides in Melbourne. She's now 30 years of age and right up there in the doubles ranks. Finalist in mixed doubles at Wimbledon in 2003, but concentrating on singles for now, up against Natasha Burnett from Italy, and her ranking is around the 135 mark. So an interesting little clash, this one. When I say her ranking at 135, that was her highest ranking. That was in July 2012. Her doubles ranking around the 400 mark. But this could be a good little clash. 10 years between them. Natasha's 20 years of age. Resides in Rome. Prize money of $42,000. Anastasia Rodionova looking to lift our spirits after Sally Pierce went down in straight sets earlier. So the girls out on court and the coin toss about to take place.
Okay, we have a best of 3 set with a final set advantage. Any questions? That's please. Yes. So, and that's head. Receiving. Have a good match. We'll call in the fridge. Okay. You serving? Okay.
Born in Tambov, in the Soviet Union, Anastasia Rodionova won the gold medal in both the singles and the doubles at the 2010 Commonwealth Games. That was in New Delhi. And it's been quite a career so far, winning the Russian Championships as an 18-year-old in 2000 in singles and doubles. But in 2008, underwent hip surgery, and she carried that for 5 years from 2003, from that Wimbledon effort that I was talking about earlier.
Well, she's been in the top 100 for quite a couple of years, Anastasia Rodionova. Career high around the 70-odd mark. So she's been around for quite a while.
Yeah, 62 in fact. 62.
There you go. Play the main draw of the Australian Open on numerous occasions as well. She's a very experienced player.
Yes, you've got a good memory there, Bids. 2007 and 2008 main draw, got to the second round. And third round twice at the French Open, once at Wimbledon in 2010, and also twice the US Open, a few years apart though, 2006 and 2009. So there's plenty of experience there.
Yes, Super 3, we need some bananas on board, please.
And there's
Thank you.
a great myth that Rodionova, her father Ivan, when brought up in the Soviet Union, didn't put toys in her pram. He put tennis balls in her pram instead. Well, it's been worth it, because he's won over $2 million in prize money US.
Paid off, so you're saying you got to start pretty young in this game, Matty.
Well, that's extremely young, isn't it?
That's right. Instead of a teddy, put a tennis ball in the pram.
We're going to take a break. Interesting clash coming up. Anastasia Rodionova and Natasha Burnett on show court 3.
That's better, guys.
Action.
Yes, cardiotennis.com.au. Keeps the youngsters nice and fit.
And
even
the older.
I was just
crew,
going to
Mattek,
say,
yeah.
even those that are showing a little bit of age. Natasha Burnett from Italy up against Anastasia Rodionova. Our next match on Show Court 3.
2 minutes.
Don't forget, tickets available from Ticket Tech for the Australian Open, which starts on Monday. Still get tickets to venture into that magnificent sporting arena in the background, Rod Laver Arena. I mentioned earlier with Nathan Healy bids, so that extraordinary final we saw 12 months ago. How are we going to top that? I think we can.
It's going to be pretty hard. I'm not sure if you can, to be honest, because that was one of the greatest matches in history, I believe. I mean,
but even the semi-finals, the tennis in the semi-finals, Federer Nadal was just fantastic. It was just a wonderful match as well. So we've been lucky.
I really think the Australian Open produces more spectacular matches than the other slams, in my opinion. Might be biased, but just seems you get some epic matches here, especially at night. Really incredible atmosphere there.
1 minute.
Don't forget Twitter. Every time I see bids, it reminds me of Twitter. He's right up with the modern technology. Hashtag #AusOpen. If you'd like to talk to us, you might be in Italy, might be in Rome, in that magnificent city. One of those cafes, just tuning into the qualifying.
Cheering on their youngster, Burnett.
Yeah, indeed. Natasha Burnett, the 20-year-old from Rome. So coming towards the end of their prelims.
Ladies and gentlemen, first one match, best of 3 sets with a final set advantage. To the right of chair from Italy, Anastasia Burnett. And to the left of chair from Australia, Anastasia Rodionova.
So players introduced.
Rodionova's sister Arena, of course, playing
Burnett
in the
won the
qualifying
toss,
event
makes it
here
to
today as well. So no doubt we'll keep you up to date on how she's going out there on the outside courts.
Hold on, please.
They live together here in Melbourne.
No. This way.
So a career high of 62 for Rodionova in singles. She spent a little bit of time in Germany as well. She's been much travelled. Born in Russia, but moved to Germany to practice for 3 years before she went back to Moscow to live in 2003. And yeah, you're quite right, Bids. Arena is her sister, and they now live together in Melbourne. She's been a pro since 2004, Rodionova, and seeded 19 here in this qualifying tournament. We talked about that hip surgery. She's also had a few eye issues, especially in the tournament in 2008. So her career checkered a little with some physical issues. Here we go.
Quite please, thank you.
And a good return. Really making a statement first point of the match.
Sure did. Burnett there taking that one really early. Rodionova not quite doing enough of the serve. Just going to the forehand side there in the slot.
Oh! 15.
First played for Australia in 2008, Rodionova. She first played for Australia here at the Australian Open in 2008. Nice and deep from Rodionova.
Great closing on top of the net there for Rodionova. You mentioned she's had some
Ladies
great
and gentlemen,
success
please,
in doubles.
once again, quiet during the play, please. Thank you.
You see with that volley then, taking it nice and early, stepping in. She makes contact with the ball.
Her current ranking 139, Anastasia Rodionova. It looks as though she's being bothered by something. I think there's a spectator in the crowd bothering her. Umpire has warned them a couple of times. Very up close and personal, these courts, show courts especially.
Yeah, as a player, you definitely notice pretty much everything that goes on. Make sure you don't get distracted by anyone in the crowd.
Strong serve at 154 kilometres an hour that time. Brings up game point in the first game of the match. And an ace. Lovely way to do it. So first game for Anastasia Rodionova, the 19th seed in qualifying. She leads 1-love. Also the official ambassador for Guide Dogs Victoria since 2009. Anastasia Rodionova. What a fantastic cause that is. If I had a house big enough, I'd have a guide dog for a pet, because they're just gorgeous.
They are, no.
You travel too much, so you can't even have pets.
No, unfortunately for me.
Yeah, it's like, it looks like the procedure is when.
Where have you been this year?
Everywhere.
France, Germany,
I called you
USA,
back at the next
England. Very jealous. Pick your brains about Burnett a little bit later on. You've been travelling with him. How far can he get in the fortnight?
Yeah, be an interesting one. A lot of potential there.
I wanted more than that. I wanted a definitive answer there.
I'll give you, over the course of this match, we'll revisit that one. A few more complaints by the umpire, telling the crowd to take their seats.
Take a seat quickly, gentlemen, please. Thank you. Please.
And the gentleman that the umpire is referring to is completely oblivious.
So far, we've seen this just a game and a half. Burnett, quite a deadly forehand. Gets a lot of whip on the ball.
Take a seat, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Still some spectators venturing into show court 3. You've got the tweets coming in their bids.
That's right, quite a big one as well from John Isner. I'm not sure if this has been reported yet, but I'm extremely disappointed to announce I have to withdraw from the Australian Open. So John Isner, with that injury that kept him out of the Hopman Cup, he pulled out halfway through. And that's a big loss for the tournament. shot. Taking that one nice and early, Rodionova. Some pretty good hitting from her. As you can see, he really steps in. Great forehand winner.
Starting to breeze up a little bit now after what was a still morning. There are the flags next to Rod Laver Arena. I think we've got a camera permanently on those flags now. We talk about it that much. They're exposed here on Show Court 3. Rodionova thinking she could have done a lot more with that one. Being drawn into a rally that time. The Italian comes up short. I mentioned Rodionova first playing for Australia in 2008. She played for Australia in the Fed Cup in 2010. That was for the first time, had a successful campaign there. Besides Sammy Stozer and also Renee Stubbs. That is a good shot.
Well, she likes that one, Burnett. We've seen her hit that one a few times already in these first couple of games. As we mentioned, gets a little whip around the ball. Great shape on that one. Able to angle it away. Saves the break point.
That's a big ace at 170 clicks. She'll be looking to pull more of those out throughout the next hour or two. Doesn't get much better than that. Return was good, set it up beautifully.
Yes. Fantastic shot here from Rodionova. We've seen her be quite aggressive on the returns already. You can see that throughout the match. Likes to really step in, try and dictate the point right off from the very beginning.
Very sunny conditions today, affecting the ball toss. A couple of the players earlier. There's the Italian, very high ball toss bids.
That's right, yeah, well, she's very tall in stature. Very high ball toss to go with it.
Yes. She's having a little bit of trouble fending off Rodionova in her first service game. We're back to deuce for the 4th time.
Great shot, Rodionova. Really flattened that backhand out.
Advantage. Rodionova.
Fantastic winner up the line. I'm a big fan of Rodionova's backhand. I think it's a bit more of a reliable shot. Less errors coming off that side than a forehand. Another break point opportunity here.
And she does it. So an early break for Anastasia Rodionova. She leads 2-love. Burnett's been to the Australian Open once. In qualifying, she didn't get past the first round of qualifying. She's made one Grand Slam main draw. That was the US Open. And she was beaten in the first round.
15.
Often in these matches, experience can really come into play. Rodionova, 30 years of age. Been inside the top 100 for a few years before this.
Burnett's won 2 ITF titles. And her singles record so far is 190, lost 81.
15.
It's not a break until you capitalise, and Rodionova looking to do that here at 15 all.
$30.50.
Heavy hitting again from Rodionova. She's looking pretty good at these early stages in this match.
$40.50.
Burnett can't afford to give away freebies like that.
It was a freebie, wasn't it? The serve not that strong at 134.
Particularly in that hitting zone as well.
Well, Burnett's given that one up easily as well. And it's an early buffer for Anastasia Rodionova. She leads 3-love. A change of crew out on the court. Rodionova has a few little grievances.
There's been quite a few already in this this match so far, Matty. A few crowd complaints from the players. Bananas requested early on as well. Superfood.
We've got a cameraman actually on our crew who just gourmandizes bananas. So I think that's what that was for.
His nickname now, isn't
Yeah,
it?
he has just not stopped eating bananas since he's got here. So, in fact, I think it was a reputation from 12 months ago.
Yeah, he's continued that. Well, there's pretty much, you
At
look
least
in
it's
every,
healthy.
well it is, you look in every tennis player's bag and they generally have a banana in there.
Opening and closing. And if I have an issue, I will keep it. Okay? Good. Thanks.
As the umpire makes a few requests to
Guys, out on court 6, we've got Monique Adamczak of Australia, who is now leading 5-4 in the third set. So she is serving for this match right here. This is the first point. So she's in the red hat. She's playing Fiesenmeyer from Germany. So this rally is taking place. First point of this game here as Adamczak moves forward. And that has hit the back of the line. So 15 love. She's 5-4 up in the third and deciding set. Quite a crowd out here now as well, guys. They're obviously cheering on the Australian. So the first set went to Adamczak 6-1. Fiesenmeyer from Germany turned it around in the second, winning 6-2. And Adamczak was actually down 4-1 in this third set. So she's 4 back. She's serving now. 15 love up. So she's
Adrian,
been in great form.
what has she done to get back into this third set? She changed her tactics a little bit?
Well, it's a pretty interesting bit as the unforced error count for Fiesenmeyer is double the count for Adamczak. So she's up near 50 unforced errors for the match, which I always was just thinking would be too high for her to take this encounter out. So I think Adamczak has just remained solid. She's not hitting too many winners, but that one's just gone out there. So we're 15 all, but I think Fiesenmeyer's probably had more of the game on her racket, but she's just hit too many unforced errors at this point. It's literally double the amount. So right now, so it's 55 unforced errors for Fiesenmeyer. 55, that is incredibly high. And Adamczak at 27. So 15 all, 5-4. Adamczak serving, and that's gone long. It's a massive turnaround here, guys. As I mentioned, 4-1 down, Adamczak. And now she's 5-4 and she's 2 points away from heading into round 2 of qualifying.
We'll try and stay with you, Adrian, as we see Monique serving here at 30-15. We're looking for an Australian to lift our spirits a little bit. Although also on show court 3, Anastasia Rodionova is going very well. As that game continues, we'll be back to Anastasia in a moment. Well, that's flirts with the line and it's out. So I can hear some local support in the background there with you, Adrian. 40-15, let's bring her home.
Yeah, exactly right. The crowd has increased. I reckon it's doubled in size throughout this match. So here we go. Serving 2 match points to head through to round 2 of qualifying. And she's been passed there, so she did the right thing. She was really proactive, moving forward on that one, putting pressure on her opponent. And now, still 1 match point here. So I'll speak to the winner of this match and get their thoughts. And at this point, we're thinking it'll be Monique serving here. And that's out. So she completes a remarkable comeback. And you can see the relief and the joy. Monique Adamczak, she moves through to round 2 of qualifying. I'll speak to her very shortly, guys.
Adrian, thank you. So Monique Adamczak from Australia, 6-1, 2-6, 6-4. Back on show court 3. And Anastasia Rodionova serving at 3-1.
Great put away from Rodionova. That's a great result, though, out there in court 6 from Adam Zak. Similar age to Rodionova, 29. I'll be very pleased with that effort. And a bit of an upset beating the 20th seed, too.
Take a seat, please. Thank you, gentlemen.
Two young gentlemen walking straight into the eyesight of Anastasia Rodionova.
Not for the first time today, Matt.
Oh!
Just because there's less people spectating doesn't mean the etiquette changes.
Some good aggressive play from Burnett there, levelling up a 15-all. I guess when the Australian Open main draws on, they have the ushers there and they can, I guess, tame the crowd a little bit, tell them to take their seats. Obviously with the qualifying, there's just no ushers around.
Oh, overall there. Natasha just conferring with the chair, but he was pretty firm in his opinion that that ball was out.
I think Rodionova cried half a metre long. Wasn't quite that far, but
that's a fair way.
It definitely did look like it missed. Good overall from the umpire.
Sergio.
Chance for the Italian to break back. Two double faults in a row. So a turnaround. Rodionova heads back to the chair, 3-2 in front. But we're back on serve now.
The action continues right around the courts here on day 2 of qualifying at Melbourne Park. A result that's just come through. The 18th seed from Canada, Stephanie Dubois, has got through against Ekaterina Bishkova of Russia. So she is through to the second round of qualifying. Plenty of good live matches going on. In fact, the one I wanted to keep an eye on was Akgul Amanmuradova of Uzbekistan taking on Julie Kwan of France. The French girl winning 6-4 in the first. She's striking back. Akgul Amanmuradova 5-2 now. She leads in the second set. Vera Dushevina is out on court from Russia, who's played a few main draws here at the Oz Open. 6-4 in the first up against Pegula of the United States, who leads 4-3 in at the second. So potentially we might be looking at a third set there. And Anne Kyofathong of Great Britain, seeded 22 here, taking on Grace Min of the United States, who's got the advantage 6-5 in the opening set. Hashtag Oz Open, AUS Open, if you want to get involved with us here on Twitter. Beautiful day for tennis. Nice little breeze coming through, but as we get set to continue here on Show Court 3, make sure you come down. It is a free entry, or keep watching AOTV.
Thanks for that, Brett. Well, Dan Ryan here in commentary alongside David Bidmead. Dave, a bit of a shift in momentum in the last couple of games. Burnett well and truly back in the contest now.
Yeah, well, it was a little bit unexpected because Rodionova was in control of this one, and just the two double faults last game to hand the break back to Burnett.
Love 30.
Very strong return from Rodionova. We've seen that so far, Dan. She's been taking these returns really early, won a lot of points off them.
Well, she started this match with a huge amount of confidence. A bit of a test here to see how she can get her momentum back swinging in her favour. Terrific forehand, brings up 3 break point opportunities for the Aussie. So that's a way to respond.
Okay, Rodionova.
Well, just long there from Burnett, and Rodionova breaks right back. So she leads 4 games to 2 here in the opening set. 27 minutes gone. Pretty impressive game, that one from the Aussie, Dave. A terrific way to respond and bounce back.
Yeah, great response after dropping her serve just before. And you mentioned confidence. She's a pretty confident player, Rodionova. She expects to be playing in main draws of Grand Slams. She goes in with that attitude. Very positive game, that last one, to get the break.
It's long. Long. Yes.
Good deep backhand. You've mentioned that so far in this match, and it's on song early.
Yeah, it's been very aggressive off that backhand side, Rodionova.
Good depth too.
Slightly casual moving up to that one. Too open with their stance. Thought she could have gone up the line again. Going cross court with that opens up for the pass up the line.
Oh, terrific forehand. Really kicked up off the court.
30-15.
Burnett could do nothing but watch that one sail by. Another forehand winner from the 30-year-old Aussie. Brings up a couple of game points. Looking good to consolidate the break here, Rodionova.
And I really like the way she used the slice then as well, Dan, just to get back in that rally. Really deep defensive shot. And drew the short ball from Burnett. Great put away.
Just a bit wide with that forehand there.
Rodionova just pulling off that one a little. I think the slice is quite underrated in the women's game, Dan. Could just be used a little more. A lot of female players play quite similar. Aggressive, flat, hard. Very good to have that change up in your repertoire.
net from Burnett. The break is consolidated by Rodionova. She's well and truly back on track. She leads 5 games to 2 here in the first set. Well, it's time now to check in once again with Adrian Franklin, who is standing by with Monique Adamczak.
Monique, through to the second round. It was a topsy-turvy match. You were down 4-1, I think, in that third set. How did you turn it around?
Look, it's a Grand Slam. Everyone's fighting for their lives and everyone's nervous finishing out matches, and I knew I just had to stick with her, and I could feel her ease up a bit, and I knew that was my opportunity.
Looking at the stats, she had a massive amount of unforced errors. It was just over 50, and yours was half as much. So were you noticing that while you were playing out there?
Yeah, definitely. Like, she was definitely at the beginning of the match, she was letting it a bit loose, and in the second set she tightened up again. But yeah, look, that's something I've been working on as well, trying to keep my error count down, so I know what it's like to be on the reverse of that.
So you made the final, obviously, of the wildcard playoff recently, and you lost to Bojana there, but you were in great form. I guess you were close to getting an entry into the main draw. Were you feeling good coming into this qualifying event?
Yeah, definitely. I played in Brisbane, had a really tight match there, and played well in Sydney as well, and just a tough draw. So yeah, I've been in some good form, and I've been really healthy like last year and leading up into this Aussie summer. So it's been a lot of fun, to be honest.
I noticed that the crowd built up out there. Did you notice it? Because, yeah, it was great, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's awesome, like everyone getting behind me, and I sensed that, and that really helped me. Actually, honestly, it really helped me get through. So I was getting a bit fatigued in the end, but like, yeah, just used that. It was awesome.
And you had some fans as well just afterwards, some young girls that came over. Who were they?
Yeah, got my whole crew in. Yeah, just couple of young kids that followed me for a while and stuff. Yeah, it's awesome.
Awesome. We'll see you in the next round. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
So a great result there for Australian women's tennis, with Monique Adamczak through to the second round here of qualifying, the first Aussie female through to the next round. So it's been a disappointing start, but Adamczak getting things underway. Rodionova looking to do the same here.
15. Monique talking about the home crowd support there. It must just be a massive advantage for these Aussie players, and I'm sure playing in their own backyard, it really gives them a big lift, no doubt, Dan.
Absolutely. Terrific atmosphere around here, even for the qualifiers. Of course, free entry. Come on down, check it out. Bit long there from Rodionova. 30-15 now in favour of Burnett. So the Italian looking to hang on here in this opening set. Heavy shot there from the Italian. A couple of game points in hand now. Well, some well-struck ground strokes from Burnett, and she holds serve, and she'll make Anastasia Rodionova serve out this first set. Good game from the Italian.
Yeah, some big hitting from Burnett there. We've seen that forehand. It's quite deadly. Really heavy, lots of topspin. She's staying positive there at the back of the court. Good to see, despite being down 5 games to 3 here.
Game clock at 35 minutes. Good conditions out there for the players. Rodionova here to serve for the opening set. Great way to start with an ace.
30 love.
Burnett just pushing that return long. Rodionova in control here.
Well, the right play from Rodionova. Great serve out wide, opening up the court. Just catching that one a little bit late on the forehand. A couple of deep breaths. 2 points away from the first set.
Oh! 30.
An overrule there from the chair umpire in the first serve. Big point here.
Left.
Rodionova just getting a little bit frustrated with the ball kids. There's the first serve percentage bidders, 61 for Burnett, 48 for Rodionova.
And there you go, a 3 point off that first serve, but she needs to get that percentage much higher. Under 50%. Needs to be up in the 60s.
Brings up set point here for the 30-year-old Australian, looking to lock down this opening set.
Oh!
Well, excellent deep return from Burnett. Rodionova not happy at all with that one.
Bit of frustration creeping into her game in the past couple of moments, Rodionova. Now's the time to keep it all together. She's so close to securing this first set. Well, from set point down to game point here for the Italian. Certainly making Rodionova work for this. Big chance to get back on serve here.
She's not happy at the moment, Rodionova. You see Burnett, though, really positive.
Rodionova not happy with the ball, so sends it back to the chair umpire. Burnett just pushes that one long.
Rodionova just needs to maintain her concentration here. A lot of things distracting her, complaining about the balls and a few other things. Needs to let that all go and just concentrate on each point.
Back to Juice. Oh, good shot there from Rodionova. She pumps the fist too. She likes it. Brings up another set point.
Excellent backhand pass here. A little bit of help from the net as well. But Burnett would have struggled to get that one.
Second set point opportunity here for Rodionova. Well, this will be a test to see how this rattles the composure of the Australian. Just a little bit vulnerable at the moment. 3 double faults there, Bitters, so no doubt it's playing on her mind as well. Make that 4, 2 in a row. She slams the racket as well.
We're just going for too much on that one there. Overhitting it. We saw a couple of double faults at a crucial stage in the middle of the set. She's done it again here, 2 in a row. Not happy at all.
It's quite bizarre, Dave. It feels like we're watching a different player from about a minute or 2 ago. Worth a crack.
Burnett unlucky there. You see Rodionova just rolled the first serve in. She's been struggling with it. First serve percentage has been under 50%. Just rolls that one in at 133 k's an hour. Bit lucky to get away with it.
61% for Burnett, 51 for Rodionova. First serve percentage. Another break chance here. Rodionova just needs to take a moment. A lot of self-talk happening. Not too sure how much of it's positive. But a breakpoint chance here for the Italian to get things back on serve in the first set. And that's long from Rodionova, and the Italian, Burnett, gets the break. Game's back on serve here in the opening set, but it's Rodionova still leading 5 games to 4. Well, welcome back to show court number 3 here. Women's singles action in the qualifiers of the Australian Open. And Anastasia Rodionova has just been broken. She was serving for the set, had a couple of set points as well. But full credit to Nastasia Burnett from Italy, who broke her back. And now game's back on serve, 5 games to 4. But interesting with Rodionova, we'll see how she responds after this break. Hopefully getting her mental state back into a steady state. Burnett to serve at 4-5.
Rodionova needs to put the pressure right back on Burnett. Needs to get one of these next 2 points. Can't let her have an easy game here.
Just into the top of the net there from Burnett. Right idea for her will just be to keep that ball in play, because the errors are coming off the Rodionova racket at the moment. We know the frustrations there. 15 all. Long there from Burnett.
Well, better hitting from Rodionova. Still not happy though with herself. Needs to keep that depth in the court.
Well, an aggressive point there from the Italian. It paid off too. The forehand winner. Well constructed, well executed. Miss hit off the forehand. We saw the forehand winners there momentarily. 8 to Rodionova, Burnett with 4. Just the error coming on this play though.
Well, that was a fantastic lob there. Great defensive shot because she was in a lot of trouble there, Rodionova. Did really well to get back in the point.
Gentlemen, please. Thank you.
So much so it brings up another set point for the Australian. Her third for this first set. Third time lucky perhaps.
Yes.
Still can't convert. Back to juice it goes.
Well, the golden rule, set point, you just got to make your opponent play. The pressure's on them. Make Burnett come up with something.
Just long there from Rodionova. So from set point down, it's game point here for Burnett. She wastes her opportunity with a double fault. So some costly mistakes at crucial times from both players.
Well, some heavy hitting from both players then. Rodionova a little bit unlucky. That one just missing. She's looking a bit more composed at the back of the court though now, compared to the last game where she was quite rattled serving for the set.
Another game point for the Italian. And she's got it. So from 5-3 down, it's now 5 games apiece in this opening set. 51 minutes it's gone. Momentum, fair to say, is with the Italian. Not a lot between these two players though. Rodionova now just needs to settle herself down, regroup, start again. A long set at 51 minutes.
that's a bit better from Rodionova, being a bit more patient, working the ball around the court.
Just trying to pump herself up too after that point. Get that energy happening.
Better signs from Rodionova. I like that second serve too. A bit quicker. 137 k's an hour. Not bad for a second serve, but just shaping it into Burnett's body.
It's a good first serve.
40-50.
Burnett just plummets it into the net. And it brings up a couple of game points for Rodionova.
That percentage lifting a little bit for Rodionova at 54% now.
Was it 48? Well, there you have it. That's a game to Rodionova, and one she really needed. Back on track here in the opening set. She leads 6-5 in 53 minutes. Rodionova of Australia just with her nose in front.
Become a bit of a struggle for Anastasia Rodionova on show court 3. Back there in just a moment. Beautiful sunshine, top of 26 in Melbourne today for day 2 of the qualies. The men will be in action a little bit later on for round 2. One result just through the 7th seed from Spain. Estrella Cabiza Candela has defeated Nudnida Langam of Thailand. 6-1, 6-3 was that scoreline. And I'm following the very interesting match going on. Set a piece now between Julie Kwan of France and Akgul Amanmuradova of Uzbekistan, and she took the second set 7-5, has won the opening game of the third set. Also into a third set and on court 7, Vera Dushevina and Bagula of the United States, so we'll keep a close eye on that as well. A stack of matches going on. AustralianOpen.com is where you can follow the live scoreboard, and plenty of tennis around the country and across the ditch in New Zealand as well. A quarterfinal result from Hobart at the Marilla Hobart International. Alina Vesnina of Russia knocking out Australia's Yamila Gaidasova. And Philip Kohlschreiber, the German, on his way to Melbourne Park, has defeated Xavier Malisse 7-6, 6-4 at the Heineken Open in Auckland. You can join the conversation, hashtag AusOpen. Not too bad to get your tickets either, ticketek.com.au to be here next Monday.
Thank you, Brett. Well, back in action here with Natasja Burnett of Italy serving at 5-6 down. She's done a tremendous job to stay in this opening set. Rodionova of Australia has had 3 set points, unable to capitalise on any. Looking to break here to secure this first set.
Well, very late call from the umpire, and overall the Lions judge didn't call that one. This does look better from Rodionova though. Seems like she's regrouped, got herself together after falling apart a few games ago. Was quite rattled, serving for the set.
Pushes that one long. 30-15 now. Back to 30 all. That's better hitting.
And that's what she was doing so well earlier in this set, Rodionova. She was really getting these returns early, dictating the points from there. She needs to go back and just remember what she was doing so well. Put her up in this set earlier on, 5-3. Big point here, 30 all.
Well, a double fault there from Burnett brings up another set point here for Rodionova. This is her 4th time facing set point.
We've seen a few double faults in both players at crucial stages. Dan, perhaps the nerves getting to both players out there.
Plenty to play for in these qualifiers. Well, that's a great point from Natasha Burnett, hitting with some authority, making Rodionova hustle from the back of the court. Paid off.
She hung in there. Rodionova had that one on her racket. Perhaps wasn't the shot to go for. Back cross court heavy. Set it up for the next one. A lot of tension in that point.
Back to juice now. Again, she's done it so often. She's faced set point, and then she's responded and won the next 2 points. So a game point now for Burnett to tie things up at 6 games all. She can't convert that one. Good forehand there from Rodionova. A fist pump too.
It's a great forehand from Rodionova here. Great deep return. Gets the mid-court ball. And didn't overplay that. Placed it nicely. Really deep in the court. Big opportunity again here.
Set point number 5. Can't capitalise. Burnett hangs in there.
Well, she got a bit crammed on that return, but going for the line, it's a risky shot. Go deep up the middle just like she did before. Get into the rally.
Another chance presents itself for Anastasia Rodionova. First set ticked over the hour mark now. Set point number 6.
Really impressed with the composure of Burnett. Able to save 5 or 6 set points. I think we're up
6
to.
set points, yep. We'll go to a 7th if she can convert again. Juice number 4 in this game.
Another opportunity. If I Rodionova right now, I'm hitting the ball nice and deep. The middle of the court, get in the rally, try and get the short ball. Must make Burnett play here.
She's had plenty of opportunities, Rodionova. This is another. Look at a second serve. Well, it took some time, but she finally got the job done. Anastasia Rodionova of Australia. In 53 minutes, she locks down the opening set, 7 games to 5.
Yes, Dan, she did finally get there, Anastasia Rodionova. 7 games to 5 in the opening set. We're about to bring you some highlights, of course. Anastasia dropping out of the top 100 in the last couple of years, which means she's got to go through qualies here, and she's made the first round, or bowed out in the first round of the last 4 Australian Opens. As we take a look here at the opening set, 10 years her senior, Anastasia at 30 years of age, and Natasha Burnett of Italy at just 20 years of age. Did make the main draw of the US Open last year, so certainly Anastasia with the more experience. But in the warm conditions here at Melbourne Park, the Italian has certainly held her own. Anastasia getting to the net on a rare occasion. When her serve was on, it was pretty good. It allowed her to really follow it in. As you can see, it was a real battle from the back of the court, the large chunks of this match. And Rodionova finally getting on top in the end, 7 games to 5 with some good winners. And that was one of her best. After she'd missed a few of the backhand, she finally converted there. As we take a look at the first set stats. Serving a little bit better, the Italian. Winners, almost double there for, or just past double for Rodionova. Unforced error count very similar, and 6 more points won in total. So very tight first set here on day 2 of qualifying at Melbourne Park. A free entry if you'd like to come on down. Otherwise, keep enjoying the coverage here on AOTV. We'll be back with more action live from Melbourne Park.
Ready? Play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
Welcome back to Melbourne Park here. Rod Laver Arena in the background. A beautiful sunny day here in Melbourne for day 2 of the Australian Open qualifiers. Anastasia Rodionova of Australia. serving here. She won the first set 7-5. It took a while, but she got there in the end, and she will open proceedings in this second set. Up against Natasja Burnett of Italy. These girls have already been out there quite some time, longer than a few of the other matches we've seen so far today. 1 hour and 6 minutes it took for that opening set. So the conditions will no doubt take their toll as this second set rolls on. Bit of a sloppy game here from the Australian.
Yeah, just needs to maintain her concentration, Dan. Focus back on that serve. Keep trying to get the first serve percentage up.
Terrific forehand from the Italian, and that secures an early break here in the second set. Does it to love too.
She lost a bit of concentration, Rodionova. Lost her way a little bit. Really knuckled down. Perhaps a little bit satisfied that she won the first set. Needs to regain her composure. I'm really happy or impressed with Burnett, how positive she is throughout this match. She's been down most of it so far and kept fighting her way back.
Well, she was down 5-3 and it looked like the set was going to be over pretty quickly. She then went on to save 6 set points. It wasn't until the 7th where Rodionova put that first set in the bag, but Burnett certainly doing everything in her power to test the Australian, the number 19th seed. So Burnett here looking to consolidate the break. She sets up to serve.
Excellent return from Rodionova. Great depth on the ball. That one clipping the line. Plenty happening on Twitter, Dan. Hashtag #OzOpen.
Let us know, Dave, what's happening, mate.
A lot of people are very sad that John Isner's pulled out of the Australian Open. Of course, he's a 6'10" from the United States. Injured himself at the Hopman Cup. Unfortunately withdrew just only about an hour ago.
I'm sure a lot of male players in the draw will be happy he's not there, considering they don't have to face that booming serve.
It's true. The court's a little bit quicker this year as well. A few of the players have said that. So it would have been very good conditions for Isner. Another tweet coming through. Love the sound of the birds in the background during the commentating at the Oz Open qualifiers.
Just creating to the atmosphere here, the wildlife, we love it.
Yeah, chirping away.
Beautiful Melbourne day. Pushes that one wide, Burnett. Brings it to 30 all here. Second game of the second set. Some great angles produced from both players, but Rodionova, the better on that occasion, brings up a break point chance. The opportunity to break right back. Can't convert the crucial point, Rodionova, so back to juice we go.
It was an excellent return, but she just didn't get in position for this next ball. We see here just reaching a bit, put her feet down too early. Make sure she takes those short, quick steps to get in position for that one.
Booming forehand down the line by the Aussie.
Set up again by a great return, getting Burnett off court.
Just whips that down the line. Break point opportunity again. Oh, great response from the Italian. Really went for that one. Saves another set break point, sorry. Brings up game point 2 with another forehand winner.
And booming serve at 172 k's an hour down the tee. Very tall Burnett. That serve's been working well for her today.
Linesman gets collected again. Swinging volley there from Rodionova, puts that away.
Great option here from Rodionova, taking this one out of the air for the drive volley. Be good to see her do a bit more of that. We saw it early in the first set, coming in and taking a few balls at net. It'd be great to cut a few more off and really follow some of these aggressive shots in.
Miss hit there from Rodionova. Another game point for Burnett. An hour and 15 minutes is the game time. Still very early here in the second set. Well, a great start for the Italian to this second set. She consolidates the break and now leads 2 games to love. She lost the first, however, but good signs early here in the second.
And these first 2 games of the second set taking 13 minutes. Such a tight match, this one. Really could go any way. Burnett really showing a great fighting spirit at this stage.
Rodionova really not happy with that call. I thought it was well long.
Well, they actually called it out, just delayed. So it was called. She shouldn't be complaining. It did happen. Just needs to relax, not get distracted by little things like that.
Let it go. Great shot. Powerful forehand down the line.
15 off.
As this game goes on, the Italian just keeps striking that ball even better.
Are you going to find the ball?
Balls on, please.
Again, Rodionova just having a few words with the ball kid. Really flustered by little things out on court in the past half hour or so.
She must prefer taking the balls from that side, perhaps, Dan. Maybe it's a superstition.
Tennis players are renowned for their superstitions, that's for sure.
They sure are.
Oh, wayward forehand. Slap of the ball too. Burnett would be watching this, Dave, just rubbing her hands together as she watches the emotions of Rodionova boil over.
Some big hitting from Burnett again, but you're right, Dan. This is when, you know, your opponent sees this and time to pounce. You got to get a bit out of it when you see your opponent getting angry and throwing your racket and that type of thing. Remain positive, really jump on them.
She saves one break point.
34.
Still faces another. Burnett looking to consolidate and grab 2 breaks early in this second set. Really apply the pressure to the Australian. Well, that's better from Rodionova. Responds well on both occasions.
And if she can try and get a few more first serves in like that, really setting up the point. It's been a bit up and down her serve so far today, a few doubles at crucial stages, but the percentage is rising up to 58% now.
Remembering she was at 48 midway through that first set. 55 by the end of it. Well, she sees the opening, strikes it well.
Great shape on this ball here. Really good, pushing Burnett way back in the court. Allowing to get that short ball.
We have 5 plus the one you gave me.
Again, more discussions about the balls. Game point here for the 30-year-old.
Well, she set it up, Rodionova. Another great first serve. Been serving well this game. Just overplaying the forehand. She's been so up and down with her emotions so far in this match. And it's really reflected in her play. Needs to try and just stay on course here. Keep concentrating.
It's a good serve. Nice and wide. Burnett couldn't get a good connection on it. So another game point here for Rodionova. Again, just wide off that forehand wing. Juice number 3.
Sometimes when that forehand Rodionova just sits a little upright, pulls off it too early. We've seen her drag a few balls wide. Needs to make sure she just stays on the shot a little bit longer.
Just catching the top of the tape there, Burnett. Majority of the games in this match have gone to juice. Very rare that they've had an easy service game. Another game point here for the Aussie. And a double fault. Well, the inconsistency is no doubt becoming a huge factor here in this match for Anastasia Rodionova. Inconsistency with form and emotion. Needs to regroup at juice number 4 here. That's a good point from Rodionova. Some good energy afterwards too, a fist pump. It's more positive.
Good hustle here as well, getting good angle on that backhand. Right, she's got to remain positive, Dan. So at the moment, it's kind of 1 point good, 1 point bad. Erratic play from Rodionova.
Well, double fault. Both players really struggling to string 2 points together here in the past couple of games. Particularly this one. Another breakpoint chance for Nastasia Burnett of Italy to go 3-zip up. And that she does, her second break here in this second set, and she takes a commanding lead, 3 games to love in the second set. Rodionova won the first 7 games to 5. Time now to check in with Brett Phillips to get all of the updates from around the grounds here at Melbourne Park.
Thank you, Dan. Plenty happening. We're going to head out to Court 6 and have a look at the Australian Storm Sanders, the lefty from WA, Storm Sanders, I should say. And she's doing battle at the moment with Yulia Belgazmir of the Ukraine, who has taken advantage here, 6-2, and leads 1 game to love in the opening set. So Storm at the bottom of your screen there in the blue, blending in nicely with the surface here at Melbourne Park, but she's got some work to do in this second set, and already the Ukrainian with a break. So Storm Sanders trying to work her way back. Third set going on between Julie Kwan of France and Akgul Amanmuradova of Uzbekistan. And the tall Uzbekistani leading 4-3 in the third and deciding set. So we'll keep an eye on that one as well. As Dan mentioned a little bit earlier, John Isner, the big name out of the Australian Open. Or in fact, I'll give credit to David Binmead. He broke it beautifully on Twitter. Out of the AO, some results are coming in. Mona Barthel, defending champion down at the Marilla Hobart International. She's won her quarter-final today, so she's through to the last 4, defeating the former Wimbledon semi-finalist in Svetlana Peronkova 6-3, 6-3. Big Sam Querrey has won his quarter-final over at the Heineken Open in Auckland over Jesse Levine 6-4, 7-5. And a good result, a couple of quarters in Sydney today at the Pier International. Julian Benneteau, the Frenchman, he has got past Ryan Harrison 6-4, 6-2. And Kevin Anderson of South Africa defeating Dennis Isterman 6-4, 6-3. Plenty of great tennis being played across the country as we return you to Show Court 3.
Good on you, Brett. Best time to be in Australia over the summer for the tennis. Particularly here in Melbourne. A lot happening around at Melbourne Park, and a lot happening in this game between Anastasia Rodionova and Natasja Burnett of Italy. The Australian 7-5 winner in the first set, but Burnett in complete control in their second at 3-love, serving. Bit of cat and mouse at the net, but Burnett too good.
Rodionova thinking it might have been a let there.
Yes. You mean it was not up or never? 30.
Or perhaps Burnett didn't actually make it on the first bounce, or after the first bounce.
Yes, I am.
Didn't get up to the ball.
Yeah, but you should
Rodionova asking the chair umpire, are you serious? Chair umpire responds, yes I am. So 30-love here for Burnett. Love with the passing shot.
Rodionova not doing enough with that passing shot there. Burnett didn't have to move too much. We can see pretty much up the middle of the court. I like the thinking though, putting a bit more pressure on it. Just needs to do a bit more with the approach.
An hour 30 this match. Misses that one, Burnett, but she's got the margin to play with here in this game. A couple more game points up her sleeve. Freedom to really go for her shots.
Well, that's a bit better from Anastasia. Positive hitting. Not overplaying the shot. We've seen her lifting up in that forehand a couple of times, drawing some errors. That time staying down with the shot.
Well, Natasja Burnett from Italy continues to storm through this second set. She takes her lead to 4-love in 29 minutes.
Ball change, please. Thank you.
Ball change happening as well. But Burnett in complete control here against the Australian.
I think the thing that stands out so much, Dan, is that Burnett's been so positive even when she was down and after losing the first set. You see with her body language right now.
The other
very positive.
Well, she hasn't reacted to anything at all either, and we've seen Rodionova on several occasions react to different things, whether it's an error, whether it's something to do with the umpire, the ball kids. She's been easily flustered out there, Rodionova. The Craig Willis chopper flying over as we speak. Frequenting, flying over Melbourne Park here. There's the chopper. Sends that one sailing, Rodionova. 15:30. You can see that positivity from Burnett. Fist pumps and positive self-talk. She knows the opportunities before her in this second set. And a couple of break points. Well, a double fault tells the story of this second set for Anastasia Rodionova as Natasha Burnett from Italy romps to a 5-0 lead here in the second set. Lots happening around Melbourne Park today. It's time to check in once again with Adrian Franklin, who is roaming around the Australian Open merchandise shop.
Guys, we've mentioned the Australian Open shop a number of times, and we talk about the fact that they have absolutely everything in here, and I'm going to prove it right now with a little help from our ball people at the Australian Open. T-shirt, Leighton Hewitt's tennis gear, the towels, of course, the official towels, big tennis ball, small tennis ball, lots of hats, some strange thing, I'm not sure what that is, but I like it. Stubby holder, of course, a little kangaroo, there you go, beautiful, and we've got a mannequin. What's his name? Do you know what his name is?
Nah, I don't know. George.
George it is. So we've got absolutely everything. Guys, come on down here. Of course, the ball kids showing us, come to the Australian Open shop. There's absolutely everything here, guys. You guys enjoying your time, yeah? Yeah. Come around, guys. It's too good. Too good.
Good work there from...
Friends and playing awesome sport all at the same time? Impossible, you say? Well, MLC Tennis Hot Shots is the game for you, with its kid-sized courts and super hittable balls. And now, we've got another reason for you to join up. We're giving away this awesome SpongeBob backpack to kids who start playing between December 16 and February 28th. To get one is easy. Just visit your local coach to join the fun and then register online. For more details, head to hotshots.tennis.com.au/start playing and get your SpongeBob backpack today.
Good work from Adrian Franklin there with all the ball people at the Australian Open shop. Plenty of merchandise to buy. Get on down and grab your goodies. Speaking of goodies, Natasha Burnett doing a great job in this second set. Absolutely steamrolling Anastasia Rodionova here. 5-love she leads. Serving for the second set to tie it up at a set all. Closing in here, 30-love now.
Dan, what one piece of merchandise would you pick out of that bunch?
I like the big tennis ball, actually. Dave, what would you go
the fairy
for?
one with the little hands?
No, without the hands, I think. Just the big ball. What about yourself?
Would you go autograph hunting?
Oh, definitely. Definitely autograph hunting.
Get the winner of this match.
Absolutely.
I reckon I'd go the stubby holder.
Stubby holder, yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah.
Good for the summer.
That's right.
Well, terrific work there from Natasha Burnett from Italy. Absolutely steamrolling Rodionova in this second set. 6 games to love in 35 minutes. A terrific response from that first set disappointment, but what a match we have in our hands here. This going into a third and deciding set.
Well, quite an incredible turnaround. Really, it was Rodionova's emotions that let her affect her so much in that second set.
Looking forward to the third set. Time now to once again check in with Brett Phillips.
Thank you, Dan. Nice opening second set, I should say, there from the young girl taking on Anastasia Rodionova, Natasha Burnett of Italy. Really struck back beautifully, and the emotions are flowing for Anastasia. Needs to regroup in this third set. We'll take you through some of the highlights of the second set. Really, it was all the Italian, who was absolutely superb. Her court demeanour has been good, held her nerve quite nicely throughout, and punished any short balls coming back. She served pretty well, but there was quite a number of errors off the Rodionova racket. We had some long games, but in the end, it was the Italian who was able to prevail. Who's closest to your screen there. She did make, of course, the first round of the US Open last year at just 20 years of age. Rodionova, 30 years of age, of course, 10 years her senior. As we take a look at the first set stats, or second set stat I should say, 68% for Burnett, going very nicely, just 44% for Rodionova, and the unforced error count 17 for Rodionova, so just too many errors off the racket at the moment, looking to make amends for that in the third and deciding set. And I should just mention too, Akgul Amanmuradova has got through from Uzbekistan, 6-4 in the third set up against Julie Kwan of France. So well done to her. She is through to the second round of qualies here at Melbourne Park. You're watching all the action on AO TV.
Well, what a confident start from Burnett to kick things off in this third set.
Love 15.
That second set, 17 unforced errors to 5. That really tells the story. Rodionova there just putting her arms up saying, what can I do? It's important, Dave, that Rodionova gets on the board and gets on the board early to stop this run that Burnett's had.
No, absolutely right, Dan. And love 30 here. She's in a bit of trouble already. That first serve percentage was only 44% in that second set. Must get it higher. And there's a great first serve there from her.
15.
But yeah, if she can control her emotions, it seems to reflect in her tennis. And we saw in the first set, she was a lot more positive and managed to grab it 7-5 and lost her way in that second set.
Oh, another good passing shot. That's 2 good ones in this game from the Italian.
15.
Rodionova not quite doing enough with the approach again.
It's a winner off both wings in this game, and it brings up a couple of breakpoint opportunities early. Just to really put the pressure on the Australian. Saves one.
And a great first serve. That's what she needs to do a lot more of.
Take a seat quickly, please. Thank you. Sit, please. Thank you. Take your seat, please. Thank you.
The umpire just telling a few spectators to take a seat. A few problems with that throughout today's clash. Making Rodionova wait. She faces the break point. Another good first serve.
Well, she did well to maintain her concentration there, Rodionova. Seen a lot of little things distract her throughout this match. Saves another break point.
Just a bit long. Two opposite reactions down either end. The fist pump from Burnett. Slap of the racket from Rodionova. Certainly not happy with herself. Sprays that one, does Burnett. Rodionova saving another break point.
Burnett lifting up off that backhand. Rodionova didn't do too much in that rally, but she stayed consistent. And just skipping around a little bit. Good signs from the Australian.
Juice number 2 as the game clock ticks to 1 hour and 45 minutes. Still a long way in this match to go. Well, she had the open court, didn't she?
She worked the ball around so well. Really set it up. Great couple of deep angles. Moved Burnett around the court. Just unfortunately couldn't put away the forehand. But I like the variety from Rodionova. It's better play. But still in a bit of trouble here.
Faces another break point. The opening game of the third.
Yeah, good. Close game.
No worries.
So Burnett, a 20-year-old Italian, takes her 7th game in a row to lead 1-love here early in the third set. Rodionova taking her time to take a quick break. Body language not all that positive. Unforced errors there, 42 to the Australian, only 28 to the Italian Burnett. Such a big contrast. So Burnett to serve for the first time here in the third set. She leads 1-0.
Good aggressive play from Rodionova. Some positive signs.
So crucial that she stops the momentum of the Italian before it's too late. Now's the time to strike. Some good hitting there from the Australian from the back of the court.
Lost it.
Great shot from the Italian. Took that forehand early, punished it down the line.
Great 1-2 punch. Excellent first serve from Burnett. And that forehand wing, we're seeing plenty of winners come from that side so far today.
Well, the error off the backhand wing from Burnett brings up a breakpoint opportunity here for Rodionova. When talking about the importance of her stopping the momentum of her opponent, who's won the last 7 games in succession, here's a big chance. Well, she makes good, and she is back in business, the Australian. Anastasia Rodionova finally on the board. After a set to love in the second. Anastasia having a few more issues down on the court there. Saying that she rolled her ankle with a collision with perhaps a linesperson or a ball kid. Couldn't see from up here.
I think on that deep ball, she got quite close to the lines judge there. But I don't think she collided. The positive thing is she won the game. She won the point.
That's right.
She should be focusing on.
So here's what happened. She just rolls the ankle. Not sure if she connected there with the linesperson at all. Came close,
Very
but
close.
Didn't look like it, but perhaps in her mental state, she's looking for an outlet. Some good hitting from Rodionova. She looks pumped too. A bit more aggression in her play.
And a nice net cord to help her out as well. Getting a short ball for the put away.
Better intensity from the Australian. 30 love now. Terrific return from Burnett.
Not too much Rodionova could do about that one. Excellent deep ball.
The issues continue for the 30-year-old Australian. Wry smile there from the chair umpire. Good play from the Australian, wasn't it?
Really positive. Great to see her taking that ball out of the air and moving forward, staying aggressive. And Dan, I think there's an obvious correlation with her positive energy and body language. Tennis lifts so much here.
Makes pretty clear sense. Just need to see more of it from Rodionova. Keep her mind well and truly focused on the task at hand. A couple of game points for her. Great shot from Burnett. Whips that forehand. Saves one game point. Keeping that pressure on Rodionova.
As we see Anastasia Rodionova's coach in the stands, Louise Plumbing.
Rodionova just pushes that one over the baseline. Yes. 2 game points squandered. Burnett in with a bit of a sniff here. Well, one of the better points of the match. Great rally between both girls. But it was Rodionova that hung tough. Just that final forehand error from Burnett, giving the point to the Aussie.
Great hustle from both players. And the standard of tennis is lifted in this third set, Dan. Seeing some much better quality out here. Less unforced errors from both players.
Plenty to play for these girls. They lose one of these matches and they're gone. Win 3 and they're through to the main draw of the 2013 Australian Open. Plenty at stake. Again, some well-struck forehands there from Rodionova. She wins her second game in succession to take a 2-1 lead here in the third set. We've been going for 18 minutes. Time that I take a short break from Melbourne Park. Well, a great video there about the power of social media, of course, Facebook and Twitter. It's pretty much taking over the world, Bitters. And I know you've been heavily checking your Twitter account while this match has been going on. What's an update from Twitter?
Yes, I'm all over Twitter, Dan. Don't you worry about that. Including, of course, the hashtag AusOpen is the tag if you want to join the conversation. And there's one here saying the official draw is at 10 a.m. at Crown Riverside tomorrow, and you're welcome to attend. Also, one from Sam Fisher, the St Kilda footballer, saying, can't wait for the Oz Open. Great work, Leighton. Having a bit of success over there at Kooyong.
Beautiful. So make sure you jump onto Twitter and follow the conversation as well. Hashtag AusOpen. Well, this game's turning to be a bit of a dogfight between these two players early here in the third set. Winning games very hard to come by for both girls. We're just about to tick over the 2-hour mark. It's Natasha Burnett from Italy serving at 1-2. Three-game points here for Burnett. Really trying to rev herself up. She lost the last 2 games after winning the previous 7. Important for her just to stop the momentum of Rodionova. 3 chances to do it. Does it on her first attempt, lets out a come on and levels things up at 2 games all here in the third set rather. So we've been going for 22 minutes alone in this third set. Probably one of the quickest games we've had throughout the match, that one, Dave.
We haven't had too many like that, that's for sure. It's been so tight most games. And Burnett, an excellent service game there. Knocking down a few big serves up around the 170-kilometre mark.
So Rodionova set to serve here. 5th game of the third. Still frustrated, Rodionova.
She can get a few free points on that first serve, Dan. It's going to go a long way in this third set. Whenever she puts in a good first serve, it's certainly helped. It's been a bit inconsistent though so far.
Well, another great rally of flat, hard hitting from both players.
30-50.
And it was Rodionova that come up trumps. Still really positive there from Burnett.
And that second serve only at 120 kilometres per hour from Rodionova. Just the racket speed too slow, needs to quicken that up.
Good shot selection there from the Australian, wasn't it?
Certainly was, and she didn't overplay them as well. Great first serve, and place this ball up the line. On the second one, we see scrambling from Burnett. And going back in behind her, wrong footing Burnett.
So game point here for Rodionova. Looking to take a 3-2 lead in this third and final set. Well, that's better. The energy's up from the Australian. Starting to swing a little bit more freely. And she secures that fifth game. She takes a 3-2 lead here in the third set. Time now to check in once again with Brett Phillips with all of the action from around the grounds here at Melbourne Park.
Thank you very much. So welcome Adrian Franklin. We're just enjoying a nice little chat off air. It's a great day, up to I think 26 degrees. You've been out in the sun, so you'd know a bit more than me.
I have. It's pretty warm out there. I've applied the sunscreen 2 times, twice now. It's warm. I reckon on court it'd be up near 30 degrees. So it's a beautiful day out there. The crowd is pumping too. When Monique Adamczak played before, half the stands were full at least. It was good.
It was very good. She was very relaxed after she spoke to you. I think you did wonders for her, Monique Adamczak. A good little tweet came through for Grace Min of the United States. Her first Grand Slam result in qualifying, defeating Anne Kyopathong of Great Britain, who was seeded 22 years, 7-5, 7-5. So we like to see a few of the underdogs get up. We've got some great matches still to come today. Jordan Thompson's going to be in action a little bit later on. A young Aussie who, from Sydney, 18 years of age, 9-7 in the third yesterday. Can he keep his great run going? He's got a tough one, though.
He does. He's up against Ryan Sweeting. So I spoke to him yesterday after he won, I think, 9-7 in the third. He did say after the match that it was probably the best win of his career. So if he wins this one, well, that's going to take it over, I reckon. He's going to have 2 great wins in his career. Great kid, still young, 18 years of age. Played a lot of juniors last year, but the next couple of years now are going to be telling. So that match is coming up really shortly on Show Court 3.
Yeah, going to be fantastic. In fact, if you want to come down, I think we'll be here for a while. There's a lot of matches to get through. The men at the back end of the day, the girls are ploughing through their matches. Storm Sanders is out on court at the moment. She's struggling a little bit on court number 6, so we'll keep an eye on her match. And of course, you can tweet us all day, hashtag #OzOpen, as we take you back to Show Court 3 in the battle between Burnett, the Italian, and Rodionova of Australia, who's just got her nose in front.
She certainly has. Brett, good work from you boys up there. Certainly a lot happening in this contest. A real shift in momentum back and forward ever so often between these two players. It is Rodionova just in front at the moment, but stand by because we could be here for a while between these two players.
Aussie crowd lifting, we can hear. Trying to spur on Anastasia Rodionova.
Once again, the Craig Willis chopper flying over Melbourne Park. We love seeing the Craig Willis helicopter. Shot number 47 there.
That should give Anastasia a lift as well.
Certainly will.
It was such a tussle, this match. 2 hours and 9 minutes into it, and even that second set, it was 6-love, but it actually was quite a long set. It does have the makings of a deep third set match, a bit like Thanasi Kokkinakis and Steve Johnson yesterday.
I called that game 17-15 in the third. It's a very long game.
Very tough to pick a winner in this one at this stage. Very even.
It's almost so hard to predict who's going to win the point. It's so inconsistent as to who's going to actually string a couple of points together. Good work from Rodionova up at the net.
She got a little bit of luck here. That ball just dropping over. Moves back really quick to that smash though. Good overhead. Just thinking there might have been a tube straight at the body there for a moment, Dan.
It's on the cards.
It's a nice thing.
Terrific return. That's a confidence-boosting return from Rodionova. And as a consequence, it brings up a break point for the Aussie. Really important point here in the context of this match. Well, she's got the break, Rodionova. Very timely time to get the break as well. She leads 4-2 here in the third set. She needed that break and she got it. What a good time to pounce for Rodionova, Dave.
Yeah, well, really positive stuff from Rodionova. She's turned it around and it's mental strength, and that's what she needs, because she keeps those emotions in check. She plays some pretty good tennis. We saw some really good returning off the Burnett serve, including at 30-all, that clean winner cross court on the forehand. And she looks like she's pretty positive right now. Good body language, a good sign.
On a bit of a roll here, Anastasia Rodionova serving at 4-2.
15.
2 hours and 12 minutes. The girls have been out on court.
Burnett for service.
Well, she's not done with yet. Natasha Burnett. Some big ground strokes.
She hasn't gone away all day, Dan. Even when she was down in that first set, and just really remained positive throughout. And really hasn't changed the way she's played. She's just kept coming. And it's been a bit more Rodionova going up and down with her game.
Well, Burnett too would no doubt know in the back of her mind how quickly the state of Rodionova can change. So it is crucial that she stays right in the contest. You never know when her moment might come. It's a bit wide with that one. Gets it back to 30 all. Get the feeling Rodionova can sense this victory. Brings up a game point. The wayward return. Chance to consolidate the break from the previous game and really take a stranglehold of this third set and, of course, the match. Needs to step up right now, Rodionova. Back to juice we go, as we've so often been in these games between these two players.
There's a great backhand there from Rodionova. She just fell off that. We can see her body weight moving backwards. That's why the error came.
Good hitting on the forehand wing from Rodionova. Another game point for her. Well, Burnett again staying true to form and really stepping up when her back's against the wall. Saves another game point, gets it back to juice for the second time in this game.
Bit of a tight serve there, only 115 Ks on the second serve. The middle of the box as well. Not doing enough with it.
Burnett punishing her. Well, Burnett didn't like that call.
Very close one. Might have just got the outside of the line.
Good, quick, cheap point for the Aussie. again, Burnett. Do not count her out just yet.
Rodionova not doing enough with these two shots here. And that serve quite slow again.
Been a little bit tentative the last two times she's had game point. On the other side of the net, Burnett swinging freely. Wow, from 2 game points she had moments ago, it's now a break point she's facing. Really tests the resolve here of the Aussie.
We saw her only take that one big step out there. Pretty big return, but not in position to play that shot, Anastasia Rodionova.
Is her coach watching on? Well, Natasha Burnett from Italy continues to fight and fight with some conviction. She breaks the Australian Rodionova. It's Rodionova leading 4 games to 3 here in the 3rd set. Time now to go back to our host studio with Brett Phillips and Adrian Franklin.
Thank you very much, Dan. Plenty happening around the grounds. Adrian, we've got a few of the Australians we're following at the moment who are out on court.
Yeah, Abby Myers just lost the first set, 6 games to 1. So just about 2 minutes ago she lost, unfortunately. Priscilla Hon's coming up after that match. We're big fans of Priscilla Hon.
We are. Just 14 years of age, from Townsville, Queensland, producing many fine tennis players. Got a little sneak preview of her at the AO Wildcard Playoff, and we like what we see.
We absolutely do. She works with Adrian Richardson up in Queensland. Also, Lizette Cabrera is another teammate, so she's 15. Priscilla Hon is 14 years of age. She made the quarterfinals of the Australian Open Wildcard Playoff. She is a player. I'm a big fan of her. I know you are as well. I expect to see big things over the next few years.
No doubt. Irina Rodionova has just taken to court as well, so we'll keep you updated with her match. Her sister's got some work to do as she tries to get through. It's been a long match already on show court number 3. Of course, earlier, Pier unfortunately went out. Tatiana Malik got through. Also out on the other courts. A couple of the seeds, in fact, have been knocked out today. And Kiofathong of Great Britain, she is gone. Michelle Larcher de Brito, the extroverted Portuguese player, the 15th seed, she got through. And of course, the guys coming up a little bit later on. But qualifying always full of surprises.
Yeah, I mean, what intrigues me about qualifying is you've got the youngsters, 14, 15-year-olds like Priscilla Hon we've mentioned. Then you've got players, 20, 21 who are just trying to break through. And then you see, I mean, someone like Pepito Sirachi that we saw yesterday, 33 years of age. You've got the whole gamut. So I love watching it. I know you're a massive fan of watching it as well.
It's good. Well, think of Virginia Rosano earlier today. Now, go back 8 months ago. She's defeated Serena Williams at the French Open. And here she is. She's in qualifying and she loses today. So she's sort of experienced both ends of the spectrum in tennis. What do you think is going to happen here, Adrian? Anastasia Rodionova trying to close this one out.
I mean, it's tough. A question, I guess, that everyone's wanting to ask is, what goes through Rodionova's head at times during the match? First set, she wins. Second set, she loses 6-love. She's always looking over to her coach as well, which is not a great sign for me. It's an emotional roller coaster. Right now, she's leading 4 games to 3. Yeah, it's hard to pick it. I'd love to see her win, and then hopefully I'll get a post-match interview. You always get great responses, not just from Anastasia, but her sister, Irina, as well. We love speaking to her. She's out on court at the moment.
Indeed. Day 2 of qualifying here. Free entry if you'd like to come down, or you can keep watching all the action here on AOTV. Join the conversation, #OzOpen. And of course, not too late to get your tickets for the start of the main draw on Monday. Tickettech.com.au as we take you back to Dan Ryan and David Bidmead courtside, taking a look at this one for us.
Good on you, boys, as the roller coaster ride continues here in the first round of women's qualifying singles. It's been such a fascinating contest. The ebbs and flows ever so present between these two. It is Rodionova of Australia leading 4 games to 3. But Burnett looking pretty solid on serve in this game. 30-15 she leads. Burnett, of course, broke Rodionova in the previous game, so She's looking to level things back up here at 4-all. Rodionova looking to redeem herself. Had her on the ropes in that previous game. A couple of chances to go 5-2 up. Terrific ground strokes there from the Italian. She's not afraid to go for it.
And that's one thing we've seen throughout the whole match. Crucial point, she's still really going after her shots. Not holding back. Brings up a game point for her here. 26 winners each in this match so far for both players.
Tells the story. Very, very tight.
Excellent return from Rodionova. Low and flat, catching Burnett out there.
It's a great shot of the grounds here at Melbourne Park. Good amount of spectators coming out today. Some great tennis on show here at the qualifiers. Again, some good hitting, but it is the Italian. Comes up with that one. A game point here to hold serve and tie this third set up.
She's fairly relentless, Burnett. Just keeps coming and coming at you. See it time and time after again. She's just stepping in, being really aggressive.
Great signs for a young 20-year-old. Well, that's a great response from Rodionova. The crowd love it too.
Massive fist pump as well. Very happy with that, as is her coach.
Well, spare a thought for the coach too, because she is feeling every point as Rodionova is, and no doubt frustrated with what's happened in the match so far.
Would have lost a few fingernails, I'd imagine, Dan.
Such is the job of the coach. It's almost Groundhog Day between these two players. We're going juice and advantage once again. You can see how much it means to these players. Desperately trying to get one step closer to the main draw at the Open. Game point here for the Italian. She's got it, and that is game on here in the third set. Natasja Burnett from Italy levels this match up at 4 games all. 50 minutes alone for this third set. Put you on the spot, Dave. Who's your tip?
Well, I mean, it's pretty tough to pick. This could go deep, and I don't want to state the obvious, but this is obviously a huge game. The momentum's back with the Italian Burnett, you would think, after being down 4-2 and winning these past 2 games. I'll tell you in the next 2 points.
No worries. Well, I guess one of the main things to concentrate on in this game will be the first serve of Rodionova. Absolutely crucial to how she sets up the rest of her point after that. And that's 2 good first serves, Dave, and 2 points.
Really good signs. And her second serve, when she has missed her first serve, she's lost a lot of second serve points. Keep that percentage up. Really great start to this game.
Again, another one. Really stretching Burnett out.
And I reckon that's about the first time I've seen Burnett show some negative signs. Just throwing the racket, a bit of a clip of the court here. Missing this shot. Tough ball, but not happy with herself.
She's been absolutely composed from start to finish so far. Just a slight lapse there. 3 game points.
Oh, damn, what do you make of that one there?
It was a bit of a shocker, wasn't it? She had such a solid previous couple of points, and that one just a bit of a brain fade, perhaps.
Came out of nowhere. Trying to play the drop shot. Didn't make the net.
Rodionova picks herself up and takes a terrific game there. She leads 5 games to 4 in the 3rd set. Time now to cross down to Adrian Franklin.
Guys, out on court 6, so we have the sister of Anastasia Rodionova, Irina Rodionova. She's leading 4 games to 1 right now. So she's playing Rodionova from Argentina. And she's got some 4 winners up on the board right now to 2. So she started well. She's receiving at the moment, but she started off... Sorry, she's serving now. So she's in the grey, leading 4 games to 1. And as we've seen her sister Anastasia, quite emotional on court. You'll expect to see some emotion out here from Irina too, but she's doing well from Australia. So this is round 1 of qualifying. She's looking to get through to round 2 and make it through to the main draw of the Australian Open. As it heats up out here, guys, it's warm now. I'd say it's getting closer to 30 degrees. So good start here from Irina. She's leading 4 games to 1.
Good on you, Adrian. Big day for the Rodionova sisters, that's for sure. Adrian, is there much support out there for Rodionova in terms of the family? No doubt split between both court 3 and out where you are?
To be honest, there aren't that many people sitting in the stands at the moment, guys. So I think what happens sometimes is when the match finishes, or the previous match, people tend to leave, go and grab a drink, and I'm sure you'll see them move back onto court 6 and support the Australian. We saw with Monique Adamczak earlier, great support out on court. So people are here, they're definitely moving through. It's exciting. The Australian Open's not too far away and the atmosphere is definitely increasing. So Irina Rodionova, let's hope she can make it through. And Anastasia as well. We'll have 2 sisters through to the 2nd round of qualifying.
Good work, Adrian. Great time to be here in Melbourne as we jump back onto show court number 3. Huge game here. That's a great point from Rodionova to start this game off.
Fantastic defense from Rodionova, side to side, stretching out and these balls, getting them back. And she just anticipated the right way there in that last shot. Great backhand up the line. Now this point's crucial again. If she can win this, and there's so much pressure placed on Burnett.
Well, a lot of pressure on the shoulders now of Burnett because Rodionova just a couple of points away from stealing this match. It's been a long time coming. But as we know, and as we've seen this afternoon from Natasja Burnett of Italy, when she's been down, she's been at her best. Can she produce it now when it really, really matters? Two and a half hours out on court. Good work from Rodionova there because she was on the run from Burnett.
Excellent hustle. Her intensity's really lifted in this game right here, putting the pressure on Burnett. And we saw the squash shot retrieval there.
After 2 hours and 35 minutes, she's presented with 3 match points. Anastasia Rodionova of Australia. Get a look at a second serve. Well, the 30-year-old Aussie veteran has done it. She walks on through to the second round, but what a struggle it was, and what a gaming it was at 2. Natasja Burnett of Italy putting up a very, very brave fight, but Rodionova perhaps just a little bit too experienced in those past couple of games to get the job done, Dave.
Well, what a roller coaster, Dan. That was a topsy-turvy match, and yeah, you really didn't know who was going to win it until that final game. Rodionova just motions up and down, but she managed to remain really positive in that third set, and I think that was a telling point, just to be able to increase her level of play and yeah, get over the line.
57 minutes it took to secure that third set, so 7-5, 6-love in the second to Burnett, and then 6-4 in the third for Rodionova. She'll need to keep those emotions in check in her second round game, but a good confidence-boosting win nonetheless to be able to pull herself out of some holes she got in throughout the contest. She moves on through in the qualifying draw. Anastasia Rodionova of Australia, the number 19th seed here.
Impressive display from Natasja Burnett as well. Really good young 20-year-old. She should be pretty pleased with her performance.
Yeah, keep an eye on her in the future. She really was an impressive competitor this afternoon. Well, it's time now to go courtside with Adrian Franklin. He's standing by with the victorious Anastasia Rodionova.
Anastasia, what a match. It was a big struggle out there, a lot of momentum shifts. Were you happy with how it went for you?
Well, definitely. You're always happy with the win. It's yeah, it took a while today. I don't think I played my best tennis, but I'm happy with the way I played last few games, and I fought hard today. And in very tough conditions, I think she played really well. Starting from end of the first set, and so she didn't really give me much room to play with. She was hitting a lot of winners and played really fast, and couldn't really get into the point. But I think found a way at the end, and I'm really happy with that.
After the second set, when you lost quite convincingly, how did you turn it around going into the third set?
I just tried to make her play as many balls as I could. I was just grinding there. Seriously, I didn't feel the ball well today because it's tough conditions. It's windy and. But you know what? It worked out today, so hopefully I'll improve tomorrow.
And your sister's playing out on court right now, Arena. She was up 4-1, so she started well. Are you going to go out and have a look?
Definitely. We always support each other when we can, so definitely I'm going to go and watch her.
Well, congratulations. We'll look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adrian, down there with Anastasia Rodionova, and we can tell you that Arena Rodionova, her sister, has just won the opening set. We'll keep you in touch with her game. From an Australian perspective as well, we can tell you that Jess Moore is just about out 6-2, 6-1 to Karen Knapp of Italy. Well, let's take you through some of the highlights of this match. It went for a while. As Adrian rightly said, there were a lot of momentum shifts in this game. And Rodionova played a very good first set, won at 7-5, but those sort of winners coming off the racket of the young 20-year-old who made the main draw of the US Open last year, Natasja Burnett of Italy. certainly kept her right in the contest, and her temperament was pretty impressive right throughout this match, as we normally see with Rodionova. Plenty of emotion out on court, just loses her way at certain times, but then was able to really regroup in that final set and ran down every ball, as you can see here, in trying to get over the top of her opponent. But I like what we see of the young 20-year-old from Italy, who certainly was very impressive today. As Matt Hill rejoins me, been a big day of tennis, Matt, so far. You saw the opening match, which went in the blink of an eye. Christina Mitu of Romania defeating Australia's Sally Pier, and then a tight one between Tatiana Malik and Madison Bingle, and plenty of good matches to come. But we're certainly churning through the qualifying, the women starting today, and the men, of course, in second round action.
Yeah, we've got 2 matches to come on show court 3, and we see the Australian Jordan Thompson not too far away up against Ryan Sweeting, the man with the brutal forehand.
Yes, very good.
So that's coming up shortly. And I really enjoyed Christina Mitu, even though she gave Sally Piers a bit of a toweling, it must be said. Christina was in good form, and looking forward to seeing her in the next couple of days as well.
Absolutely. Some match stats from the game that we're watching. This, in fact, is Arina Rodionova, who is out on court at the moment, and she is doing battle with Maria Erigonian of Argentina. And the opening set all went the way of Rodionova, 6-1, and the major difference there, really, the first serve percentage, which the young girl Irigan has got the advantage. Rodionova certainly needs to pick up that. That can fluctuate throughout the course of a game. And total points won 27-19 for Arina Rodionova. That is the live game at the moment out on court. Her sister, Anastasia, is through.
Good to be in the studio for the first time. It's good to see that herbal tea that you were drinking yesterday you've decided to dispose of in the last 24 hours, and the shrubbery behind you has grown as a result. So that's good work.
It's a beautiful sunshine coming in. It's a beautiful day, 26 degrees here in Melbourne. Get a bit warmer tomorrow. Here are the match stats for the game just completed. 2.5 hours out on court, and it was a game of fluctuations. The winners count very, very similar. A lot more unforced errors there from Rodionova, but that is her game. She goes for a lot of her shots, a lot of those on the forehand side, which she did tighten up in that third set. Burnett, the Italian, with a better first serve percentage. Overall, pretty tight game. In fact, Rodionova won less points, but won the match. So she gets through to the second round of qualies here at Melbourne Park. We'll take a break. More qualifying to come live here on AOTV.
So very shortly, play will continue on show court 3, the match between Lizia Chirenko from the Ukraine. We're about to see the #1 seed for the women's draw here in qualifying up against Bethany Mattek-Sands from the USA. But even though we're seeing the #1 seed, Mattek-Sands has certainly got plenty of credentials. She played in the first round of the Australian Open 2011 and 2012. Her highest ranking in singles is 30, so she can play, and that's coming up shortly. It's one of the better matches we'll be seeing today on show court 3 between Lizia Chirenko and Bethany Mattek-Sands. And then coming up after that, we've got the men's battle between Jordan Thompson from Australia. The Australians having a mixed afternoon here at Melbourne Park up against Ryan Sweeting, who is the 21 seed. And as I mentioned before, with Brett Phillips, the man with the killer forehand. Well, let's keep up to date with the Rodionova family. We saw Anastasia take out a 3-setter that went for 2.5 hours on show court 3. Let's see how her sister Arena is going. This is on court 6, and Arena has taken the first game there. She leads 1-love in the second. Taking the first 6-1, and it's currently 30-love. This match out on court number 6 with the Australians having a mixed day out there as well. Monique Adamczak successful earlier in a 3-set encounter. Unfortunately, Azra Hadzik was bumped out of the Australian Open qualifying by Michelle Larcher de Brito. So currently it is Rodionova going pretty well out there on court number 6. And don't forget, you can get all of your tickets at tickettech.com for the Australian Open. The ground passes, you can spend all the time you like in Garden Square and all of the outer courts. Rod Laver Arena tickets well and truly on sale as well for day sessions and night sessions, and also specific tickets for Hisense Arena. Tickettech is the place to go. We're going to take a break. We'll have the clash between Chirenko and Mattek-Sands shortly. So let's now head to show court 3. Next up we have Lizia Chirenko from the Ukraine, the #1 seed, and the girl from Phoenix, Arizona. I speak of Bethany Mattek-Sands. Your commentators Brett Phillips, Adrian Franklin.
Yeah, thanks very much, Matt. Beautiful day here in Melbourne. A little bit of cloud cover coming over, but generally a beautiful day for tennis. And this should be a good matchup. Already I've noticed, Adrian Franklin, as I welcome you, that Bethany Mattek-Sands is, well, she wears a different wardrobe to most. The long socks, a little bit extrovert, isn't she? But she can play tennis.
She certainly can, and this is what we've been waiting for, I think, the past couple of days, to see the outfit of Bethany Mattek-Sands. So she's gone with the purple top, and obviously the knee-high white socks as well. I mean, that's a non-negotiable for Mattek-Sands. And she's got the green shoes as well. So she's gone purple with green and white. Okay, let's get started.
We've got the wardrobe sorted.
Of course, tick that off.
And of course, an amazing week last week for Lizia Chirenko of the Ukraine, who was a lucky loser in qualifying up at Brisbane, at the Brisbane International. Then Maria Sharapova had to pull out of the tournament, so she got into the main draw and worked her way into a semi-final. So it's amazing. You can be down and out in qualies, and here she was 4 or 5 days later at the business end of a premier event on the WTA Tour.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what we can see with not only the qualifying event, but early stages of the summer of tennis here in Melbourne. You get these surprise packets, and this is another one here. So the number 1 seed, Sinko, against Mattek-Sands, who has been a top 50 player for a number of years, and she's just fallen out of that ranking at the moment. But this promises to be probably the blockbuster matchup of today. And then we've got the men coming up after this, Ryan Sweeting, the American, and the young Australian Thompson. So I can't wait for that match as well.
Yeah, Jordan Thompson, really impressive yesterday. 9-7 in the third and deciding set. The 18-year-old from Sydney, who earned a wild card into the main draw of qualifying. And can he cause another upset? Ryan Sweeting has been around for a little while. 21 seed coming up for you a little bit later on here on AOTV. As we're at day 2 of qualifying, 4 days in total. And the guys will be playing at the back end of today, having had enough recovery time. The conditions are pretty pleasant. Just a nice little breeze coming through. The sunshine is out. The tennis players wouldn't be complaining today at the heat.
And quite a few fans in today as well, Brett.
Noticed that, yeah.
It's been really good.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
And of course, the Australian Open coming up on Monday. Get your tickets at Ticketek. So we've got the address there. Not too far away from the first Grand Slam of the year. And I cannot wait at all. So get on board right now. All of the players have committed their time. They're here. It's time for you to commit as well.
Yeah, plenty of tickets left. But don't take it for granted, though. Make sure you book those tickets if you're in Melbourne. Over 600,000 people coming through the gates. The biggest sporting event in this country alone.
Fans are out, BP. So just getting a tan there.
Enjoying the rays. I'll tell you, if I sat it there for about 20 minutes, I did that one day. Aloe Vera was my best friend after that.
Yeah, she's obviously just expanding on her tan at the moment.
So the two players completing their warm-ups here.
2 minutes.
Already today, we've seen Virginie Rosano played at the French Open last year and beat Serena on a big stage at her home Grand Slam. She bowed out in qualifying in the first round. If you're just joining our coverage here on AustralianOpen.com. This has been a great day for the Australians, apart from Anastasia Rodionova, who you interviewed just a few moments ago on court. Looked pretty relieved in the end to get through that one, because she was seriously challenged, Adrian, by the Italian girl, 10 years younger, Natasha Burnett of Italy, who made a round of the US Open last year and had some good ground strokes, and her court demeanour was really good. Very even temperament right throughout that game, but Rodionova was just able to pull out a couple of big shots right at the end when she needed them.
Yeah, she's an intriguing player, isn't she, Rodionova? It's almost as though if she can control those emotions, she could be, you know, a main draw player consistently. But it's tough to deal with, I think. I mean, she won the first set, and then she lost 6-love in the second set. That sort of turnaround, you only really see in women's tennis. I think you rarely see that sort of result in the men's game. And Arena, her sister, playing out there at the moment, so she won that first set, as you mentioned, 6-1. And Anastasia's going to head out on court and just provide a bit of support, sisterly support.
Yeah, she'll be out there, towel draped over the shoulders, watching in the stands. But unforced errors, huge stat in tennis. And when we look at Anastasia, who for a couple of years there made the third round of the French Open in that middle part of the year, and that's the same time that Yamila Gajdasova, who's playing in Hobart, lost earlier today to Elena Vesnina in the quarterfinals there. They were both around sort of that similar ranking, at 50 mark, and trying to work their way down, but their games really fluctuated. So you'd see those sets where they'd have cracking sets, forehand winners just coming off all the time, and then all of a sudden the game would just fall apart.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw with Monique Adamczak, who was the other Australian to go through earlier today, against the German Filsenmeyer. That's always the tough one to say, the 20th seed. Now, Filsenmeyer, she had double the unforced error count, so she was just over 50 unforced errors for the match. And Monique Adamczak, I spoke to her about how she won, and I mentioned the unforced error count to her, and she said, well, that's probably how I won. You know, it's the difference between winning and losing. I mean, Filson-Meyer, she was playing well off the ground. They were both hitting the same sort of speed, but you just got to keep the ball in.
Yeah, well, that balance of when to pull the trigger, and some players, and we saw it with Sam Groth here yesterday. I was commentating with Nathan Healy, who gave us some, great insights that he just wanted to see Sam work his way into the point, hit some deep balls, but just stay in the point for a little bit rather than maybe trying to pull the trigger too early or commit an unnecessary, unforced error. So you always have to find balance for players to make that decision out on court. So this one about to get underway very shortly. Girls first up today, first round matches. And I can tell you, if you're tuning into us overseas and you're coming to Melbourne, you are set for a magical fortnight. The weather's going to be great. Melbourne Park continues to take on a different look every year, and the redevelopment ahead of schedule.
And not just the girls getting a suntan, BP.
A couple of poses out early.
Oh, okay.
It was actually a man who was with us in the AO wildcard playoff back in December. It was a regular in the stands getting the top off. So Bethany Mattek-Sands to open proceedings here.
So it's a relatively late start for the match. We're at 10 to 4 here, local time in Melbourne. So the girls would have arrived much earlier here at Melbourne Park. So it's a matter of staying composed and trying to peak energy-wise as soon as you walk out on court.
Yeah, always tough to sit around knowing you're third or fourth up. Need to warm up and
particularly with that match earlier as well, Rodionova. It went to 3 sets and ebbed and flowed. You have no idea when it's going to finish, and they have to keep an eye on the scores as well to see, all right, we've got maybe 10 or 15 minutes to go, and then you've got to do an extra 10 or 15 minutes. That can be the difference between winning that first set and not starting so well.
No doubt. There from Mattek-Sands, but always difficult one on this surface. You've got to execute it so well. Set up nicely for Sinko to put pressure back on Mattek-Sands. Resides in Phoenix, Arizona. Used to the hot weather, the desert, in the United States.
Yeah, she's obviously got a little bit of flair with the outfit, but she plays with a bit of flair as well. Quite unusual to throw in a drop shot at such early stages of this match.
So already a couple of breakpoint opportunities here for the number 1 seed in women's qualies. Mattek-Sands saves one of those. Singles ranking 83 for Sinko.
Quiet, please. Thank you.
Ukraine.
Thanks. A little bit too loud. Thank you.
So the girls just chatting there, but just got to turn the volume down a little bit.
What do you do? Yeah, a bit of court etiquette. More relaxed here for the qualies with no ushers here and sort of just drifting it out, fans, but there's the break already for the number 1 seed. Lucia Sinko of the Ukraine, coming off a very good week in Brisbane last week where she made the semi-finals.
Bring the towel back, please.
And she's got the early breaker serve, opening 3 minutes here on show court 3.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup. I mean, both of these are bigger names in this qualifying draw, and we're at round 1, so Bethany Mattek-Sands would have really dreaded seeing that name pop up when the draw took place.
Yeah, Sinko's made the 2nd round of the Australian Open the last 2 years. So looking for the early advantage here.
Lefty. $50.
Shanking that one.
15 seconds.
Sinko. So a little window opens here for Mattek-Sands.
Yeah, it was always going to be a tough shot to go cross court there. We should have chosen down the line where the court was more open. But it will take these girls a few games just to settle in here and find their groove.
Nice backhand up the line.
Yeah, well, she moved into this one and just cut off the angle of the serve. Short backswing and just punched it straight up the line.
So still a breakpoint opportunity here for Mattek-Sands. One sails over the baseline.
Yes.
As I mentioned, good week for Sinko in Brisbane last week. Knocked out Malik Gaidasova in the round of 16, the Australian, in the third set 6-4, and then took the scalp of Daniela Huntakova in the quarterfinals 6-3, 6-4. Eventually went down to the runner-up in Brisbane, Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova, in 3. And had to play 3 tough qualifying matches to get in, so she's coming in with some good form. Just really dipped there from Mattek-Sands.
Yeah. Tennis being such a confidence game, it's such an important thing for a player to start their year off well. And the first tournament you play, if you can make the semi-finals.
Set the tone.
Oh, absolutely.
There's another breakpoint opportunity here for Mattek-Sands.
Yes.
Overcooked that one.
You can see the wind pick up there in the effects mics. Yesterday it was very gusty out on court. Today less so, but it does still pick up here and there. As it just drops off slightly.
Both players really moving each other around. It's good hitting.
Yeah, there's no real theme to the match yet. Still very early stages, but I think both girls just sort of testing each other out at this point. Probably take till midway through this first set where an obvious sort of theme comes to fruition. But I reckon this could be a long one as well.
comfortable enough.
No, I feel good. I feel great.
Mattek-Sands also played in Brisbane last week. Lost her final qualifying match to a young girl who I was really impressed with in the main draw in Brisbane, Monica Pier of Portugal, ranked 124. Defeated Lizette Cabrera, the young Australian, and Maria Jose Martinez Sanchez, second round of qualies. He's been as high as 30 in the world only a couple of years ago. So 2 breaks a serve to get us underway here. First round qualifying match in the women's draw. All square, 1 game apiece.
Yeah, we spoke about before, Brett, the fans that have been flocking down to Melbourne Park throughout today, particularly when I went and watched Monique Adamczak win her first round match. The stand was almost packed out there, so people are certainly getting the feel of the Australian Open vibe right now, as we see some Sun Smart fans there with the umbrella.
So you've got the net well covered there. Well, it's a great time actually to come in before the massive crowd, so you can always feel like you've got the place to yourself just to explore. You can wander into the shop here, you can wander around to the outside courts. I reckon it's a great time to come in and soak up a bit of the Australian Open. Free entry.
Yeah, well, particularly when the sun's out as well. I think Melburnians love to come out and enjoy the warmth. Tomorrow, speaking of warmth, I think we're going to get up to about 37 degrees.
Right, okay. You can handle that. Well done. Good use of the drop shot, and she was in straight after it. Mattek-Sands anticipating Sinko going cross court.
Well, Nathan Healy, who's been in special comments throughout the last few days, he mentioned, I think yesterday during one of the matches, that on the female circuit they don't move, well, they move from side to side incredibly well, but when they move forward and backwards, not as strong. So here, Mattek-Sands, she's already put in, I think, 2 drop shots.
That's a great serve down the tee. What's the rinse in her hair, Adrian?
Yeah, I'm not sure
What's
about
going on
that.
there?
Be interesting to get a close-up of that at some stage. Do you think it's a mistake? Does she know?
Is it a little bit attached on? No?
Is that a Venus Williams style?
Oh, she's certainly not boring. Cracking return. Sands maybe not impressed with the call, but it was awfully close to that line. So a couple of game points to go ahead. And overcooks that shot, so Bethany Mattek-Sands, 2 games to 1, holds her serve. Here at Melbourne Park, we're going to duck out to court 6. We saw the great win of Anastasia Rodionova. Her sister Arina Rodionova, Nathan Healy, is playing out there at the moment.
Yeah, I'm out here with Arina Rodionova and Maria Irigen, and yeah, it's a great match. Rodionova was down 4-2 in the second set. She's up a set. She won the first set 6-1, and was in complete control, but got down in the second. But now she's fighting back, and it's 4-all in the second set. Big game, dictating with using a forehand, and clawing her way back in this set, and she's looking like she's taking control, as did her sister out there on court 3 earlier.
Nathan, we see a lot of emotion from the Rodionovas. We saw a lot during the previous match, Anastasia. Have you heard much out there vocally from Arena?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, she's riding that emotional roller coaster. But definitely a tough competitor, just like her sister. And at this stage, she's looking good.
Yeah, it's 4-all there at the moment. So she won the first set 6-1. So it's moving closer to perhaps a third set. But it would be good to see 2 of the Rodionovas move through to the second round, wouldn't it? They'd go out for dinner tonight and they'd have a brilliant time.
Well, last time, thank you, Nathan. We'll come back to that match very shortly. Well, last time we saw Arena, she went to, was it J-Lo?
She did.
Here at Rodionova.
She did.
And she bounced out the next morning and played a great game.
Well, because I asked her that question, I said, if you make it through to the final and you win, can you show us some moves, some J-Lo moves? So, unfortunately, it didn't happen, but maybe it can take place here.
Well, tell you what, she gets through and wins 27 grand, she might give us 20. Might do a lap of honour around Melbourne Park. If you're just joining us, Bethany Mattek-Sands, the United States taking on Lucia Sinko of the Ukraine. We've had a couple of breaks to serve already. Sinko is the #1 seed here in women's qualifying. Mattek-Sands, well, she's been on the tour for a number of years now. Great placement there with the serve, 125 Ks. But not allowing Mattek-Sands to get a racket on that at all.
Great return there from Mattek-Sands. So neither girl really feeling overly comfortable, I don't think, out there at this stage. Still very early stages of this one. Sinko's serving, the #1 seed. Could be a long battle today. We've seen quite a few long matches. Number going into the third set, which we play to advantage. So no tie breaking in the third set here of the Australian Open qualifying. So that does leave it open for some long evenings.
Yeah, with the benefit of the lights here. So if history's anything to go on. We just basically park ourselves here until she's done.
And solid backhand there from Sinko. Do enjoy seeing the girls move forward to the net, particularly when they've got a mid-court ball, as she had there. So she hits that backhand into the open court and just puts the pressure right back on your opponent. As that goes long there, so 2 games apiece. Neither player budging at this stage.
A couple of breaks to serve, followed by 2 holds. So all square. Keep your tweets coming in. Hashtag #OzOpen. That's AUS Open. We'll get to a few of those. Kids Day, of course, here on Saturday. One coming through, Adrian, from Nickelodeon, Australia. Guy Sebastian going to be rocking Rodionova at Kids Tennis Day.
Rocking indeed. I can't wait for that.
No, you'll be there.
Well, I hope so.
Front seat. All the details, AustralianOpen.com for Kids Day. Been very successful in the last few years. mixed in with the final day of qualifying.
I did speak to the guys from Hot Shots here at Tennis Australia. So apparently 6,000 tickets have already gone online. So you can get onto Hot Shots tennis website, so hotshots.tennis.com.au. And it's all free, but you can still book a ticket. But you don't have to. You can just rock up on the day.
Out of position then, Mattek-Sands having to go back and retrieve that ball.
15 seconds.
Take a look at the replay here. That's when she just got wrong-footed slightly and had to try and hustle back. Sinko with enough open court to hit the winner. She's used the drop shot a couple of times to good effect. Their outfits are never boring. A tennis game is never boring.
Not at all. And that's exactly what you want to do. You want to follow a drop shot in like that if you can. If it's a good drop shot, you move forward to it, and then you try and take it without it bouncing.
Yep.
Just so your opponents, I mean, by the time they look up, the ball's past them already. You're right there.
She's played a lot of good successful doubles as well, Mattek-Sands. So always moving and trying to make things happen. Mix things up. Oh, there's one for somebody. Over the top of the stands here at Show Court 3. Call that a shank.
Well, that return was...
Haven't been too many.
No, not at all,
Quite
actually.
sweetly,
Yeah.
both players.
I think the depth of that return just forced the shank. So we're 30-40 here. So break point opportunity for yet another break early stages of this one.
Yes.
Not quite. So Arina Rodionova, we've just heard, has won her first round match. So she's won 6-1, 6-4. She progresses through to the second round and she joins her sister.
Could they play each other? Check the draw and how that looks.
That would be interesting. But both Rodionovas...
Have they played each other before, Adrian? They would have, surely, across their careers.
They did.
Some tournament?
The most recent encounter, I believe, there was a retirement. So I'm pretty sure Arena retired from that match. Injured, obviously.
So break point again here for Sinko. Looking at the third breaker serve in this opening set. Oh, just pulled it wide.
Just getting the feeling that Sinko is slightly stronger off the ground from the back of the court. And Mattek-Sands is obviously playing with a little bit more flair. So it's an unusual matchup. But if Sinko can maintain her consistency, she seems to be opening up the court a little bit more and just controlling the points. Just forcing that one wide. I don't mind that shot though. I think she is getting a little bit frustrated at the moment because she feels that she has this match just in her control slightly at the moment. So the umpire is just asking the fans to sit down. He's He's one of my favourite umpires as well. He's going to be here during the Australian Open. I've just drawn a blank and I can't quite remember his name. He'd be is he French?
Spain.
Spain. Okay.
Carlos. Oh, Carlos Ramos.
Is that him?
I think. Oh, misses the swinging volley. Third juice long, 5th game here.
I had the feeling that Mattek-Sands, we mentioned that she's a strong doubles player, and she was stationed at the net there in control of the point. I thought she was going to find an opening. She'll be disappointed with that miss.
Interesting life of that of a chair umpire. Spoke to John Blom a few weeks ago on radio here.
Well, she's done it again. It's working for her at the moment with drop shot strategy.
Yeah, it's been 3 of those and just been hard to counteract from Sinko.
I just think the girls, they're not used to it. They're not used to having to move forward so quickly like that. They all tend to position themselves at the back of the court for the majority of their matches.
So she sprays that ball wide, and Mattek-Sands is able to hold 3 games to 2 opening set here on show court 3 as qualifying continues. As Adrian mentioned, Arena Rodionova getting through a few moments ago out on court 6, joining her sister Anastasia in the 2nd round. And speaking of Arena Rodionova, she's just stepped off court and is with our very own Nathan Healy.
I'm just happy it's over now.
It seemed like you took control of the match straight away and really got off to a flying start, winning that first set 6-1. What happened in the second set?
Well, it's tough to keep the same concentration for the whole match, and just let it go for like a couple games. And she's a good player. She's like, I remember her from a couple of years ago, and she just took the opportunity. You know, she got back into the match, and then it was really tough.
So looking forward to the next round. You mentioned off camera that you don't know who you play, so you're just taking it one step at a time.
Yeah, I didn't see the draw, and I don't really want to see the draw till like tomorrow morning probably. But so just let's see.
Yeah, one match at a time, huh?
Arena.
And you obviously heard that your sister had a win.
Yeah, I was trying to listen, like, because she was playing on the court next to me, so I didn't know what's happening there, and I was actually wasn't really focused on my match in the beginning of the match, but good she won.
Yeah, good job, and best of luck with the next round.
Thanks a lot.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Nathan, there with Arena Rodionova winning her match. Back here, it is Bethany Mattek-Sands and Lucia Sinko, the number 1 seed. 3-2. Mattek-Sands leads it at the moment. Oh, net nicely covered there. Moves well, the Ukrainian. Looking to get that ranking down in 2013, currently at 83.
Well, that was another short ball there from Mattek-Sands. Wasn't really an intentional drop shot. I think Sinko's now just starting to realise as Mattek-Sands. So again, I think some people have just walked in. So we spoke about that before, Brett. Qualifying, people tend to walk in a little bit.
Just a small tip, if you are coming down and it's free entry, just walk to the top of the little stairwell and just check out what's happening first.
Yes.
And just time your run.
Yeah,
It's quite distracting.
Yeah, that's fine.
So a couple of game points here for Sinko.
Tough to pick at the moment. Even point by point, I think it's really tough at the moment. There's no real momentum on either side. I did think that Sinko was holding strong from the back of the court.
Stayed alive in that point. Well done to Mattek-Sands. Had to retrieve a couple here on the backhand side. Keep yourself in the point. Missed the first one.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of that play from Mattek-Sands, just chipping the ball back and staying in the point. And Sinko, just see, she's clearly a little bit frustrated on court at the moment. It would be tough playing Mattek-Sands. You don't know what the next shot's going to be.
Showing your experience at the moment. Just getting balls back into play deep. That one, not so good. For a little bit more.
Just saw the first serve percentage there. So Sinko, she's up in the mid-60s, which is as well as you would expect, I suppose. They look to stay between sort of mid-60s and up in the 70s, but that's quite a high first serve percentage.
Good deep serve. It's hard to get a read on. From point to point, it is fluctuating.
Sometimes with these matches, when it is so even, it can be the player that I guess has the most desire and really wants to work hard, is willing to stay out there for 3 sets and point by point. You get the feeling Mattek-Sands is that sort of player. Very determined out on court.
That's the unforced error count. Sinko's made 7 more at this stage, but she's got the advantage. Love a big first serve right here.
So just overruled there by the chair umpire.
Yeah, certainly long. Going over the baseline, we're back to juice.
Well, Mattek-Sands again moving towards the net. It was a solid volley. Sinko made it, but just her momentum, I think, carried her forward and it just went long. Very long games here, though. Loves to give it a crack on that return, Mattek-Sands. Second serve here, look for her to step forward.
She wind up then, but overcooked it over the baseline. So another opportunity here on serve for the number 1 seed to hold. Already had a couple of breaks of serve in this opening set. Set forehand. So eventually Sinko able to hold. And And we're all tied up after 34 minutes, 3 games apiece in the opening set here of qualifying at Melbourne Park in the build-up to this year's Australian Open. All starts on Monday. The draw, of course, coming up tomorrow morning from 10 o'clock Melbourne time. You can catch that live here on AustralianOpen.com. Just work out your time difference wherever you are around the world. 10 o'clock Melbourne time tomorrow. All the balls will fall. The qualifiers will be slotted in and obviously be finalised once we've completed this on Saturday.
She tried it again. It wasn't a bad drop shot, but I think Sinko has figured this out. She's ready for these drop shots, so she just chips it up, and she tried to get the lob, but it was nowhere near high enough. You'd have to think Sinko is watching Mattek-Sands and waiting for that next drop shot.
Beautiful.
It's got to be the shot of the match.
Sweeping backhand, cross court, right on the line.
Well, neither player has, I guess, a superior serve. No booming serves here, so we see the breaks of serve happen more often in the women's game. I've lost count of how many breaks of serve we've seen already in this one.
Certainly the first 2 games. So in the blink of an eye, pressure on the Mattek-Sands serve at love 40. Still to come here on AOTV a little bit later on. Jordan Thompson, Ryan Sweeting of the United States, seeded 21. Thompson, the young Australian, looking to conquer another opponent.
Yeah, a bit fortunate there. It was a drop shot of sorts, but not intentional. Yeah, I can't wait for that next match to come up. Yeah, as that one just drops over.
He was hand up.
Yeah, always. He was a breath of fresh air yesterday when I spoke to him. So he's up next. Stick around for that one.
Yeah, nice off forehand. Setting that point up. It's a couple of back. Still one breakpoint opportunity for Sinko. Ticked over 37 minutes. Misses up the line, so Sinko gets a break of serve. Not uncommon in this opening set, leading it 4 games to 3.
Australians out on court 5 and court 7 currently at Melbourne Park. Court 5, Priscilla Hon from Australia up against Valeria Solovieva from Russia, and at this stage Priscilla is down 1-3 in the opening set. That match just underway, but the good news is Tammy Patterson, the 23-year-old from Brighton here in Victoria, is up against Zuzana Ondruskova from the Czech Republic. Tammy took the first set 6-3 and is well and truly on her way in the second set. She leads 2-love. Plenty of Australians on court 6. We've had 2 victories and 2 losses today. The 2 ladies to go through: Monique Adamczak defeated Dinah Fiesenmayer from Germany, the 20th seed. She won there 6-1, 2-6, 6-4, and moments ago Arina Rodionova scoring in straight sets there, so she joins her sister in the second round of the qualifying here at the Australian Open, 6-1, 6-4. Let's head back to show court 3 and your commentators Brett Phillips and Adrian Franklin.
Thank you, Matt. Plenty going on here. Adrian Franklin's just stepped out of the box, and Nathan Healy has rejoined me here on show court 3. We've seen a number of breaks of serve, and the number 1 seed here with a chance to get a nice little buffer if she can hold.
Good start. Certainly worked over her opponent then, Bethany Mattek-Sands.
Yeah, great point from both players, moving extremely well. Mattek-Sands dictating the point with a forehand. Back in behind her there.
So when she's able to get that first serve in Sinko, she's winning 68% of points. That'll increase a little bit more. So a real chance here to put a stamp on this first set if she can go 5-3 up. Look at that line. I must say I'm right on that line, and I thought it was okay, but anyway.
Yeah, this is where the Hawkeye would be useful, but unfortunately it's not working at the moment. I think it'll be up and running on day one.
So she holds the Ukrainian top seed 5-3 now in the opening set. Ticked over 40 minutes on court. I imagine you might have come across Bethany Mattek-Sands in your travels, or I don't know if you've ever had a conversation. We always enjoy her. She's not dull or boring, Nathan.
No, without a doubt. I was just admiring her hairstyle before, and it definitely adds a lot of colour to the game, which always is fantastic to see. It's good to see different personalities showing.
15 minutes.
It's over at the Hopman Cup, wasn't she, last week? No, Brisbane, sorry. Hopman Cup the year before. She mentioned that earlier, through qualities in Brisbane last week.
15 minutes.
Yeah, and of course won the doubles up there in Brisbane. So knocked out final round of qualifying, but won the doubles. So you can see she's a player that always likes to get in.
Yeah,
with
she's
that doubles experience.
Certainly taken a few big cuts at this forehand. Seems like she doesn't hold back in anything she does. For me personally, I don't know if I'd be able to concentrate worrying about my wardrobe every time I stepped out on court.
Between the pair.
And both players extremely aggressive off the ground here. This is where I would like to see a little bit more variety. This is what you have a tendency of seeing a little bit more in the women's game, where it's a bit flatter hitting and they just kind of almost rally back and forth with no real, not as much construction. I've got to be careful with this one. As much construction compared to the men.
Yes.
That's where, as a young player, you really want to round your game, complete your game, work on every aspect of it. Then you can adjust your game plan throughout a match. If you're too one-dimensional, players definitely pick up on it. It can be exploited very quickly.
Low flying choppers. Good to contend with in qualities, particularly just the outside courts. A few more distractions just to better maintain that focus. People moving around. I've seen Mattek-Sands stop a few times.
Advantage.
So that gives her a set point.
Yeah, speaking of those distractions, it's really good at being a player that can let things go and really be present and focusing on what they're doing in each and every moment. If they get too far forward or worry about things that have happened in the past, it's not going to work out there.
So look at a second serve here. Stepped in, took it early, up the line with the backhand. And the number 1 seed takes the opening set, 6 games to 3, 46 minutes at opening set.
Yes, let's have a look at the highlights now of the first set, where the number 1 seed has been able to do it relatively comfortably, but not without a fight from Bethany Mattek-Sands. 6-3 the score there. We're about to have a look at those highlights. I can also tell you Priscilla Hon out on court 5, a match I touched on earlier. It's currently 2-4, the Australian down there. So having a look at the first set highlights, plenty of strength shown from Chirenko, winner of 6 ITF titles before competing in the qualifying here. Lovely work at the net, some deft touch there from Bethany Mattek-Sands. But Chirenko, with a little bit of Grand Slam experience, a win-loss of 2 and 6 at the moment, making the second round of the Australian Open in 2011 and 2012, and failing to get past the first round at 4 attempts in other slams, including 2 attempts at Wimbledon. But lovely work getting to the net there, and had her opponent on toast on that occasion. So having a look at the summary, 46 minutes, the time it took to get through the first set. So it was a little bit of a struggle, all even when it comes to unforced errors, but total points won at the end of the day was the tally, 42-36. So Chirenko taking out that first set. So good news continues out on court 7. Tammy Patterson well and truly on her way in the second set, and Priscilla Hon currently down 2-4 on court 5 as we head back to Brett Phillips and Nathan Healy.
Thank you, Matt. Nice work there with the first set summary. Hashtag #OzOpen to join in the conversation on Twitter. Unseated and looming. There's the Twitter handle. Ukrainian much more consistent, better on return, backhand return. Winner on set point, superb. So your feedback?
It was interesting looking at those stats. The unforced error rate and the winner rate was identical. The big stat that stood out for me was the break points. Bethany Mattek-Sands not taking advantage, having 6 break points and only converting 1.
And one other tweet that just came in, Jay Hyatt. Jay, if you're listening, regarding the schedule. Tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock Melbourne time. So I'm not sure where you are in the world, if you're in Australia or somewhere abroad, but 10 o'clock Melbourne time. All the details on AustralianOpen.com. You can watch it live as the draw takes place.
from outside the crown, right?
Yeah, public event. Anyone can rock up.
15, 30.
Always plenty of nervous players, I'd imagine, when the draws come out. We've seen it with Leighton the last few years. You've had a bit to do with him, and just praying that he doesn't get big names first up.
Yeah,
that's you sort of got to roll with whatever's
dealt.
served up.
It's also a good opportunity to take out those seeded players. Generally, the top players, once they get their teeth into the tournament, they seem to get better with each match. Mattek-Sands not happy about that one. Just missed that line.
Yes. Good hustle from Sinko just to keep herself in the point, but Mattek-Sands certainly the aggressor.
Without a doubt, that forehand's definitely a weapon. Occasionally she's overplaying it. She could rein it in, play within herself just a touch more. And both girls are moving relatively well along the baseline, and when you play someone that's quick, they like moving onto the ball. They're not as comfortable changing directions. So when each girl has an opportunity, they should be looking to play back behind the other player.
Yes.
That girl on screen, of course, coming off, as I mentioned earlier, a week in Brisbane. Lucky loser. Comes through and knocks over Emila Gaidasova and then Daniela Hunter-Kova. Reached a semi and went down to Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova. One that we'll certainly be keeping an eye on with her bright start to the year. 83 in the world. She can make some inroads. Pressure on her serve. Beautifully done up the line from Mattek-Sands. And a break. Similar pattern to the start of the match, where we saw a couple of breaks of serve.
Yeah, a little bit more controlled on that last forehand. A little bit more spin. Just has a tendency of flattening out a little, just a touch too much and loses the control. But that was nice. Just as I said, just playing within. There's a lot to be said for that.
So we're certainly working through the matches. 12 courts in operation here for qualifying, and the weather's been kind. It's going a little bit warmer tomorrow, into the high 30s.
Sinko beating Mattek-Sands with depth there.
Please sit down. Thank you. Sit down. Thank you.
And that was the variety that I was talking about earlier, just mixing in different plays to your opponent rather than just belting that ball around the court all the time.
Oh!
It's interesting talking about the changes in the weather, and that's where Grand Slam tennis is very interesting, in the fact that you know, the players have to deal with just such different conditions over a 2-week period. You know, if it rains, Rod Laver's roof closes, high sense will close, and then it becomes an indoor tournament. Temperature fluctuations all over the place.
So back-to-back double faults here for Mattek-Sands. We just have a couple of break points. 3 apiece in the double faults column. Should be okay up until this game.
Oh! 30.
Nicely done with the lob. Beautiful initial return there from Sinko. Nicely composed on that last shot.
Yeah, I still like the idea from Mattek-Sands here. You know, just mixing in that serve and volley play makes your opponent think when they're returning serve. You know, if someone's getting into a groove, it's just good to throw something else at them.
Breaks a serve in this second set.
Sit down, please.
Mattek-Sands definitely not holding back, ripping another couple of forehands. Just keeps going for his shots. We saw that from James Blake yesterday. Just really has that belief in himself that he can just crack his forehand from anywhere in the court. But it is a fine line between making too many unforced errors and pouring that pressure on your opponent. Mattek-Sands not quite getting into position on this one.
It's the great part about tennis, Nathan, is you can, we're seeing it with Kamiko Date Crum at 42. She had a lot of years off. I think she had about 13 years off. But once again, uses that drop shot well. Is that you can play for as long as you like, as long as the motivation is there and you don't mind travelling and you still feel like you can be competitive. And I suppose she's at that stage of her career, Mattek-Sands, where it's it's either going to end or can just keep sort of going along and knowing that she's not going to ever be up there in the top echelon of women's tennis again. I think she got as high as 30.
Yeah, I get the impression from Mattek-Sands she really enjoys life on the tour. I mean, look at the colour that she exudes, and it's not easy for players to make that decision to stop. I like to think of the tennis tour sometimes as the endless circus that just keeps rolling around. And it's
nicely done, cross court.
And it's not easy to step off the tour. I was fortunate where an opportunity came up to coach Leighton, and yeah, it was almost made for me.
Sinko said a chat here to the umpire. I believe someone was taking some photos, which was distracting Sinko.
Was that you, Brett?
No, I'm not a good photographer. Well done. 2-1. Let's duck out to Adrian Franklin, who's out and about. Adrian?
Have another Australian who has just gone through to round 2 of qualifying, Tammy Patterson, 6-3, 6 love. That's a whitewash.
Yeah, first few games of the first set, they were close. I think I just had to get used to a game, but after that I knew what I was doing and took over.
Now, you got a wild card into qualifying, so you just got the call up a few days ago, and you said to me before that you had a fitness session, a massive fitness session, and then you had to back it up here.
Yeah, yeah, like I said, I got the call about 2 days before here, but I didn't know I had one a couple of days before, so I was like, all right, well, I didn't get one, so I'll just get into my fitness, and I did one of the hardest sessions that I've ever done, and fitness coach was like, all right, we'll do a hard few weeks before you go away and play some tournaments. But then I got the call, and then I had to get ready for the next few days to play.
You mentioned before that you served really well throughout that match, and it's something you've been focusing on previously?
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of work on my serve. A few little changes, but it's working well at the moment.
And you had some fans out there as well, a group of males there, but you had a couple of the coaches there. Nicole Pratt was watching, so a few Australians supporting you.
Yeah, it's great to come here and play here and have all your friends come out and see you play, and it's always good to have people there that are supporting you and wanting you to do well.
It's great to see you play well. We look forward to seeing you in round 2.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, Adrian. Out there with Tammy Patterson, 23 years of age, from Victoria. We saw her at the wildcard playoff back in December. And ranked 575 in the world, coming in, taking on Susanna Ondruskova of the Czech Republic. So that's a good win. 6-3, 6 love. Has been ranked a lot higher, Tammy. Was up in the 200s there at one stage in her career. A couple of men's matches to complete court 7. Igor Knudsen and Dudi Seller. Two guys we're quite familiar with, and Denai Udumchok from Thailand will be out there a little bit later on, taking on Marcel Ilhan. Not too many players have come from Turkey, have they, on the tour? He's sort of flying the Turkish flag.
Yeah, no, not many at all.
Of course, a couple of the Australian men who won yesterday. We're going to see Jordan Thompson on this court. Looking forward to that against Ryan Sweeting a little bit later on, and Alex Bolt will be playing out on court 6. In fact, that one, I reckon, just underway. We'll get an update very shortly on that one, taking on Florence Serra of France, the 8th seed. So with the trainer coming out here, I think, Nathan?
Yeah, I think Mattek-Sands was pointing to a neck. Not sure what's going on.
So we just pan down back onto court here. Getting some medical attention. Lost the first set 6-3 and trails 2-1 in the second.
Well, whilst we have that delay on show court 3, some good news is coming out of number 5, court 5. We spoke earlier of Priscilla Hon from Australia. She went down a break very early in the first set, but she's broken back. She's up against Valeria Solovyeva from Russia, and things are now all square again. It is 5 games all. And as the boys touched on, Alex Bolt, the 20-year-old, is up against Florence Serra from France, and things are all square there as well. On court number 6, it is 3 games all. So the Australians are starting to fight back here on day 2 of Australian Open qualifying. As we take a break, we'll return to show court 3 shortly.
You know, it's so many ways that you see greatness.
The way you show up on a tennis court, what you bring to the game, you leave it better off, I guess. That's kind of how I define greatness.
One of the things in greatness is realizing your potential. So having a lot of talent and maximizing it, I think that's greatness. I think guts under pressure is greatness. I think beauty on the court is greatness.
And I think you have to know yourself and know the competition that you're playing and being able to excel at the right times in the game.
There's so many different ways to define that and appreciate what happens within the confines of an athletic field. There's so many ways that people reveal themselves to us as the fans in those situations of extreme pressure.
And that's the reply.
Results, the way you get those results, longevity at the top, excellence under pressure, and I think the way you represent the sport. I think that's the way you really look at the type of players and regard them over a long period of time as to how great they've been for our game.
As we welcome you back to show court 3, many a fine champion we have seen here at Melbourne Park. Who's going to be added to that honour roll? We're going to find out in the next 2.5 weeks. So Bethany Mattek-Sands okay to resume. We have a neck complaint. The medical trainer came out. Needing to hold her serve here to stay in the contest.
Yeah, certainly some great champions amongst that bunch. A lot of colourful personalities. You saw Marat Safin there, Roddick, and out here with Mattek-Sands. Definitely has a personality.
Yeah, the great part, Nathan, we're going to see Andre Agassi back here, I believe, playing in the Legends event and as a guest. Just long over the baseline. Agassi, 4-time champion here, and he's been back to Wimbledon, of course, the French, and always goes to the US Open, but for the first time returning to Melbourne Park since he retired.
Great serving from Mattek-Sands there. I think she's going to need that. Her second serve is a little bit of a liability. So if she can make a few more first serves, boost that percentage, she'll be in a much better position. Yeah, speaking of Agassi, fantastic ambassador for the sport of tennis. And has a lot to do with the schooling system over there in the States, setting up his own scholarship fund.
Not sure if Steffi's coming out with him, but that'd be great to see her back out in Australia as well, Steffi Graf.
Mattek-Sands not quite closing fast enough on that. Footwork a little bit all over the place. But again, the right idea.
Please sit down. Please listen. Thank you.
That chair umpire, Nathan, is it Carlos?
Carlos Ramos?
I think it is, yeah. I'm just trying to work it out early. Yeah, it's funny that people sort of drift around during the qualies. There's no ushers to tell people just to hold back, so if you are making your way in, just be conscious of what's going on court.
And maybe a little bit of tension there from Sinko. He knows Mattek-Sands a little bit injured potentially, which is always, it's always difficult to put your opponent away when you know that.
So now a couple of game points to lead at 3-2. You can join the conversation, hashtag #OzOpen on Twitter. So Sinko is able to hold 6-3, 3-2 in the second set.
Let's check some scores from around the ground, starting off with young Alex Bolt. Currently things are on serve there up against the Frenchman Florent Serra. It is 4-3. Bolt is currently serving. Also Priscilla Hon up against Valeria Solovieva from Russia. It's an absolute battle royale out there coming towards the end of that first set, and currently it is Hon leading 6-5, but Adrian Franklin's courtside, he can tell us a lot more.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's a massive battle on court 6 at the moment, and Hon has just moved to a 3-0 lead in the tiebreak. So we're at 6 games apiece. Tiebreak time. Hon to serve now, leading 3 points to love. Don't forget, she's 14 years of age, Priscilla Hon. So she's incredibly young, and she's doing so well out on court. Coached by Anthony Richardson, who's a Tennis Australia coach from up in Queensland. So Hon in the white has just served. That's just gone wide, so we're at 3-1. Priscilla Hon leading. We'll keep an eye on this, guys.
Thank you, Adrian. Good to see young Priscilla Hon playing well. We saw her here at the AO Wildcard playoff, amazingly.
That worked.
Just 14 years of age from Townsville. Queensland producing a lot of good young tennis talent. Must be the sunshine and good weather.
Yeah, good dig from Mattek-Sands. I like the idea moving forward. She needs to do something a little different with with Sharenko taking control of most baseline rallies. But speaking of Brisbane, that's where the National Academy, one of the National Academies, is focused up there, and also here in Melbourne. Which the facilities, have you been over there?
Not yet, no. Did peer in the other day through the windows, but to go through a walk through.
Yeah, Tennis Australia's done a fantastic job extending to these incredible grounds. Now there's 8 clay courts, Italian clay courts, and 6 indoor courts. Incredible gym.
Ahead of schedule too. I don't think they expected it to be completed in time for this Australian Open, so a bit of a bonus.
Yeah, no excuses now.
It's a quick service game to love. She stays in touch.
Yeah, assertive tennis from Mattek-Sands, taking care of that short ball there, but still with a bit of shape, bit of topspin, bring it down nicely into the court, not overplaying it, which she's been doing in patches throughout the match.
Very pleasant conditions for tennis. We've just gone past 5 o'clock here in the evening. Those doing coverage abroad.
Another well-constructed point from Bethany Mattek-Sands, dictating with that forehand, but once again, just nice and controlled. Good volley, kept moving forward and going up to meet the ball on the overhead. Well done. Just overcooking it there on the backhand. Evenly poised right here. The 3 games all. Second set. Sinko having won the first. Not wanting to lose serve here. Went for 20. But sprayed it. Yeah, I'd like to see that middle of the court. Sinko feeling a little bit of pressure, pushing that last backhand. I'd like to see Bethany Mattek-Sands make a play there.
Pendulum swings here, and Sinko's back where she wants it with a game point. And nicely done. Good recovery from 15-30 down. She holds. Sinko leads at 4 games to 3. Second set already a set-up. An hour and 18 minutes on court in this first round women's qualifying match.
What do you reckon?
Still to come, Jordan Thompson and Ryan Sweeting. Sweeting seeded 21. Thompson coming in after his 9-7 result yesterday, but
right now. Sinko 6-3 and 3-2 in the second set.
Guys, Priscilla Hon has just taken that first set now. So it was a tie break and she's won the first set out here on court number 5. So a huge result for the 14-year-old from Queensland. She did really well at the Australian Open Wildcard Playoff. She made the quarterfinals there and she's carried her form into the first set here. So I'm going to stick around on this court. I'm going to try and chat with Priscilla's coach, Anthony Richardson, in early stages of the second set.
Thanks, Adrian. There she is on screen. And we saw her, as I mentioned, at the recent wildcard playoff back in December. Early days, but she's been given a real opportunity here. And she's carrying out the task pretty well at this early stage. We'll see what lies ahead for Priscilla Hon from Queensland, just 14 years of age here in qualifying. Sinko 4-3, second set.
Mattek-Sands just overcooking that backhand volley. I love the move though. Great mindset getting forward. She's normally pretty solid at the net, just a great doubles player. Yeah. Anyway, she's making the right decisions, and if you keep doing that, the execution eventually comes, hopefully.
Once again, Mattek-Sands the aggressor.
Yeah, that's a great play for her, especially if you can get Sinko moving the other way first, so then she's playing back in behind her. She's a tall girl, Sinko. Not easy to change direction. She gave her a chance there.
She did. Straight back at her. Once again, getting into the net. Serve.
But this is the kind of tennis that's going to get Bethany Mattek back in this match. Assertive mindset.
Good time to come up with a double fault. One question you might want to ponder, just with Bethany here being a little bit different on the tour. Most interesting person you've met in tennis. I'd like to know that shortly. Oh, great volley. Up off the shoelaces.
Yeah, good hands from Mattek-Sands there, digging that low backhand volley out. That's that doubles experience coming into play.
Like, for example, I sat down with Andrea Pekovic last year. It's a shame she's injured because she got herself to the top 10. One of the most fascinating people I've had a conversation with. You know, started her own little political party over in Germany. She's got these outside interests. Really engaging.
Just missing that one wide, but yeah, to answer your question there, Brett, well, I think I played an exhibition event with Andre Agassi, and we played doubles together. And that was certainly an incredible experience, being out on court with such a legend. And it was world team tennis, and so we were playing on the same team.
Yep.
And he, just his insight into tennis was very, very interesting. And just warming up with the guy, you feed in the first ball and he's just cracking it down the middle of the court straight off the bat. And no holding back.
Pretty deep sort of guy, isn't he? I'm going to a lot of his media conferences here. Always gave you something. Took his time to answer the questions well, tried to give a real insight into his world and what he thought of the game. Whereas most, well, certainly from my perspective, because the tennis players do so much media, it's one thing that always intrigues me. Must get sick of repeating themselves over and over again.
Did you read his book?
I started it. I've got to finish it.
Yeah, a few controversial issues cropping up in that.
Double fault. Coming at an inappropriate time.
When's your book coming up, BP?
Yeah, well, I reckon I've done a few things. I reckon I'm ready to write one. I'm ready to pad it up. Quite happy with what I've done over 20 odd years. Well done. Got into game. She gets another game point opportunity.
Yeah, I think one day we might see a book from Mattek-Sands. Colour and personality coming out in this arena. Ripping a forehand there. Beautiful.
Back we go again. Back to Juice. Missing by much.
As you can see, when she finished that forehand, where her body weight was going towards the side fence, it's when you lose control of the shot. Ideally you want to get that body weight moving towards your target. Fantastic overall from Carlos in the chair there.
Take a look at the replay here.
Just skidding off the line.
Yep. Just play close to those lines in this game. Forehand, pace on that.
Yeah, there's an example of Mattek-Sands moving a body weight towards that target, going out to meet the ball. As you'll see here, short return, boom, and looking to get in again and follow that in. Fantastic work. All set up with that first serve. She needs to keep that first serve percentage up.
And follows up with a good serve on cue. All square, second set 4-all.
Yeah, not a lot of legs there. If I was working with her, I'd be getting that ball toss into the court a little bit and have her use the legs a little more and drive up.
Mixed day for the Australians after, of course, 5 of the males went through yesterday. 5 got knocked out. Barton, Reid, Thompson, Bolt and Feeney all got through. One wide from Sinko, and today the Rodionova sisters have made it through. Sally Piers bowed out, as did Abby Myers, Etzra Hadzik. Good win by Monique Adamczak. And I'll update you on Alex Bolt very shortly with Matt to see how he's going out there on court 6. Jess Moore bowed out as well, Victoria Rajasic, and a good win for Tammy Patterson. So some success for the Aussies.
It was a rough start to the day, but it seems like the Aussies are coming back and getting through these first and second round match for Alex Bolt. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah, he and Jordan Thompson backing up from yesterday, and the other guys played later in the day will be on tomorrow.
Mattek-Sands, well done there. Realising that she'd hit a great return into the ad side of the court, closing in quickly, composing herself when she got there, and then punching it into the open court.
Once again, the aggressor. Getting into the net. Breaker serve, and Bethany Mattek-Sands to come out and serve for the second set. She's turned things around here. Change of lines, people, and ball boys and girls. She doesn't certainly sit planted on the baseline at all. Bethany Mattek-Sands always trying to be aggressive and make the play. Ranked 168 these days. And of course Sinko is ranked 83 in the world. So Bethany Mattek-Sands coming up next to serve for the second set.
Ready? Play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
Welcome back to Show Court 3. Bethany Mattek-Sands to serve for the second set here. 5 games to 4, she leads it.
Yeah, Sinko not quite committing to that shot, letting the ball play her. I think she has to take advantage of Bethany Mattek-Sands' second serve. It has a tendency of landing a little short. Just landing that in the slot. Mattek-Sands punishing into the open court. Like to see Sinko get around and hit a few more forehands on that type of serve. Really be looking to use a forehand a lot every time Mattek-Sands has a second serve. Great passing shot here, stayed down low, committed to the shot. But still an assertive play from Mattek-Sands.
Still got the job to do here, Mattek-Sands, to win this second set.
Just overcooking that a little bit. Once again, I like the play, I like the mindset, but just going for a little bit too much.
So heading towards a second set victory, and now staring down a break point on the serve. And that goes long as well, so Sinko works their way back. Nothing splitting this pair. 5-all, second set.
A couple of gifts there from Sinko to Mattek-Sands.
Of course, while you're watching our live stream here on AustralianOpen.com, you can check out plenty that's going on. All the top players, of course, have been practicing and speaking to the media, doing lots of activities around Melbourne Park. AO2013 will have it all covered for you, so right across the next few days and the fortnight. Only one place to head, AustralianOpen.com. Updates daily of what is taking place. So we learned earlier today that John Isner is out of the draw. Was injured in the Hopman Cup and didn't quite get up for Sydney.
Yeah, it was interesting today in the break, spending some time on the grounds. I went out on court in the Margaret Court with Matt Reid. Spent some time with him, and it was incredible to see the action that was taking place. And as I've said, I'm fascinated after being a player, just seeing how much goes into this tournament and the people that make it happen.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. It's a real privilege actually to sort of be on the inner sanctum for a couple of weeks, walk the corridors and see how it all comes together. Actually, stepped into Rodionova a little bit earlier, a little bunker position. We're going to be calling the radio for the next couple of weeks, and watching Joe Wilfried-Tsonga and Richard Gasquet have a hit together. Of course, Gasquet won in Qatar over the weekend. Didn't play Sydney, pulled out of Sydney this week. But Tsonga, I can tell he was moving pretty well. Of course, had a bit of a hamstring issue over in Perth, but looks to be okay.
Yeah, I was speaking with Roger Rashid, Tsonga's coach, just before stepping into the booth, and he's very happy with his preparations for the tournament.
3 break points here. The Sinko serve. So the momentum continues to swing back and forth. An hour and 40 minutes. And now Mattek-Sands will have another opportunity to serve for the second set, leading at 6-5. I was actually watching, because our little bunker position, we're sort of at ankle level, and just watching Songa and Rashid was in the sun, Songa in the shade, and just having a really good chat. It was interesting to watch for a few minutes. Would love to have been a fly on the wall. So Bethany Mattek-Sands to come out next and serve for the second set.
Let's keep you updated with how the Australians are going. Starting off on court number 5, Priscilla Hon took that first set as we brought you in a tie-break, 7-6, and is currently 2-3 down in the second set, but that is on serve after initially Solovyeva from Russia got out with quite a big lead there in that second set. And Alex Bolt, the 20-year-old from Murray Bridge in South Australia, lost the first set to Florence Serra 6-4, but is 3-1 up in the second set. So some better news there for Alex Bolt. And just recapping on court 7 earlier on, Tammy Patterson defeating Zuzana Ondruskova from the Czech Republic. It was comprehensive, 6-3, 6-love. Let's head back to show court 3 now. Brett Phillips, and also with him, Nathan Healy.
Thank you, Matt, for the update around the grounds here at Melbourne Park. Right way to start for Sinko. Mattek-Sands serving for the second set here. She had one opportunity earlier, got broken. Sinko trying to get it to a tiebreaker.
Yeah, Sinko, I'd like her to be looking for a forehand on that return. She's obviously a little bit nervous about using that side, which is interesting. But forcing Mattek-Sands into error there with nice depth on that last shot.
Fairly even there in the forehand winners count. It's a powerful first serve, 175 Ks.
You get the feeling Mattek-Sands will be hoping for a few more of those right now.
Hustled well, Mattek-Sands.
Yeah, much better from the Ukrainian on that point. Dictating with that forehand. I think both girls are looking to do a similar thing.
2 break points. Nathan here to take it to a tiebreaker. That's where we're heading. Second set tiebreaker to come.
Yeah, Mattek-Sands serveless, letting her down a little there. Only making one first serve in that game. Just letting that ball drop. That's why I'm a huge fan of a more fluent serve rather than the abbreviated motion. I think the abbreviated motion you can get tense when you have that when you have that abbreviated motion. There's no fluency to it. Yeah, unlucky there, just catching the net tape. Right idea though. That's what's won her a lot of points throughout this second set, was getting forward.
7-5 there, the winner's count, as you can see. Huge bonus here for Sinko against her serve. One wide, so 3 love.
Yeah,
Now Sinko to serve.
Rough start from Mattek-Sands. Ideally, you want to get that first point in a tiebreak. I think there's a statistic out there that suggests the person that wins the first point of the tiebreak is the one that takes it home. I think it's probably 60 to 70% of the time. Good if you can pull that one up, guys.
Let's all test them. She's in the driver's seat now at 4-0 in the tiebreaker.
Certainly a seesaw battle out here. We don't know what's going to happen. I feel like Mattek-Sands has the match on her racket. It depends on what she does. Sinko is kind of just guiding that ball around the court. Mattek-Sands is just having that tendency of overcooking at times. Just has to wait for the right opportunity.
So still another serve here for Sinko at 4-3.
Yeah, they're not comfortable with the slice backhand. I think that's just an example of a little bit of tension creeping in towards the end of the match as he tries to close it out. Another example of that tension. She can see the finish line, she can smell it, but still a long way to go. This is where you want to play 1 point at a time.
Last 4 points to Mattek-Sands. She cracked that forehand back. Oh, there's another chapter to be written.
Who's your tip here, mate?
Well, let's just throw all the coins up in the air and see where they land.
Yeah, that's how it felt with that blistering forehand. Who knows if it's going to go in.
Just when you get into a rhythm, we go back the other way.
That's when this tension starts to creep in. I'll talk about it again. If you have a clear plan on what you're trying to do out there and focus only on that. Keep bringing yourself into the present moment. A good way to do that is focus on your breath. What a fight back from Mattek-Sands here.
So with a set point.
Another positive play, moving forward, closing it out. That's where she belongs. Find a way to get to that net.
Gets a look at a second serve. So twice she tried to serve in the second set. Didn't quite get there. Here's her chance. And it comes on a double fault.
There's an example with tennis. It's never over. There's no time limit. You're never out of the match until the umpire says game, set, match.
Take it to the bathroom, toilet.
Set a piece. Bethany Mattek-Sands is going to take a toilet break. We've got a third set to come here on Show Court 3.
Well, what a set of fluctuating fortunes there, and I think Bethany Mattek-Sands would have really rued her opportunities if she wasn't able to get through in that second set. But she was able to fight it out and take it out in a tie break. Let's have a look at the highlights from the second set. And it was entertaining, as Brett Phillips said in commentary. Throw the coins up and see where they land. Plenty of variety. Lovely lob there from Sinko, and some power hitting as well, with a forceful backhand and a forehand that time down the line. As we headed deep into the second set, it was hard to really predict what was going to happen, although Sinko looked as though she was on her way. And with shots like that, she looked to have Mattek-Sands on the ropes. Mattek-Sands, who did serve for the sets, had to then go to a tie break and has taken that. You see nearest to camera, Sinko just probing that one over the net. Some good rallies, some entertaining stuff. Fist pump there from Mattek-Sands, taking out the second set. That took a while an hour and 7 minutes, and it was pretty even with Mattek-Sands 48 points won over 45, and all of the stats pretty level there. A couple of aces for Mattek-Sands, but apart from that, it was just a hard-fought set, and we're heading into a third as we take a break. So we're heading into a third set on show court 3, but I can tell you that Priscilla Hon in the second set against Solovieva is down currently 3-5, so hopefully Priscilla can kick into gear there in that second set after taking the first, as we brought you earlier. Alex Bolt is currently on service 4-5 down, but they're about to head into another game. Bolt serving. He lost the first set 6-4. A game that Brett was talking about in detail is the match between Dudi Sela and Igor Kunitsin, the number 3 seed Dudi Sela, and he took the first set there 6-2 with more news to follow. Bradley Klan, who we saw yesterday on the coverage, he has recommenced his qualifying, his second round match against Barancas, the second seed. It's currently 3-2 in favour of Klan. And one of the tennis players that Brett was saying he was impressed with in Brisbane, I speak of Monica Pugh. She won the first set on court 11, 6-4 against Qiang Wang from China. So there is a comprehensive look at what's happening on the outer courts with Bethany Mattek-Sands back on court on show court 3. We head back to Brett Phillips.
Thank you, Matt. Third set about to get underway here on show court 3. Good fight back from Mattek-Sands. Twice had the opportunity to serve for the second set and got broken, but eventually was able to clinch it in the tiebreaker and did trail 4-0 in that tiebreaker and worked her way back. So it's all square. The experience of Mattek-Sands and Lucia Tarenko from the Ukraine, seated at 1 here, 83 in the world, her ranking. After that very good performance in Brisbane last week, making a semi-final. Oh! If you're in Melbourne and thinking of coming down, still plenty of tennis to be played in the twilight period tonight. Again, using that drop shot well, coming in behind it, net covered. 15-all. Seen that happen a number of times so far in this match. Nathan Healy's stepped out and David Bidmead has stepped in.
Yeah, looking forward to his third set, BP.
Could go anyway. We can't read it. This match. Anything to report in your travels around Melbourne Park?
Well, still the crowds are out. It's a beautiful atmosphere out there and the conditions are pretty nice. Bit of cloud cover now, so the sun's not bearing down on the players or affecting their serve or anything like that. Quite enjoyable. Some good matches going on the outside court still. Explosive shot there from Sinko. Beautiful backhand cross court.
It's amazing how the fortunes can turn. Looked like she was going to go away with that second set and take it out in straight, and then the momentum changed. The replica.
Probably not the shot to play from Mattek-Sands there. Didn't really get onto that drop shot. Just a short ball, really. Not keeping it low enough.
So it's been quite common in this match to see breaks of serve. And Sinko leads at 1-0 in this third set. Still got Jordan Thompson and Ryan Sweeting to come. A match here on AO TV a little bit later. Thompson, the young Australian, 9-7 in the third yesterday, just 18 years of age, from Sydney, taking on Ryan Sweeting, who's been around for a little while now, seeded 21 from the United States. So if you want to come in tonight, if you're living in Melbourne, still plenty of tennis to be played. It's one thing that Nathan was saying throughout the match, though. She does try and pull that trigger early. Sometimes you maybe love it as just working to the point, but she's an aggressive player, isn't she, Mattek-Sands? She likes to make things happen and get into the net. Great doubles player.
Oh, some solid hitting from Sinko there. Really enjoyed seeing those sliced backhands from Mattek-Sands. Actually, good change up.
Just like her outfits, Dave.
Yeah, have
Plenty
you
of
spoken
variety.
about that?
We have.
It's
It's always a topic of conversation. First thing we address before a forehand or a backhand is hit.
And that hair, is it blue or purple?
Well, we'll try to work that out before. It's got a few rinses in there. So still a couple of game points here for a 2-love lead in this third set.
Nice deep return from Mattek-Sands. Sinko just pulling off the ball a bit. Body weight falling backwards, drawing the error.
Yes. She was coming in right behind that as well. It's a natural tendency. So now Mattek-Sands has turned it right back in her favour, which is why this match is so hard to predict. So many fluctuations.
Certainly goes after it, doesn't she? Right from the start of the point. I'm sure her coach must pull his or her hair out at times watching her play.
So now the favour back in the Ukrainians' side. As I mentioned, great week in Brisbane last week, so she came in here with a bit of confidence. Top seeding.
Bit of a loose forehand there. Must be pretty frustrating being the top seed in qualifying, knowing that you're only one spot out of main draw. If someone were to fall over before qualifying, then you get obviously put in that main draw. Nice first serve from Sinko. It's a bit of an anxious wait it would be leading up to qualifying, knowing that you're so close to being direct acceptance.
Yes. Make a huge difference to the mindset. We've seen on the men's side, you know, with obviously Nadal, Marty Fish not playing, who would have been seeded, so that opened up a couple outside that 104 cut-off, and Maddie Ebden was close to that and was, of course, into the main draw. I'll just check that unforced error stat. Just a moment, because there's a few in this game. Yes.
Maddie gone for that backhand at the line return already about 4 times this game. Generally, that's one you might play 10-20% of the time. Most of the time, go back cross court or deep up the middle. Plays a bit more risk.
So 5 juices. Now a breakpoint opportunity for Mattek-Sands. And she gets it. So we are evenly poised here. Game of peace in the third and deciding set for a spot in the second round of qualifying. Earlier today on this court, Anastasia Rodionova got through in 3 tough sets up against Anastasia Burnett of Italy. It was Tatiana Malik who got past Madison Bingle in straight, and well, Sally Piers, a day she would like to put it behind her pretty quickly, I'd imagine. Love and love to Christina Mitu of Romania. Keep up to date with all the scores here on AustralianOpen.com. If you're watching our live stream. Additional special comments at grand level. I agree, sir.
15 all.
The bird life do like the tennis.
They do.
Particularly when there's 600 odd thousand in here and a couple of hot chips. Scraps. Everything right, just couldn't quite execute the final part.
Oh yeah, she played a great point, but just didn't quite get in position for that volley. So just stretching on it, dropping the racket head. Perfect point. You can see, look at that racket head come right down underneath there. She dropped her head as well. What I'm quite amazed about from both players is there's not much emotion out there. They miss a point or play a really loose shot and it's just on with the next one, which is good and bad, but I kind of feel like they should be hurting a bit more or, you know, really kind of maybe grit their teeth and make amends for a few of these loose shots.
It's funny, Doug, because we see a lot of players who are either overly extroverted or heavily introverted.
Yep.
Not much in between. Puts the hand up.
Well, I thought Sinko was still going to get there. If she'd got her racket out.
Look at the replay here.
Bit stiff, not quite. But you want to be running with your racket out and front leading the way just in case.
It's interesting to try and read the body language of players because some you can read them like a book. Great response. Mattek-Sands coming in.
It's a terrific pass.
Nailed it. Up the line. Some players have sort of, this running dialogue going and all their inner thoughts are out there for everyone to see, and other players with the poker face, you just can't tell what they're thinking. What emotions are going on. There's a clean winner from Sinko, and she gets a break of serve, 2-1 in this third and deciding set.
in a few moments' time with Priscilla Hon with a battle on her hands there on court 5. In fact, we can now hear from Adrian.
Priscilla Hon struggling here, guys, in the third set. She's down 3 games to love. So Solovyeva is serving in the white cap. Priscilla Hon, she won the first set, 7 games to 6, as she's just missed that one, so it's really unravelling for her at the moment. So as I said, Hon won the first game 7-6. Second set went to Solovyeva 6 games to 3, and we've now moved to 4-love in this third set. So she's really losing it now, guys. As we've mentioned, she's only 14 years of age, so she's quite inexperienced, but she did start off very positively, and she's just really struggling here. So unfortunately at the moment, she's really going to need to try and turn it around. 4-love down in the third set. So she's serving here. And Solovyeva's just been really solid over the past couple of games. She's noticed that Hon has been a bit up and down emotionally. She's been looking over to her coach as that one goes long. So Anthony Richardson, her coach, is sitting in the stands, and Hon has been looking over at him quite a lot. They do have a great relationship. But right now, she's staring down the barrel of leaving the competition, unfortunately, but the game is not over at this point. Let's hope she can just fight her way back. But right now, 4 games to love down in the third set, guys.
Thank you for that, Adrian. We'll keep an eye on that match as it progresses.
Welcome back to the Combox, Dan.
Good to be here, mate. Good to be here.
You've been watching a bit of this so far. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, another bit of a titanic struggle between these two. It's been momentum shifting back and forward quite frequently, and hard to gain the ascendancy for either player. So it's Sinko leading 2-1 here on serve in the third set. Seen a couple of wayward backhands from Mattek-Sands throughout this contest. Part of her game she'll need to keep tidy.
Yeah, she likes to go for quite a bit off those returns on that backhand. A bit loose on them.
So Sinko with a chance here to capitalise on the break. She does, and leaps ahead to 3 games to 1 here in the third set. So good signs from the #1 seed here in the qualifiers. All the pressure now back on the American on her serve in this game. Swing and a miss. It's catching the top of the tape. Backhand unforced errors there. 17 for Mattek-Sands. Quite a high number, only 14 for Sinko.
15-all.
Good return there from the Ukrainian.
Bit of a brain fade from Mattek-Sands. It's almost an impossible shot, like she was trying to play a drop shot off that one there. Bullet return from Sinko.
She hits that cleanly, that forehand winner down the line on the return. Sets up a couple of breakpoint opportunities to really take a stranglehold of this third set. As the forehand winners, 10-7 in favour of the number 1 seed. Umpire again, just telling a few spectators to sit down. And the wild forehand from Mattek-Sands gives the game to Sinko, and she takes a 4-1 lead here in the third set. Looking very good indeed at the moment. A little bit shaky in the second set tiebreak, but all in control here in the third set. She leads by 4-1.
So Sinko's looking good there on show court 3. Out on court 5, Solovyeva is really putting the pressure on Hon, leading 5-love there on court number 5. Alex Bolt, the good news for the Australian, he won the second set 7-5, and things are on serve in the third between the Frenchman Serra and Australian Alex Bolt. So that's going to be an exciting one. We're going to be having a close look at that on court number 6. And I can also tell you Bradley Klan, who we watched yesterday, is rifling through his match 6-4, 2-1 against the 12th seed Baranka. So he is well and truly on his way towards the third round of qualifying. As we head back to the third set on show court 3, Lizia Sinko from the Ukraine looking pretty solid now. Here's Dan Ryan.
Thank you, Matt. Well, of course, Sinko, the number 1 seed here, really is showing her class in this third set. Important that she did bounce back after giving away, I guess, quite a window she had in that second set tiebreak, and she could have gone either way into this third set, fallen apart, but she's kept it together well and puts herself in a good place right now.
Well, mentally it's very good for her to, I guess, rebound from being 4-up in that second set tiebreak. You're only 3 points away from the match, and often we've seen in so many matches in the past, and players, they fall apart when being in winning positions, but managed to gather herself really well and get a double break here in this third set, as there's a bit of a delay, I believe. Sinko perhaps called the trainer.
She's just stretching out the quads. So potentially maybe getting a bit of attention there, perhaps. Game time, 2 hours, 24 minutes. So they have been out there quite a while, these two girls. We've seen some long matches in the women's singles today. Good quality tennis on show.
And perhaps it's Mattek-Sands who has the problem here.
How tough are these moments for the other player that isn't getting treated in this injury break to remain focused, particularly if momentum is in their way? It is a bit of a break in play. So what's the focus for them in these stages?
Well, you can see Sinko there just trying to stay warm and a bit active and stretching and moving around. But I guess it's the main thing is, I mean, she's obviously taking a bit of note of what's going on and trying to see what injury Mattek-Sands has. Maybe try and use that against her opponent, use it to her advantage.
Be a smart way to go.
I also wonder, I mean, it might be a bit of gamesmanship from Mattek-Sands. She's obviously down 4-1, bit of a niggle. well, why not call the trainer? You know, I can gather my thoughts and also sort out her body a bit. We'll try and see what the problem is here.
Good time to do it with her opponent on quite a bit of a roll, 4-1 in the third. Mattek-Sands did get a bit of treatment earlier in the game too, so whether it's a repeated injury that's flaring up again that is giving her a bit of grief. Does look to be in a little bit of discomfort. Pulls down the big trademark socks, perhaps a calf. Well, as Mattek-Sands gets a little bit of treatment here, I think it's now time to go to an ad here from Melbourne Park.
I wanna scream and shout and let it all out. And scream and shout and let it out. We saying oh, we are, we are, we are. We saying oh, we are, we are, we are.
Bring the action.
Some wonderful images there from Tennis Australia, and if you were quick enough, you might have caught a glimpse of my co-commentator Bitters in there as well with a bit of silverware. Nice to see. So back on action here after the injury timeout called by Mattek-Sands. Sinko serving at 4-1 in the third set.
Please. Quiet, please.
Sorry, people.
Could you be quiet, please?
Sinko just having a chat to a few of the members of the crowd, telling them to be quiet. Just wide on the forehand. Really important game, this one, for Mattek-Sands to strike back. Floating in dangerous territory at the moment. done, Sirenko. That's why she's the #1 seed. Crafty shot.
Beautiful shot from Sirenko. Love the touch here. Bit of a change up. Couldn't come over it. Had to slice it. Bit of an old school shot, that one.
Better from Mattek-Sands. Putting a bit of pressure on Sirenko.
It's been reasonably predictable, that backhand return on that side, though. She likes to go up the line with it. Hits it pretty flat.
Breakpoint chance here for the American.
Nice use of the slice backhand from Mattek-Sands. Good to keep that variety in there.
Can't convert the breakpoint opportunity. Back to juice we go. Two and a half hours gone in this game. Double fault gives another breakpoint chance to Mattek-Sands. Well, she doesn't disappoint and she takes the break. So back to 4-2 now in this third set. Big game for the American to nab.
Yeah, well, a couple of loose errors from Sirenko. She did that costly double fault at juice after a bit of a pause. Often can throw a player off.
Plummets that return into the net. Some good depth there from the American, wasn't it? Really put Sirenko on the back foot.
Good aggressive play from Sirenko, stepping in on that forehand, brings it back to 30-all. Crucial point here. If she can get this and get the break, she's serving for the match.
the net cord just doesn't work in her favour this time around. Brings up a game point for Mattek-Sands. It will be game on if she can convert this point. That she does. Back to 4-3 now. So Mattek-Sands able to hold serve. Just applies a little bit more pressure onto Sinko, who will be out to serve next. But it is Sinko still leading 4-3 in the third set.
Guys, we've got another young Australian out here, Alex Bolt, who's deep into the third set in his match. So bottom of the screen is Bolt. He's receiving. Florence Serra from France, the 8th seed, is serving. And he's just won that game, Serra. So it's gone to 6-5 in the third set. Serra won the first, 6-4. Second set went to Alex Bolt, 7-5, and now we're deep into this third set, and it's 6-5. So this is second round qualifying for the men. At the moment, Bolt, he's got a huge amount of unforced errors, but a huge amount of winners. So we'll keep a close eye on this. Hopefully we can have another Aussie through to the next round.
Good work, Adrian. We'll keep a close eye on that match and hope we can get, as you mentioned, another Aussie through to the second round here of qualifiers.
Alex Bolt's been in some great form. Be fantastic if he could get over the line. Currently at a career high 380 in the world.
Sinko serving here, 4-3 in the third. And what a start to this game by Mattek-Sands. Rips the forehand down the line.
Super aggressive returner, Mattek-Sands. Awesome forehand there.
Follows it up with a backhand into the net. Well, Mattek-Sands pleading with the umpire. She thought that was long. Pretty close.
Very close. Might have clipped the line here. It's a fantastic deep ball. Very tough to see with the sun there.
Couple of game points for the Ukrainian. Well, she's got it. Just one game away now from a place in the second round here of qualifying. Mattek-Sands is trying to change up the flight of the ball in that point. Bit of variety in there, but in the favour of Sinko. Here's that close line call from a couple of points ago. Yeah,
Ooh, might have just clipped the back of the line. Very close.
Pivotal call. So back against the wall, the American. Serving at 3-5 down. Terrific passing shot. She's pumped.
It's a great running backhand from Sinko. Use that left hand to pull it back cross court. We can see here. Just ran through the shot.
Great confident way to start this game. Oh, Mattek-Sands responds too. Great point from both players. American puts the overhead away.
50 now. Sinko on that first or second ball after return, she had a really big opportunity to go after it. Got a little bit tight, bit of a nervous shot. Mattek-Sands able to take control of the rally.
She went after that return, just pushed it a bit long. Been out on court now, these two girls, 2 hours 41 minutes. Back to 30-all now. Lots of pressure on the Mattek-Sands serve. Plenty at stake in this point. Well, Sinko comes up with the goods. He comes up with match point.
Excellent hitting from Sinko. Really aggressive play. And she's perhaps just had a little too much firepower so far today.
So match point, the #1 seed. Catches the top of the tape, doesn't make it over, back to Juice. Still in with a sniff, Mattek-Sands. Tries the drop shot, Sinko makes her pay.
Great wheels from Sinko and able to get there and actually hit over the ball. It was fantastic athleticism. Often when moving for a drop shot, you might have to change your grip to a continental grip and more placeable. She actually got there with the time to hit it. Fantastic play.
Match point #2. She's done it, and what a way to finish. A terrific backhand winner. Sinko marches on to the second round here of qualifying. That'll be it for Bethany Mattek-Sands from the United States. But Sinko, the #1 seed, a worthy winner. 6 games to 3 in the third set. So a long third set there, 51 minutes. A pretty good game from both players, very entertaining, but it was Sinko in the end that really did stand up to be counted towards the latter part of that third set.
Yeah, well, that's right, Dan. She just had a little bit too much firepower for Mattek-Sands, and I think she played the big moments, the big points, just a little bit better than Mattek-Sands, and it proved to, to serve her well.
So Sinko will move on to the second round, the #1 seed, as expected. Probably didn't want to take this game into 3 sets. Would have liked to have got through a little bit quicker, but nonetheless, she's advanced through. So 6-3 in the first to Sinko, 7-6 in the tiebreaker to Mattek-Sands. She did lead 4 points to love in that tiebreak, and then wrapping up the third set, 6 games to 3. Time now to go courtside with Adrian Franklin. He's standing by with our victorious winner today.
Lucia, it was a really long match, a long battle. You seem exhausted, but you must be incredibly happy with that.
Yeah, I'm happy that I did the first round, because for me it's always a little bit difficult to play the first round, and especially against the opponent like her. She's I think, top 100 player. The way she's playing sometimes is just unbelievable, and she also doesn't give you any kind of rhythm of match, so you always have to be like very concentrated. So it was a very difficult match for me.
We were talking early stages of that first set. She was throwing in a number of drop shots and moving you around the court. So was it hard to get some rhythm in your game?
Yeah, like I said, she always does something different, really different. And some drop shots were just like so unexpected for me. So I couldn't, I didn't even run because it was so unexpected and so short. But I just tried to do my best at the end of the match because I lose the tie break really stupid, I would say, because I was leading and made a couple of strange mistakes. But I'm happy that I win.
You must be quite on a high at the moment. You played in the semi-finals of Brisbane as a lucky loser, so you went through there and you've come here playing as the #1 seed. You must be full of confidence.
I probably have some confidence, but I'm not like full of that. So I'm very happy with last week. It was really incredible and amazing for me. So much luck and so much of good tennis. So I played some top players. I beat them, and I had a good semi-final, I think. And it's always nice to be the first seeded even in qualis, but for me it's better to be the last one in main draw than first one in qualis, but still you have to do what you have to do.
Well, you're one step closer. We look forward to seeing you in the second round. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Looks pretty relieved, doesn't she? And rightly so, taking it in 3 sets. Lizia Zurenko. Let's have a look at the highlights of that third and deciding set, and as David Midmead mentioned in commentary, just played the big points a lot better. Before we have a look at those highlights, Alex Bolt, by the way, the young Australian, has gone down in the third set 7-6 to Serra from France, the 8th seed. So the end score there, Serra winning 6-4, 5-7, 7-6. Talking about those highlights from the third set on show court 3, and just a little bit too much strength for Lizia Zurenko, although a bit of touch there from Mattek-Sands, bringing the Ukrainian to the net on that occasion. But from the baseline, just as strong, that beautiful forehand down the line, sneaking in. Mattek-Sands trying to force the issue here, but that was a magnificent double-handed backhand, just about one of her shots of the match. She was really starting to crank it up late in that third set. She said she was stupid to lose the second in a tie-break, but she was able to pick herself up from that and take it out in 3 as we have a look at the match summary. 2 hours and 44 minutes. And as we were talking about the stats in the second set, everything was pretty even. A few unforced errors started to creep in, though, with Mattek-Sands. The unforced errors count very high, but the match did go for a long time, 61-53. That may have been one of the main differences in the end. Zurenko playing those big points well also. So it was a 3-set win to Lizia Zurenko. We've got a lot more coming up, including one more match on show court 3. Jordan Thompson, the Sydney sider from Australia, up against the man who was born in the Bahamas, Ryan Sweeting, the 21st seed, still to come.
Ready? Play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
So just repeating that Serra taking out that final set 8-6 out on show court 6, I should say, against Alex Bolt. There's another name that has cropped up during the qualifying, which is interesting. Tamarine Tanner-Sagan. You might remember her. She actually got a fairway in Wimbledon back in 2008. She got to the 4th round there and has gone a fairway in plenty of Grand Slam tournaments in the past. She's now 35. She was up against Buakeke from Turkey and has been defeated in the 3rd set there 10-8. So it was a long one for Tanner-Sagan, but unfortunately she has bowed out of the 1st round of qualifying. So we went off a little bit early there on court 6, but with the advantage in the 3rd set, Sarah has taken it out over Alex Bolt 8 games to 6. As I mentioned, still one game to go on show court 3. Jordan Thompson and Ryan Sweeting not too far away. And earlier, Dudi Salah defeated Igor Kunitsin as well on court 7. That was in straight sets. Don't forget to get your tickets, tickettech.com, for Rod Laver Arena, and also a ground pass. Great value for the 2 weeks starting on Monday as we take a break. Yeah, what, right now?
Well, welcome back to show court number 3. It's 2nd round men's singles action now on the show court. It is, of course, Jordan Thompson, the young 18-year-old Australian, up against the 21st seed Ryan Sweeting from the United States of America. David Bidmead, a really big moment for young Jordan Thompson. No doubt he's going to be excited, but very nervous coming up against a quality player like Sweeting in the 2nd round here.
That's right, yeah, that's absolutely right, Dan. The young wildcard Jordan Thompson, fantastic effort to win his 1st round match in qualifying. And this is another big match against Ryan Sweeting, who's a fairly experienced player and had a lot of success so far. And the 21st seed in qualifying here. And he's going to be up against it, but he has absolutely nothing to lose. And that's how he played in the 1st round match. And he was really aggressive and played very free. And that's really good to see from a young junior.
Speaking of his 1st round match, it was a 3-set win against Renovan from France. 4-6, 6-2, 9-7 in the 3rd. At the end of the game, he described it as probably the biggest moment of his life to make it through that 1st round of qualies. What kind of a young player is Jordan Thompson? What do you think we can expect from him in the years to come?
Well, he's got a bit of flair about him, and he's a pretty heavy hitter. I mean, at this stage, he's still developing. Obviously, we can see he's hasn't filled out yet. He's going to get bigger and stronger. He's very solid off the ground, heavy topspin, and yeah, he's a bit of an all-court game as well. So he likes to come in and can volley pretty well. So, I mean, there's a lot to like about him, and yeah, I think there's plenty more to come from the future, that's for sure.
And what would his mindset be coming in playing against a player the quality of Ryan Sweeting in this one?
Well, I think pretty much the same mindset that he had in that first round, that he's got absolutely nothing to lose. It's a fantastic experience. He's out here on show court 3, Australian Open qualifying. I mean, what a great moment for him. So I think no fear is the way he played in the first round. If he does that again, he's going to give him a hell of a scare, and you never know.
So a long 3-setter for Thompson in his first round clash. On the other side of the net, only 2 straight sets for Sweeting against Kuznetsov of the USA, 6-4, 6-2. So he'll be a little bit fresher, and no doubt the experience on his side as well. We know too with Sweeting that he's been around for a couple of years now, and also a winner of an APT Tour title in 2011 in Houston. So he knows how to perform against the big boys, and just another chance for him to get out there and strut his stuff today. So Jordan Thompson from Sydney in New South Wales, coached by his father, Stephen Thompson. So very close family link there between those two. Tennis hero is Rafa Nadal, like many young kids coming through the ranks. There is our umpire, Anna Viadonovov from Russia. She'll officiate today's game. Approaching 7 o'clock in the evening. It's been a long day here at Melbourne Park. Our first time we've seen men's singles action on the show court. It's been all about the girls beforehand. Number of spectators still sticking around to watch this clash.
2 minutes.
Ryan Sweeting from the United States, of course the 21st seed here, 25 years of age. Currently ranked 144, but has been as high as number 64. So 2011 was probably his year to remember, looking to reclaim that status in 2013. How much would Jordan Thompson know about Ryan Sweeting, Dave?
Well, he wouldn't have played him before because obviously Thompson's had a limited amount of senior experience and played a lot in the junior circuit mostly. He's just starting to play more senior events, but often what happens is with all the players, they talk amongst each other, and he would have found out a lot of information about Sweeting from a few of the other Aussie players that would have played him, so no doubt he would have got some valuable info from them.
Not too far away from a start here in the second round men's singles match. We'll be back very shortly with the start of this game from Melbourne Park. Welcome back to Melbourne Park. Day 2 of the Australian Open qualifying competition. This is second round men's singles action. Jordan Sweeting, the 18-year-old from Sydney, Australia, up against the 21st seed here from the United States of America, Ryan Sweeting. Both boys backing up from games yesterday. Jordan Thompson getting through in 3 sets, 9-7 in the third. Sweeting getting through in straight sets against Kuznetsov from the USA, 6-4, 6-2. So not too long until we get a start here. Ryan Sweeting, of course, born in the Bahamas, moved to the United States when he was 12. Former world number 2 junior as well. So quality player on the world stage, Ryan Sweeting. And a big test for young Jordan Thompson of Australia. All about experience and opportunity out there for the young kid. And he is going to get things going in this opening set.
Jordan Thompson to serve.
Here he is, serving. First game, first set. Well, some great pace from the youngster to get up to that short ball. Got it back well.
Sweeting actually paused there after it hit the net cord, thinking he wasn't going to. You can see just walking. But he was lightning up to that, Jordan Thompson.
Good serve too to back it up. Confident start here from the youngster. Big serve down the middle, 212 clicks.
That's a big serve for an 18-year-old.
3 game points here.
This one almost identical to the first point, just the other side this time.
Good work there from the 18-year-old Australian Jordan Thompson. Locks down the first game here of this match. He leads 1 game to love. Terrific way to settle the nerves for the young Aussie.
Well, very confident start in that first game. Didn't show too many signs of nerves. Some big serving, including a massive ace down the tee on that juice side at 212 k's an hour. And doesn't that look pretty picturesque, Dan? Beautiful down here.
Oh, it's been a glorious day here in Melbourne. Yesterday we had 4 seasons in one day. Today it's been sunshine and sunshine only. Ryan Sweeting now set to serve for the first time in this match.
15.
Sweeting, of course, made it through to the second round of the Australian Open here last year and also in 2011. So competed a few times in the main draw.
Love.
30 love in this game now. Just a miss hit off the return there from Thompson. 3 game points now to the American.
Yeah, Sweeting.
And he takes an easy service game to love there, does Ryan Sweeting. So 1 game all here early in this match. Ryan Sweeting also making it through to the second round of Wimbledon in 2012 and 2011. Jordan Thompson serving here.
Lovely.
Thompson pushing that backhand long. Oh, terrific work from the youngster. Good court coverage. Really putting Ryan Sweeting under pressure at the net. Sneaky changeover in the commentary box as well. Matt Hill now joining us. Matt, the youngster Jordan Thompson starting here with a lot of confidence, not overawed by the occasion whatsoever.
Yes, I've done the quick tag. I've sent bidders on his way. You're quite right, Jordan Thompson looking quite relaxed. Hard part of the day too, with the shadows across the court. And expects Sweeting to be walking around that forehand as much as he possibly can, and will hit that forehand from any part of the court.
It's been a long day for the boys too, having to wait until almost 7 o'clock at night to get out on court.
Well, it's hard to conserve energy, isn't it? There's probably a lot of nervous energy and a little bit of energy just taken up by pure boredom. So to get out here at this time of night and be as fresh as a daisy is pretty tough.
A couple of break points here for Sweeting. And he gets on top early. Bit of frustration shown by the young Aussie Jordan Thompson. Ryan Sweeting gets the break. He leads by 2-1 in the opening set.
Still plenty happening around the grounds here at Melbourne Park as we get nicely into the evening here on a Thursday. The number 1 and 2 men's seeds are out on court at the moment. Andreas Heider-Moreau, number 1 seed from Austria, actually lost the first set to Peter Polanski of Canada, so got some work to do the second set in the early stages. And Ricardas Barenkis, a centrepiece with Bradley Clark, who was very impressive in one of our matches yesterday, of course, defeating Australia's Nick Kyrgios. So some work to do for the number 1 and 2 seeds to make it through to the third round of qualifying. A number of other matches going on at the moment. Lucas Pier, who of course defeated Sam Groth on centre court yesterday. He's just taken to his match. A tough one against Ruben Bemmelmans of the Netherlands. So we'll see how that one tracks as well. Free entry, come down. There's still a bit of tennis to be played tonight. Hashtag AusOpen if you want to join the conversation on Twitter. And not too late to get your tickets for Australian Open 2013. All the action starts Monday. Make sure you're here.
Good on you, Brett. The place to be, Melbourne Park, over the next couple of weeks. As the atmosphere continues to build here. Ryan Sweeting serving. He's leading 2-1 early, looking to capitalise on the break of serve of young Jordan Thompson.
Born in the Bahamas, Sweeting, representing the USA.
Crashing forehand. Terrific. Struck it so well.
30.
Gets up to it nicely. Wonderful momentum through the ball. Pretty easy service game for Sweeting here. Just jamming Thompson there with the heavy ground strokes, and another game to the American, taking a pretty handy 3-1 lead here in the opening set. Jordan Thompson began playing tennis at the age of 4. 6 years of age, was Ryan Sweeting. It's a good confident shot there from Thompson. Just needing a few points on the board just to settle himself here. Stop the momentum and the run of his more experienced opponent. Well, that's good hitting from the youngster. Able to back it up again. Ferdy Love here on serve. Again, well-executed points, some nice backhands. Brings up a couple of game points. It's a good game here by the Aussie. Well, it's a well-executed game there by Jordan Thompson. He got that first serve in at 199 k's per hour and then holds to love. But it's Ryan Sweeting from the United States leading 3-2 in the first set.
I wanna scream and shout and let it all out. And scream and shout and let it out. We saying oh, we are, we are, we are. We saying oh, we are, we are, we are.
Bring the action.
Do you want to have fun, make a bunch of new friends, and play an awesome sport all at the same time? Impossible, you say? Well, MLC Tennis Hot Shots is the game for you, with its kid-sized courts and super hittable balls. And now, we've got another reason for you to join up. We're giving away this awesome SpongeBob backpack to kids who start playing between December 16 and February 28th. To get one is easy. Just visit your local coach to join the fun and then register online. For more details, head to hotshots.tennis.com.au/start playing and get your SpongeBob backpack today.
So Jordan Thompson there of Australia on screen, holding serve 2-3 in this opening set. Ryan Sweeting to serve here, number 21 seed. Busted for a foot fault. Oh, good pace from Sweeting to get up to that short ball from Thompson on the net cord. Thompson kept his cool, finished off the point. Well done by the 18-year-old. Just pulling up a bit short on that backhand, catching the top of the tape. He knows it too. $15 all. Just that change up there from Sweeting, giving the ball a bit more height. Catching Thompson off guard a little bit. Well, it was great hitting from both players, and Thompson did everything right until that last shot. Really set it up for himself. Got the short ball, got the one he wanted. Just couldn't execute. Sends that forehand into the net. So a bit of a missed opportunity there. A couple of game points now for Sweeting. Great conviction on the ground strokes from Sweeting. Puts that game in the bag. 4 games to 2. He leads now. 16 minutes this opening set so far.
Sweeting leads 4 games to 2.
Some good groundies there from the American. It's that off forehand. Too good on that occasion. Thompson now set to serve. 7th game here of the first set.
Locked in.
It's an important game in the context of this first set. You can see there, points won on first serve. 67% for the Aussie, 100% for the American. Net cord not working in Thompson's favour there. Willing it to go over. Under a bit of pressure here. Love 30. Sweeting getting a look at a second serve. And a double fault brings up 3 breakpoint chances. Bit of a loose game here from the 18-year-old. Expect Sweeting to pounce here. 3 breakpoints. Saves one with a big first serve. Saves another. That one just skidding off the ground. Shooting right into Sweeting. Unable to position himself to get a good strike on the ball. Still 1 break point remaining. Cranked that one a bit, did Sweeting on the backhand return. Yes. Terrific composure from the young Aussie to save 3 break points to get this game back to juice. Could have easily been 5-2 down. He's done a great job to pull it back. Great serve, and 4 points in succession to the Aussie.
Thompson.
Good positive energy as well. 210 clicks. That first serve, doing some damage. Sends that one over the baseline, Thompson. So back to juice we go. Juice number 2. Costly time to produce a double fault from Thompson as it gives Sweeting a break point opportunity. Another one, his 4th break point in this game. Did have Thompson at love 40. There's the slam of the racket from Thompson. Well, the depth of ground strokes gave him the opportunity to have the overhead, but couldn't put that smash away. Notably frustrated Jordan Thompson, but it is Ryan Sweeting from America, the number 21 seed, taking a commanding lead here in the first set. He leads by 5 games to 2.
Plenty of action still happening. 12 courts in operation in total here at Melbourne Park as we tick just past 7 o'clock in the evening on this Thursday. Day 2 of qualifying, and a real challenge for the number 1 and 2 seeds in the men's draw. The Austrian Andreas Heider-Muro. He's in a second set and he's just held his serve 5-4 after losing the first set to Polanski of Canada. So looking to square it up there to take it to a third set. And Rikardas Barankas of Lithuania, he is seeded 2 games all against Bradley Klan, the impressive player from the United States who we saw on our show court yesterday. Denai Udumchok is also out on court, well known to all of us here in Australia, trailing 4-1 in the second set, won the first 6-1 against Marcel Ilhan of Turkey. So still plenty going on right around the courts here at Melbourne Park, and of course we'll have plenty of action tomorrow from 10 a.m. once again as the guys get into another round of qualifying, and the girls will have their second round matches. We head you back to show court number 3, Ryan Sweeting of the States serving for the opening set.
It's a good start for Sweeting to this game, of course. As Brett mentioned, looking to close out this first set. 2 breaks in hand. Sweeting. Thompson had his opportunity in the previous game, but couldn't seal it. Sweeting pouncing. Oh, he really went for that forehand.
15-all.
Fractionally wide. Back to 15-all. Some good kick on that second serve. Catching Thompson a little bit flat-footed on the return. Couldn't position himself quick enough. Sweeting pleading for the call, but it did come.
You called it. Yeah.
Sets himself up now for a couple of set points here. In just 25 minutes, Ryan Sweeting, the number 21 seed from the United States, very solid in this opening first set. He takes it 6-2 against Jordan Thompson of Australia.
On show court number 3, the American Ryan Sweeting, 6-2 in the opening set. Seeded 21 here, as the boys have mentioned, from the Bahamas, and of course has been around for a little while now, so we're used to seeing him around sort of qualies time, trying to make his way into the main draw. And of course Jordan Thompson coming off a fantastic performance yesterday, 9-7 in the third set. The 18-year-old surprise packet from Sydney, who was given a wild card into this tournament. And Sweeting getting to the net, but Thompson certainly has played some nice strokes right throughout, but good power off the ground from Sweeting. Nice backhand there from Thompson on that occasion. And they've rallied pretty well, this pair. It's some good exchanges at the net. Both in the red. And young Thompson, massive occasion for him just to be in qualifying for a Grand Slam, as we take a look at some of the match stats coming your way, which has gone around the half-hour mark. 50% on the first serve there for Sweeting, Thompson 54, so fairly similar. Unforced errors, certainly the big noticeable difference there. 13 for Thompson and just 3 for Ryan Sweeting. Other than that, fairly even going, but Sweeting takes the first set pretty comfortably in the end as we get back to show court 3.
Thank you, Brett. Jordan Thompson to open proceedings here in the second. 6-2, he lost the first. Sweeting really attacking that second serve of Thompson, putting him under pressure from the outset. It's an important game, this one, for Thompson, just to settle himself back into the contest. Oh, he created such a good angle with the backhand, just tightening up a little bit on the approach to the net. Couldn't execute the volley. It's a terrific shot to follow in from. Really got the acute angle set up beautifully. Just pulling up a bit tight on that volley. It's a love 30. Backhand unforced errors, 4 for Thompson, only 1 for Sweeting. Right on there from Thompson. Couple of tough shots made. Good exchanges from the back of the court. Got down low on the slice. $15.30 now. Backhand error, another there from Thompson. Brings up a couple of break points in this opening game of the second set for the American. He just pushes that serve back into play. The return, should I say, Sweeting. And the error comes off the backhand side from Thompson. He leads 1-0 in the second set. 24 minutes, that opening game. Just past 20 past 7 in the evening here in Melbourne. It's been a sensational day, not only of tennis, but the weather's been immaculate as well. The sun just going down now, but a terrific day here at Melbourne Park. So Ryan Sweeting serving here in the second game of the second set. Again, just too heavy, the ground strokes from Sweeting. Starting to get really frustrated, the young Aussie. Just well struck backhand from Sweeting. Well, the big serve set that one up, 207 k's per hour. Enabled the short ball and could come off it, really punish it. So 30 love here. Big forehand, rips that one down the line. 3 game points in hand. Racing through this service game is Ryan Sweeting. Took it on the rise and just whipped it down the line. Pretty comfortable out there so far. Just sending that one, that backhand over the baseline. Thompson notches up his first point in this game. And as quickly as that, another game on the board for Ryan Sweeting. He leads 2 games to love here in the second set. 7 minutes gone in this set. Sweeting took the first 6 games to 2 in 25 minutes. So a real test for the resolve here for young Jordan Thompson. This game's passing him by pretty quickly. Just needs to halt the American up ever so slightly here. A service game under his belt will do that. Again, just a little sloppy with the footwork, Thompson. Trying to compete with Sweeting stroke for stroke, but unable to do it that time around. Under pressure again on serve. Love 30. As the unforced errors, 16 to Thompson. A tidy 4 for Ryan Sweeting. Pushing that one wide. Sweeting, as we mentioned earlier, highest world ranking of number 64 in September of 2011. Same year he made the second round of both the Australian Open and Wimbledon. Well, some big backhands from both boys, but Sweeting forcing the error again.
15-40.
Some good depth there from Jordan Thompson. Just unable to retrieve that one. And now a couple of break points for the American to romp away to a 3-zip lead in this second set. Bit of a wild return from Sweeting.
30-40.
Quality player, this American. Took home an ATP Tour title back in 2011 in Houston. That was on clay. Competed in many main draws. Well, the net cord gave Sweeting a perfect opportunity to put that forehand away.
Yes.
Couldn't do it. Catches the top of the net. And Thompson saves a couple of break points to get it back to Juice. So some good fight from the Aussie. Well, the serve was terrific. Really caught Sweeting out wide. Got the return right in the middle. Short sitting up for him. Just couldn't nail that backhand. So another break point for Sweeting. Saves another.
Yes.
Job well done. Juice number 2. Some spectators enjoying this clash. Supporting the young Aussie. Frustrated again.
Advantage, Sweeting.
Just another error off the forehand side. Some interesting headwear there from some of the fans. Do anything to keep the sun off their face. Adding to the atmosphere here at Melbourne Park. Another terrific first serve.
Yes.
He can pull out a big first serve when he wants to, Sweeting. Sorry, Thompson, should I say.
The towel. Thanks.
Matt Bull sitting in the crowd. Hot Shots coach from Perth, watching this clash between Thompson and Sweeting. No doubt interested in seeing how the young Aussie progresses.
Advantage,
He's
Thompson.
done a really good job in this game to stay in touch. He's got a game point here. Some good work up at net. Saved by the error. Well, that first serve again. 205 k's per hour. Set him up nicely, and he saves the game.
It's 2-1.
Gets on the board in the second set. Ryan Sweeting leading 2-1.
Dan, 8 other live matches going on around Melbourne Park as we speak, and a real challenge, as I've been saying for the last hour or so, for Andreas Hader-Maru. He's the number 1 seed in the men's qualifying from Austria, going to a second set tiebreaker. He lost the first set to Polanski of Canada. So we'll see how this tiebreaker goes. The number 2 seed, Ricardas Barrancas, he has just got through 6-2 in the third there over Bradley Klan of the United States, who was very impressive yesterday, defeating Nick Kyrgios. Other live matches at the moment, Lucas Pier had a great win, the Frenchman, got a wild card in here and defeated Sam Groth yesterday, taking on the 4th seed, Ruben Bimmelmans, and 5-3. Bimmelmans leads at the moment. And the other games, Kenny DeShepper taking on Steve Johnson. He did recover from his marathon battle with Thanasi Kokkinakis yesterday. He's had a nice sort of 24 hours and a bit off, and he is just underway in his match out on court, so we'll keep a close eye on him. And Danay Udumchak into a third against Marcel Ilhan of Turkey. That is live at the moment. Michael Berra, the 17th seed from Germany, is out on court up against Hervé, the Frenchman, who leads 5 games to 4. So plenty of action still going on as the sun sets here at Melbourne Park, and Ryan Sweeting trying to get through in straight sets as we take you back to court 3 here on AOTV.
So Jordan Thompson in the previous game showing some great fight to hold off Ryan Sweeting, who had 3 break point opportunities in that game. Thompson winning the first point of this game.
15 all.
15 all. Well, the longest rally of the match. The error comes from Thompson, just pressing a little bit towards the end of that rally. Some good work from both players. Thompson there using the slice. Happy to hit through the ball too. Frustrated at himself for that error. Wow! And again, another error, forehand wing.
15.
Couple of game points here for Sweeting.
Yes.
So again, Thompson just hanging in there as best he can. Back to juice in this game. The big serve gives another game point to Sweeting. The wayward forehand presents Sweeting with the game. So moving ahead here in the second set. He leads by 3 games to 1. 19 minutes gone in this second set. Ryan Sweeting, of course, claiming the first, 6 games to 2. So we'll see here if young Jordan Thompson, the 18-year-old from Sydney, if he can hold serve again. Deep ground strokes of Sweeting again, paying dividends.
Lofty.
It's the unforced errors, 22 to Thompson. And 11 now to Sweeting.
15.
He's a little frustrated too. Quite eager to close this game out or get closer to that anyway. Terrific volley from the young Aussie. It will be a real confidence booster for him.
30-15.
Good control and composure on the shot. Did the right thing to come in on it. Just dropped it short. Well played. 30-15 now. Another double fault for Thompson. Bit of pressure on him here. It's his third double fault for the match. Sweeting just the one. Looking at either facing a game point or a break point. Crucial part of this match. Break point it is. 30-40. Just some solid work at the net there from Sweeting. Once again, the Craig Willis chopper flying overhead, as it so often does throughout the day and night. A good view of Melbourne Park from up there. There it is. Jordan Thompson saving another break point. Stringing a couple of points together for the Aussie. Well, that's the point of the match, no doubt. Brilliant tennis from both players from the back of the court. Happy to slug it out.
And Sweeting.
But then Sweeting coming to the net and finishing it off. Thompson with 5 winners, Sweeting 4. It's the unforced errors that are killing Thompson at the moment. But a great last point. Gives another break point opportunity to the American. Well, he saves another break point.
Yes.
Just welcoming Matt Hill back into the commentary box. Certainly impressed with Jordan Thompson when he's got his back against the wall, coming up with some good plays under pressure.
He's certainly fighting in this game. Deuce 1-3 down. Remonstrating with himself over that one.
Again, good depth from Sweeting, gives himself another chance for the break.
And Sweeting.
Really stretching out Thompson on that baseline. Third break point chance. And a wild second serve from the 18-year-old. Sends that one sailing and basically hands the game there to the American. It is Ryan Sweeting leading 4 games to 1 in the second set.
Well, big news just moments ago that the #1 seed in men's qualifying is out, and that is Andreas Heidemuller of Austria, who's lost to Peter Polansky, the Canadian, 7-5, 7-6. So he bows out. The #2 seed, Ricardas Barrancas, is still in the draw, as we reported a little bit earlier. He got through in straight sets. Coming up tomorrow here on AO TV, 4 matches we're going to bring you from 10 a.m. Melbourne time from Show Court 3. Going to be Matthew Barton of Australia taking on Tim Smytsek, the 11th seed from the United States. An all-US affair between James Blake and Donald Young. Should be an entertaining game. Blake very good on the opening day. Arantxa Patason-Tonya from Spain. She'll take on Arina Rodionova, who had a great victory on court 6 today. And Matt Reid of Australia, who played in the final match yesterday on Show Court 3, will take on Julian Richter of Germany. So they are the matches coming your way tomorrow here on day 3 of qualifying. We're certainly going to hot up temperature-wise and sure to hot up on the court because all the players wanting to get through to that final round on Saturday. Ryan Sweeting, well, he looks to be on his way to the second round as we rejoin the action on Show Court 3.
Thank you, Brett. Ryan Sweeting here at 4-1 in the second set. He has the first under his belt. Just a couple of games away from moving through to the second round. Of course, the players having to win 3 matches to make it through to the main draw, so margin for error.
There's that wayward serve there from Thompson. It's just about the worst serve we've seen all day.
It's a shocker. Well, some good play there from Thompson. The brave choice to go the drop shot paid off for him. Love 30 here. Big serve from Sweeting. Cheap, easy point for him. Well, that side of the court tends to be bringing up some wayward shots from both players. That backhand nowhere near the mark from Sweeting. Just catching the frame a little bit. And off it goes.
Doesn't take much, does it?
A couple of break points here for Jordan Thompson. Sweeting saves one.
30-40.
So overall, it's been a pretty hard day at the office for the Australians. We've had a few through. Rodionova sisters, Anastasia and Arena both through. Arena did it a little bit easier in straight sets.
Of course, Monique Adamczak making it through in 3 as well.
Yeah, that was a hard-fought one as well, up against Fiesenmayer from Germany, 20th seed.
Messes up the breakpoint opportunity, Thompson.
Yes.
That backhand making it halfway up the net. So back to juice we go. Just had a few chances, the young Aussie that he's let slip by. Gets another crack here.
Hey, my name's Thompson.
Break point number 3. Well, he's got it.
Yeah,
a fist pump too, some good energy, some good positivity from the Australian down the other end. 4 games to 2 now in the second set, so a breaker serve. All about consolidation here in this service game for Jordan Thompson.
4 games to 2.
There's that fist pump. We've seen a lot of frustration from him throughout the contest, but that's a good sign from Jordan Thompson.
Love.
That's a good backhand, wasn't it, from Thompson?
30 love.
Just approaching the 1 hour mark in this match. Unlucky there.
You can see the sun just starting to set right into the lens of our cameras, so just making conditions a little bit trickier. Hi there.
Having a good time up in the commentary box.
That's a great shot.
Well, he's certainly capable. He's done some terrific stuff out there this evening. Just a few inconsistencies here and there, but certainly capable of pulling out the big shots.
Hello, service.
So some game points here for Thompson. Well, that's a good little passage of play. A couple of good moments in this match for the young Australian. Able to string 2 games together, and he now trails by only 3 games to 4 in the second set. It's Ryan Sweeting of America in control. 4 games to 3 in the second.
Well, you think playing a 5-setter at the Australian Open is a pressure cooker. I don't think the players appreciate those press conferences sometimes with the world's media bearing down on them. Haven't we seen some classic meltdowns as well at press conferences?
Absolutely.
Seen some amazing moments. It's not just on the court here at Melbourne Park.
Plenty of drama associated with the Australian Open.
Oh, what's happening here with Ryan Sweeting? The wheels have fallen off in the last 5 to 10 minutes. Just not hitting balls sweetly at all. Now a double fault puts him under a little bit of pressure, and now a second serve.
Well, love 30. He's under the pump here for sure. He drops this game and we're back on serve. In the blink of an eye, momentum can shift. It's a good way to respond there from the American.
In a blink of an eye, you can stem the flow like this.
Bang, down the line.
An ace apiece for these 2 men.
30 off.
And another strong serve at 207 kilometres an hour. Gets it back on an even keel.
Such an advantage just to get yourself out of trouble. That big first serve when you get it into play. Sweeting using it well.
Let's take a serve.
He's trying his level best to really pump himself up.
And so he should. A breakpoint chance here for the Aussie. turn this game on its head. It's a good serve, wasn't it? Right into the body.
Yes.
Gets him out of trouble. Back to juice we go. Oh, some great hustle from the back of the court from Sweeting, but too good Thompson.
We're going to see him whack his head here with the racket. I thought we were going to see that in replay. We needed the super slow-mo there.
We did.
He's probably wishing his friends in the racket room didn't tighten those strings as much. Gave himself a good hit on the scone.
Break point. Can't capitalise again, just forced way back behind the baseline.
Yes.
Bit of self-discipline there.
I think our director enjoyed playing that a couple of times.
You might see it once more. That was good aggressive play from Sweeting. Really assertive with the ground strokes. Here we go.
Whooshka. Television gold.
So from break point down to game point here for Sweeting.
Oh,
terrific play, wasn't it? Fantastic drop shot.
Yes.
Great touch.
He's able to take the speed off the ball very well. Very well. Someone get a racket to Brett Phillips's head. Wake him up.
So another break chance here. This game's been going a while. Chances for both players. What a backhand from young Thompson to wrap up that game. He's pretty charged too. We're all tied up 4 apiece in the second.
Well, you have to commend him. His body language 10 minutes ago when he threw his racket into his bag, when he sat down, wasn't good. He was hitting himself across the back of the head with his racket. He was quite despondent. But have a look at him now. In the space of 10 minutes, Nathan Healy was discussing this earlier on. A lot of things can go wrong on the tennis court, but the sign of a good tennis player is how you recover. And all of a sudden, he's about to serve with the wind in his sails at 4-all, and he's back in the game.
Geez, well and truly back, isn't he?
He's in the zone now.
15 now.
Ryan Sweeting on the other side of the net was leading at 4 games to 1. What's going through his mind?
11 serves.
He's dropping that forehand short.
Can change counted in 3 points. He bounced up to the line for that first serve. 3 points later, he's quite dejected. 34 errors compared to 21.
Funny old game, tennis. Another error there from Thompson off that backhand wing.
15-40.
Now brings up 2 break point opportunities for Ryan Sweeting. Hasn't won a game in a while. It's been all the Australian in the past couple. And there you have it, Sweeting as quickly as that gets the break back as Jordan Thompson lets out a cry of angst. It is 5-4 in favour of the American in the second set. He's got the first under his belt.
5-4.
Ready? Play at Australian Open 2013. Book a Ticketek now.
So it's Sweeting leading 5-4.
Time.
And real testing time now for the young Sydney sider.
He did such a good job to get it to 4-all, and then it just kind of unravelled in that service game. So Sweeting here to serve for a place in the second round of qualifying.
$15 left. $30 left.
2 quick, easy points for Sweeting. Closing in. Well, the forehand error from Jordan Thompson brings up 3 match points. It's been a long time coming for Ryan Sweeting. He probably thought he should have closed it out earlier. Here he is, 3 match points. Good way to save a match point.
40-15.
Good whipping forehand on the rise.
Game, set and match.
Sweeting seals the deal with a good, strong first serve. He takes the set and the match. 6 games to 2, 6-4 in the second. But a very impressive showing from the young Aussie Jordan Thompson. Some moments of brilliance out there, should I say. A little bit inconsistent at times, but plenty of promise shown, that is for sure. So it is Ryan Sweeting of America taking the match 6-2, 6-4.
Thank you guys, great job in the commentary box today. All the matches complete here on AO TV. We're going to take you through some highlights. Number 21 seed from the United States, Ryan Sweeting, getting through to the next round of qualifying, defeating Australia's Jordan Thompson, who was outstanding yesterday, 9-7 in the third, but just fell short today, late in the day, in the shade of show court 3. At his moments, he certainly took it to the American, but overall he was pretty steady right throughout the game. But Jordan Thompson, one to look out for in the future for Australia, just 18 years of age from Sydney, given a wild card into qualifying here. And he'll learn a lot from this match, taking on a higher ranked opponent. And Sweeting, who has won on the ATP Tour before in Houston, as Matt told us a little bit earlier, looking to get through to the main draw of this year's Australian Open. Some stats for you. First serve percentage fairly similar. Double the amount of winners, interestingly, there for Thompson, but he made 12 more unforced errors, and Sweeting winning 68 points in total to 49. So Ryan Sweeting moves through to the next round of qualifying. One man who I reckon will rack up the most amount of hours here at qualifying is Steve Johnson from the United States. 17-15. He defeated, of course, Tanasi Kokonakis yesterday, and he's in a tiebreaker with Kenny DeShepper in the second set. And the first went to, I think, about 10-8 in the first set tiebreaker. Tomorrow, here from 10 a.m. at Melbourne Park, 4 matches to bring you here on AO TV. Tim Smytsek from the United States taking on Matthew Barton of Australia. James Blake and Donald Young, one I'm looking forward to, the all-American affair. Arantxa Parasantonia of Spain will take on Australia's Arena Rodionova, who had a great victory today. And Matt Reid of Australia taking on Julian Riester of Germany. All those matches and updates from right around the courts coming up tomorrow here on AO TV. There is still tennis continuing. Follow all the scores here at AustralianOpen.com. Don't forget the draw you can also see here on AustralianOpen.com tomorrow from 10 a.m. Melbourne time. We bid you farewell. A beautiful day. Qualifying will continue when we resume tomorrow.